Chapter 370. What a waste of such a talent. Thea looked at the Arabian woman who had run 200 meters and realized that her pursuers were not following her. She circled around and came back again. This woman did not know the strength of Thea and Selena, so she took out a scimitar and was ready to help. Thea quickly pulled her back. What a joke. How could an earthling win against Diana? Black Manta was quite strong and could even be said to be the underwater version of Batman. However, the main premise was that he was prepared, understood the opponent's information, and specially made a bunch of high-tech equipment. This was the secret to his victory. Now, he had no information at all. He wanted to wear a diving suit and defeat Diana, who was wearing a godlike outfit, on land. That was simply a dream. Moreover, Thea did not recognize this Arabian woman at first, but now she finally remembered some things. This woman was one of the first few teammates of the Sea King, Arthur Curry. The 6 of them formed a team called Alien Tribe. Unfortunately, their team was too weak. 6 espers with 6 divine weapons were defeated by an ordinary person like Black Manta. Thea felt that if she called her subordinates 6 against 6, it would be easy to wipe them out. Don't worry, my partner is very strong. Thea pulled back the Arabian woman who was about to attack with her scimitar. Black Manta is a famous hunter. Before the Arabian woman could finish her sentence, Diana had an overwhelming advantage. She opened her mouth to say something, but could not continue. Diana was far superior to Black Manta in terms of strength, speed, and skills. Her opponent was not a martial arts expert, but an engineer and treasure hunter who was bent on revenge. He was no match for Diana. Lasers, fishing nets, water spikes, all kinds of methods were used. His attacks were effective against the Sea King team, but they were useless against Diana. The only thing worth praising was his diving suit. It was unknown what material it was made of, but Diana saw a flaw in it. She slashed the fire god's sword diagonally, and a huge force acted on the soft diving suit. There was an obvious dent, but the diving suit's toughness and density were extremely good. After a slight dent, it immediately returned to its original state. It actually did not break. Anti-piercing and anti-slashing, Diana put away her shield and feinted with her left foot. When Black Manta dodged to the side, she clenched her right fist and punched him in the stomach. The other party was just an ordinary human. She did not use the power of the silver bracelet. Otherwise, the power of 1,000 tons would have split him in half. The punch landed squarely on the Black Manta Ray's lower abdomen. The special diving suit's texture was indeed excellent, but it was useless in the face of pure strength. Diana's normal attack was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The other party's oxygen mask was airtight. Whether it was diving or fighting underwater, it was a very useful equipment. However, this time he suffered. A large mouthful of blood rushed to his mouth, but the airtight mask caused the blood to flow back into his trachea, almost causing him to suffocate. He wanted to cough, but he couldn't. He wanted to swallow, but he couldn't. Not daring to continue fighting, he turned around and ran. Come back here. Tell me, what's your motive? Diana pulled the Black Manta Ray back. Following her question, the mantra lasso flashed with light. Collect 3 artifacts of the God of Death, find the 7th artifact, rule the land, and kill the Sea King. Black Manta was really shocked. Although he tried his best to resist, the power of the artifact was no joke. Even the gods had to tell the truth in front of the lasso of mantra. He was just a mortal, so he could not control his mouth at all. He told Black Manta everything that he wanted to know. These words did not mean anything to Diana. The Arabian woman did not understand the power of the mantra lasso, so she was skeptical. However, when these words fell into Thea's ears, she could not help but ponder. Thea only knew the story of the Sea King, Arthur Curry. The God of Death mentioned by Black Manta was the first king of Atlantis. She vaguely remembered that the 7th artifact was a magic staff. There was no doubt about its power, but if he wanted to rule the land with a magic staff, it was time to wake up. Magic staff? Magic staff. A thought suddenly appeared in Thea's mind. Although it was not impossible to cast spells with a sword, it looked more like a Maoshan Taoist than a mage. If she got the magic staff, would it be more beautiful the next time she cast spells? This thing is destined to be with me. Thea nodded silently. Initially, she did not care much about this matter, but now her attitude had changed. She only remembered that the god of death's relics were left on a small island in the Atlantic Ocean. The Sea King's six knew the exact location, but she did not. Your enemy seems to be planning a big conspiracy and needs us. Thea put on the face of a righteous friend and said to the Arabian woman. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by a flash of golden light. Teleportation? Thea felt that this unknown rainforest was getting more lively. The golden light flashed, and a man and two women walked out. The man in the lead was bare-chested and wore green pants. He held a golden trident in his hand. Behind him was a red-haired woman in a green tights and a crown. The last to walk out was a woman with brown skin and an anxious expression. Beside her were two jaguars. Why is the Sea King here? Although they had never met before, Thea recognized his obvious features. The one with the crown behind him was his wife, Mira. As for the last woman, she was ignored by Thea. If she was not mistaken, she was a member of the Sea King's group of 6. While she was looking at the others, the Sea King and the others were also looking at her. For a moment, everyone was stunned. There were too many people here. Thea had 2 people on her side, the Sea King had 3 people, and the 2 prisoners were the Leopard Lady and Black Manta. The Arabian woman saw her companions and was about to greet them when the Sea King roared and raised his trident. He spat out a lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm at Black Manta. Although she didn't think that Black Manta was a good person, she didn't want others to hurt her own prisoner. Diana raised her eyebrows, clenched her shield in her right hand, and slammed it towards Lightning's direction. The first clash between the 2 divine weapons ended in a draw. Lightning was sent flying, and a huge energy beam fell into the rainforest. It destroyed countless trees along the way and disappeared from their sight. Bastard, how dare you stop me? The Sea King's temper was as violent as ever. Diana wanted to argue with him, but seeing how rude he was, she did not waste any more time. She tied Black Manta up tightly with the lasso of truth and raised the guardian silver bracelet on her wrist. A violent energy gushed towards the Sea King from a few meters away. The Sea King did not expect this woman to be able to block his lightning. When he felt the invisible energy from the guardian silver bracelet, he did not dare to be careless. He swung his trident like a windmill. Bam! Bam! The trident was wrapped in a layer of golden light. As the Sea King spun, the golden light resisted with all its might. The Sea King was pushed back 30 meters by the guardian silver bracelet's energy before he stopped. Woman, the Sea King calmed down and tried to explain. However, Diana's current goal in life was to eliminate the discrimination between men and women. The Sea King's words did not make her feel comfortable. Instead, it made her even angrier. She did not waste any more time and slashed her sword at him. Chapter 371. Is your innate incompatibility to this extent? Thea was speechless. She only remembered that these 2 were fighting in the Flashpoint paradox, but this wasn't the Flashpoint. These 2 were fighting inexplicably. Thea wanted to stop them, but she didn't know where to start. She turned her head and was about to let the Arabian woman speak to persuade them to quickly bring her to get the staff. When she turned her head, she saw the brown woman's 2 leopards wagging their tails and begging the leopard girl. The leopard girl had woken up at some point, her yellow eyes emitting a terrifying light. The brown woman kept talking to Mira. The Sea King's wife looked a little unhappy, but she still raised her hands and a large amount of water appeared. She wanted to break the ice that trapped the leopard girl. Stop! Thea knew that this was very melodramatic, but she still had to exchange for Amanda's adult favor. She had to stop them from releasing the leopard girl. She didn't have time to wear her armor and instantly shot 3 flame arrows at Mira. Surface person, how dare you attack me? She didn't know if Mira's good relatives came today, but it was as if she was possessed by a brainless unhappiness. Her hands were surrounded by water, and the water was gently stroked by her and turned into dozens of cold arrows, meeting Thea's magic arrows. The 2 arrows met in the air. Thea's magic was more pure, and Mira's was more numerous. The two were evenly matched. Yawala, what are you doing? They're not bad people. The Arabian woman hurriedly pulled the brown woman who was about to attack Thea. Casina, are you okay? But my animal companion said they're bad people. The brown woman, Yawala, also noticed the problem and hurriedly called for her pet. But the pet that could die for her in the past didn't respond to her call. The two leopards were trying their best to help the leopard girl escape. Looking at the leopard girl's beast-like vertical pupils, even a simple person would know that there was a problem. The helpless thing was that no matter how the brown woman called, the two leopards ignored her. If their claws were broken, they would bite them with their teeth. If their teeth were broken, they would hit them with their heads. The ice on the leopard girl's body gradually cracked. You two, stop the leopard. The woman in the ice has blood on her hands. Don't let her come out. If you have more time, try to persuade this woman opposite me. Thea's strength was higher than Mela's, so she still had the time to observe the battlefield. The Sea King's two companions had no choice but to pull the two jaguars. The Arabian woman had been chased by the black manta ray for dozens of miles and was already exhausted. The brown woman, on the other hand, did not dare to be too harsh on her pet. One of them pulled the leopard's tail while the other pulled its leg. The leopard ignored them and only cared about saving the leopard girl. Idiot! Thea almost spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Mela's eyes were bloodshot. She didn't even listen to Thea's explanation. The icicles, ice arrows, and water arrows didn't stop at all. On the other side, Diana could slightly suppress the Sea King, but she was very determined to protect the black manta ray. She cannot break the stalemate in a short time. Help me stall those two jaguars. Thea released the moose that was stupidly sleeping in the ring and ordered in a low voice. The moose immediately felt the god of the cheetah in the leopard girl's body, especially when the other party stole the divine power of the moon goddess. This made the moose even more dissatisfied, but it still faithfully carried out Thea's order. As long as the two jaguars came close, it would use its antlers to push them back. Does this friend of yours understand English? Who can persuade her? Thea dealt with Mela's fierce attacks and was speechless. This couple was really a pair. They were really messing around. The Sea King's two companions hurriedly shouted, trying to stop Mela. However, the Queen of Atlantis acted as if she didn't hear them and continued to attack Thea fiercely. Needless to say, this must be the doing of the god of the cheetah in the leopard girl's body. The other party's methods were not brilliant, but it was triggered by Mela's bad temper. It was not without reason that Mela would be chosen by the angry Red Ring in the future. However, temper and strength were not the same. Even if she performed above her level, she was still inevitably suppressed by Thea. Her ability to control water came from her bloodline. It was definitely very powerful underwater, but on land, it was only a few things. Thea's single water attribute was not as good as her, but Thea's methods were extremely rich. Fireballs offset her ice arrows, wind blades, light spears, shadow arrows, and a large number of control and weakening spells, and threw them out. I'll pull her away. You guys go and persuade the guy with the fork. Thea was afraid that the battle between the two would break the ice on the leopard girl's body, so she took out the light ring and put it on. Dense chains appeared and bound Mela and flew into the distance. After running out of a certain range, the mind control effect would disappear and the other party would wake up. Thea calculated well, but she flew a little too fast, and the two women on the ground were one step slower. She did not take the Sea King into account. You dare to hurt my wife. The Sea King saw Thea running away with Mela tied up and immediately became anxious. Risking being hit by Diana's sword, the trident in his hand gathered a large amount of lightning, and a wash-basin-sized lightning ball was thrown at Thea. Do you think you're the only one who can use lightning? This stupid couple really made Thea a little angry. She took out the magical longbow, knocked Zeus's lightning arrow, and shot an arrow at the lightning ball below. The lightning ball from the Sea King's trident was white, like a storm brewing in the sea. Thea's lightning arrow was dark blue, as peaceful as the sky, but in this tranquility, there was a fatal danger. Two divine weapons that could emit the power of lightning welcomed the first collision since the day they were created. One was like a roar from the sea, the other was like a divine punishment from the sky. The divine weapon of Atlantis represented the last glory of the lost civilization, firm, tenacious, and unquestionable. Thea's Zeus arrow was also mixed with the god supreme, great, and invincible spirit. The two different colored lightning finally met, and time seemed to freeze. The first second was calm, as if the previous fear scene did not exist, but in the next second, the two balls of energy finally exploded violently. Boom! The two balls of energy disappeared, and the sound of the explosion seemed to pierce through the air. The huge energy spread in all directions, and the two women who were about to explain could only lie down on the ground to avoid the shock wave that swept across the rainforest in a radius of 10 miles. This round of collision seemed to be evenly matched, but the Sea King was injured by Diana, and the trident's charging time was too short, so it did not fully exert the power of the divine weapon. Thea was even more hurried to fight. Her lightning magic needed to be mixed with fire, wind, and water elements. The power she shot out was only the power of the arrow, and it was far from her maximum damage limit. Both of them were very unhappy, and at the same time, they gathered energy and prepared for the next round of attack. Although Mela was confused, she still recognized the Sea King. She broke free from the chains and wanted to fight Thea together. Diana naturally could not just stand by and watch, so she stopped Mela. The four of them exchanged opponents and prepared to fight the second round in confusion. Chapter 372. Diana often sparred with Thea, so she had ample experience in dealing with elemental energy. Mira's ability to control water was only slightly troublesome to her, but not fatal. She blocked the ice arrows and water arrows with her shield and slashed continuously with the Vulcan sword in her hand. Mira could only mobilize a large amount of water elements to form a shield to block the attacks. On the other hand, Thea's battle with the Sea King was not as gentle as theirs. The thunder element had always been unruly and was known as Shake the Nine Heavens. Energy exploded, and the sound and light effects were dazzling. The battle between the two had reached its climax right from start. The Sea King was beaten silly by the two women, and had long forgotten what he wanted to do. Thea, on the other hand, wanted to see how powerful the Sea King's trident was. The lightning arrows in her hand did not stop, and she shot them one after another. Sometimes she even condensed her own magic into the lightning arrows to launch a surprise attack on the Sea King. Come down if you dare. The Sea King was in a passive position. He was almost invincible in the water, but his strength on land was reduced by a lot. Most importantly, he could not fly. After being hit by Thea for a long time, the Sea King, who was already angry, could no longer suppress his violent temper. Thea, who was hovering in midair, did not just shoot arrows. She also threw a few weakening spells from time to time. However, it was unknown whether it was because of the trident in his hand or because of his Atlantean bloodline, but the Sea King's magic resistance was surprisingly high. Among the people that Thea had met, only Diana had a higher magic resistance than him. She could resist 9 out of 10 spells, and the remaining spell could only last for a short time. Fear. Simple spells could not take him down, so Thea could only mix emotional energy into her spells. With the help of spells, the power of the lamp was continuously channeled into the Sea King's heart. This time, he could not resist. The death of his father, the supercilious looks of the people around him, the betrayal of his companions, and all kinds of tragic scenes surrounded his mind. Arthur, seeing that her husband was in danger, Mela finally broke free from the control of the cheetah god. Her eyes regained their clarity. She raised her arm and took Diana's sword head-on with her wrist guard. Then, she flew up and created a large amount of ice to protect her husband. She completely ignored her own safety and looked at Thea and Diana vigilantly. Since it was a misunderstanding, Thea naturally did not continue to attack. She turned to look at the captive. What she saw infuriated her. Previously, the Black Manta had been tied up by Diana's lasso, but as the battle escalated, Diana had left them in the custody of the Sea King's two companions. The Black Manta had taken advantage of their unpreparedness and launched a sudden attack, injuring the Arabian woman. He then snatched the bag from her back and ran into the depths of the forest. The brown woman had to take care of her injured companion and hold back her two jaguar pets. Her brain, which was not smart to begin with, was completely muddled. Thea originally wanted to chase after the Black Manta, but the Panther Lady had already escaped. Although there was still a lot of ice on her body, she could barely run. "How dare you run?" Thea took out a lightning arrow and shot it. At the same time, she called for Diana to chase after her. The Sea King and Mela, who realized that they had made a mistake, saw that their companion was not in mortal danger and also helped to block them. Although the Panther Lady was powerful, her previous injuries were not light. She could not beat any of the four people now. In less than 3 kilometers, she was surrounded, beaten up, and captured again. This time, they did not dare to let their guard down. Perhaps the Panther Lady was not a threat, but the cheetah god in her body was indeed troublesome. Especially the other party's method of silently bewitching people's minds, it made them a little annoyed. Fortunately, there was still science to solve things that magic could not solve. Thea asked the elk to go back to sleep. Then, she picked out a few pieces of metal from the space ring. These pieces of metal were specially made by Batman to prevent the mind control of the Martian hunter. The composition was unknown, and the origin was unknown. It was a proper black technology product. Damien took it from his father in order to study the relationship between science and magic. Thea modified it into a headband on the spot and put it on the Panther Lady's head. From afar, it looked like the hoop spell, but the other party's mental fluctuations could not be emitted. After tying up the Panther Lady tightly, Thea got up and greeted them. The brown woman, Walla, apologized to Thea first. Her jaguar was the first to be bewitched. The two leopards were very pitiful now that they were out of control. They also lowered their heads cooperatively and whimpered, begging for forgiveness. Thea now had a special love for animals. She had come into contact with a lot of elk, gorilla, shark, and unicorn. She touched the big heads of the two leopards and felt that they were very nice. She wondered if she should ask Walla later if there were any little leopards so that she could take one back and play with it. The two leopards' claws were broken, their teeth were missing, and their bodies were dirty. Thea threw out 2 cleansing spells, and their bodies were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Arabian woman, Cassina, next to her, covered her shoulder that had been pierced by the Black Manta ray. She looked very pitiful. Thea thought about it, and also threw a healing spell at her. The two sides exchanged their names. Thea said her real name. She thought that she would receive some exclamations like, "So, it's you," and other exclamations, but these people's reactions surprised her. They were either hermits, savages, or simply Atlanteans. They had never heard of Thea's name. The slightly depressed Thea ran to the side to tease the two leopards. The two leopards were healed by her, and their intimacy with her greatly improved. If it were not for their deeper ties with Walla, they would most likely have gone back to Star City with her. The rest of the people were not in the mood. The Arabian woman told them that she had been chased by the Black Manta ray all the way. She was quite happy that her nemesis was captured by 2 passers-by. She did not expect that after a melodramatic battle, the duck in her hand flew away. Not only did the duck fly away, but it also injured her and stole one of the god of death's divine weapons, the golden seal. This lady's divine weapon. The Arabian woman pointed at Diana. The Black Manta ray told the truth. He wanted to get 3 divine weapons, activate the mark of the tomb, and find the 7th divine weapon of the god of death. The Arabian woman, Cassina, told them everything she knew. "I want to gather my companions and deal with the Black Manta ray together," the Sea King declared enthusiastically. Mira looked at him lovingly. Thea pursed her lips. "You have a few mutants with a bunch of divine weapons. You want to besiege an ordinary person, but you're shouting so righteously. Do you have any shame? Do you need our help?" Thea did not say anything. Diana, who had a strong sense of justice, spoke up. "We don't need your help, Greek." Mira looked at Diana cautiously. Her husband had too many women around him. Cassina and Ja. Walla claimed that they were her husband's companions, but she had never heard him mention them. Mira, who was blindly in love, was like a female beast, watching every woman who approached her husband. Chapter 373. Thea was unhappy when she heard the hostility in her tone. Greek? The Greeks used to fight alongside the Atlanteans. You're not looking down on your former allies, are you? Besides, I don't think you're an Atlantean. You're from Zebul, right? You're in exile from Atlantis. The Sea King was confused. He turned to look at his wife. Mela avoided the Sea King's gaze with a hint of panic in her eyes. Thea continued. King of Death. Is that what you call him? Don't you know that his real name is Atlan? He's the creator of Atlantis, the first king. To think that your descendants would call him the King of Death. That's ridiculous. Diana also assisted. I know Atlan. Mother mentioned him in her books. He was a great king. His achievements were comparable to the sages in the history of human heroes. The Sea King Arthur Curry was speechless. Half a year ago, he was still guarding the lighthouse in Maine. How would he know about these secrets from tens of thousands of years ago? When others called him the King of Death, he just followed suit. Now, he realized that something was wrong. It sounded like an ancestor. Atlan is the King of Death that you speak of. He built Atlantis on land. It was a civilization before Earth's civilization. The King of Atlan was broad-minded. He abandoned his prejudices and accepted all races. As long as they agreed with his ideals, he would see them as part of Atlantis. Thea began to teach them. Of course, these things were brought from her memory. Diana knew that she had read countless books and was not surprised. The Sea King and his wife listened with great interest. It had always been the Sea King's goal to promote harmony between the people on the surface and underwater. Now that he heard that his ancient ancestors had done the same, a strong sense of recognition surged in his heart. Unexpectedly, Thea took a 180-degree turn. What she said next gave him a heavy blow. The King of Death's inclusive policy caused strong dissatisfaction among the conservatives. His younger brother launched a coup and took away the Sea King's trident that symbolized authority. The founder of the kingdom was expelled from his home by his family. You mean, the Sea King raised the trident in his hand, his face full of disbelief. My ancestors were traitors? Thea shook her head slightly. Traitor or not, the truth has long been lost to history. But I only know that the seventh divine artifact that you were discussing just now is not correct. He pointed at the trident in the Sea King's hand. This trident was forged by the god of death in his early days. After he was exiled from his country, he forged 6 new divine weapons. You have 5 of them, and the remaining one. What about the last one? The few of them hurriedly asked. Even the 2 jaguars lying on the ground, unable to understand human language, pricked up their ears to listen. Thea was a little hesitant. According to the records, the god of death created a staff in the end. The power of this staff was almost infinite in his hands. He sank the entire continent of Atlantis with one blow. I think it's a bit of a boast. Divine weapons are not that powerful. Diana explained calmly. Thea did not say anything. Either the full power of the staff could only be unleashed in the hands of the god of death, or he found some magic node, like the Purgatory Island where Oliver stayed for years. Otherwise, sinking the continent with one blow was too powerful. We can help you fight against the Black Mana race, but the god of death's staff is too dangerous. We can't leave it in the hands of the Atlanteans. Thea finally revealed her purpose, and then threw a big bomb at them. The god of death disappeared after sinking Atlantis. Many people thought that he had crossed the boundary between life and death and was still sleeping somewhere. The human scholars, the Greek gods, and your records all called him the god of death for this reason. The few of them were not fools. They roughly understood Thea's meaning. If they kept it in their hands, they would only be able to fight the god of death. If they gave it to Thea, they would have someone to share the hatred. Maybe the god of death would come back to life and attack the continent directly. Mela thought this was a good idea. She winked at the Sea King and asked him to agree. The people on the continent. The Sea King was still a little hesitant. Should the god of death bomb explode on the continent or on the Atlanteans? He can't unleash his full power without the divine weapon. There are so many people on the continent. As long as he appears, he will be discovered. Thea felt that the old zombie would not be able to withstand 2 punches from Superman. Taking his equipment would not be a problem at all. Well, as the king of Atlantis, I agree to your request. The god of Death Staff will be kept on the surface. The Sea King did not care about the divine weapon. The 5 divine weapons that he found that day were distributed to his friends. He did not want the flashy armor that was originally given to him when he inherited the throne. He only wore a belt that symbolized his royal power and took a trident. The 2 sides happily finalized the details. Vara, who had the teleportation pearl, went to pick up their remaining friends. The few of them gathered quickly. They were the war prisoner, who wore the god of death's golden shackles and could cast a protective field. The detective, who held a golden key that could open any lock. The last to arrive was Vostok. He wore a golden helmet on his head that had no water, no air, and did not need to eat or drink. Vostok was an astronaut who grew up in a claustrophobic environment. Mela saw that her husband's other 3 companions were all men and heaved a sigh of relief. Before they could officially discuss it, Amanda arrived. So many people? Detective? Why are you here? When did you send me the document I asked you to look for last time? When Amanda got off the plane, she immediately saw the detective, who was wearing high-tech equipment and didn't expose a single bit of his skin. She then looked at the war prisoner. Soldier, which unit are you from? I think I've seen your number before. Thea quickly pulled her aside. Amanda was almost obsessed with rebuilding her suicide squad. She did not need the Panther Girl for obvious reasons. However, Thea had to warn her that the Panther Girl's strength was not something that could be easily manipulated by the likes of the Clown Girl. On the other side, the Sea King also called the detective to the side and asked what Amanda did. The great detective maintained close contact with many organizations all over the world. As for the famous Amanda, he naturally had many dealings with her. He was a little puzzled as to how the Sea King had gotten involved with Amanda, but he didn't hide anything from his good friend and told him everything he knew. A member of the government, the Heavens, Eye Society? Although the Sea King had lived on the ground for many years, he had always been uninformed. He did not know anything about the higher-ups. How do you know that young woman? The detective used his chin to point at Thea, who was talking to Amanda. The Sea King could only tell him about the muddled fight between the 2 groups of people. Chapter 374. After the Sea King finished speaking, he noticed that the detective was deep in thought. Why? Is she famous among the humans? I don't have any impression of her. The detective glanced at him. He was speechless at his friend's dullness. Thea had already taken off her mask. How could the detective, who had been active in intelligence gathering, not recognize her? She's a super rich person. I've collected a lot of information about her. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought that she's a superpower user. How's her combat power? The Sea King was embarrassed when he heard this question. He was facing the fear shock head-on. If Mela hadn't used a large ice wall to keep him awake, he would have been talking nonsense. Now, in front of his old friend, he couldn't say that he was almost beaten to the ground and called for his father. He could only say vaguely, about the same as me. The detective couldn't help but size him up. The Sea King was flustered by his stare, so he changed the topic. Arthur, if you want the people on the surface and underwater to live in harmony, she can provide you with some help. In recent years, she's been making a lot of big moves. The government and the military are behind all of them. The Sea King nodded. It was still too early to say anything. Both the people on the surface and underwater were not ready to accept each other. He still needed to observe before he could make a decision. Not far away, Thea and Amanda had also completed the handover. A few fully armed soldiers carried the Panther Girl, who was tied up like a dumpling, onto the plane. Whatever happened after that would have nothing to do with Thea. If they wanted to ask her for help again, they would have to pay a new price. After Amanda left, the Sea King gave everyone a brief introduction. Next, they would study how to deal with the Black Manta rays. It's too wet here. Can we talk on my plane? I don't feel safe walking on the ground. The detective interrupted the Sea King. Everyone looked around. The originally deserted tropical rainforest was now a mess after Thea and the Sea King's lightning clash. Ditches were everywhere, and many trees were smoking. A large number of birds and insects were leaving the area in groups. No matter how one looked at it, it was a very messy place. Their small team's meeting place had always been the detective's plane, which was called the living room. Yavala used her divine artifact, the golden ball, to open a long-distance channel and teleported them to the plane 10,000 meters above the ground. This was Thea's first time using someone else's teleportation door. She could only say that it was indeed a divine artifact. It was convenient, fast, stable, and efficient. As long as she remembered a certain location, she could teleport there regardless of the distance. The only regret was that this thing could be used by anyone. After all, Thea and Diana were outsiders and did not participate in their discussion. Miraculously, their small team had subconsciously excluded Mira, the Sea King's wife. The Sea King was muddle-headed and did not realize that something was wrong. At this moment, Mela's grievance was indescribable. Originally, she and the Sea King were living a good life in the lighthouse at Sandport. Suddenly, Yawala teleported over and said that Casina was in danger. Her husband hurriedly brought her here to save him. In all honesty, Mela did not know any Yawala or Casina at all. Then, she was bewitched by the cheetah god and fought with Thea and Diana for a long time. In the end, she ran to this plane to discuss countermeasures. God had mercy on her. She did not even know who the enemy was. In her own tribe, Mela was the symbol of royalty because of her ability to control water. In Atlantis, she was also trained to be the queen. Now that she was being ostracized by the Sea King's small team, she was very sad. However, she could not show it on her face and could only stand outside and watch them discuss. After listening for a while, Thea understood why they could not defeat the Black Manta race. Casina was known as a prophet, but in fact, her ability was very limited. She was similar to Lisa Dracker, who worked under Sinisto. She could only predict what would happen in the next few seconds. Yawala was a wild child who grew up in the jungle. The fact that she could stutter and speak English was a sign of her talent. Asking her to come up with ideas was just a dream. Prisoner of War was always surrounded by the souls of his comrades and was immersed in his own inner world for 59 out of 60 minutes. On the other hand, Vostok was severely autistic. He would rather wear a helmet that did not allow him to eat and hide for 2 years than speak a word to others. In their team, the only two who could come up with ideas were the detective and the Sea King. However, the detective was an old man in his 70s and was very conservative. He suggested to the Sea King that they should split up again and lure the Black Manta rays to steal the 3 divine artifacts. Then, they would set up an ambush. The Sea King naturally would not let his companions take the risk. His idea was to find the other party and fight directly. The detective would never agree to it, and the two argued for half an hour. In the end, the Sea King was prepared to jump off the plane alone to chase after the Black Manta rays. Thea quickly stopped him. The Black Manta rays were just ordinary people. It was not a big deal. It was as if they were disbanding. Arthur, my satellite has found traces of the Black Manta rays. He is buying some equipment in a black market in Germany. In fact, the satellite was just a lie. It was a report from Death Knell's eyes and ears in the black market all over the world. Let's wait until there is no one around and take him down. Thea generally supported the Sea King's idea. According to the old detective, it was not necessary to go through so much trouble just for a surprise attack. Now, with Thea, Diana, Mira, and their small team, there were 9 of them. More than 10 divine artifacts could not take down the Black Manta rays. Thea did not believe it. The Sea King received unexpected support and gave the old detective a provocative look. The old man was very well-mannered and was not in the mood to care about the young man's smugness. He asked for the coordinates that Sia had mentioned and piloted the plane to fly straight to Germany. Thea transferred 2 more satellites to Europe, and the signal was directly transmitted to the old detective's plane. It was not difficult to find the Black Manta Ray's unique diving helmet using facial recognition. The Black Manta Ray's figure soon appeared on the plane's display screen. How do we go down to catch him? The few of them scratched their heads. Thea asked carefully and found out that Javala's teleportation divine artifact could only be used by people who had been to places or people who were very familiar with them. She had only met the Black Manta once and was far from being familiar with him. We still have to do it. Thea was delighted. Put on your equipment. I can teleport you all over. You can teleport too? With the help of the two jaguars as a bridge, Javala was the closest to Thea in the Sea King's team. This girl who grew up in the jungle asked in disbelief. What did she mean by, I can teleport too? Thea pursed her lips. That was the function of the divine artifact. This was my own knowledge. It was not the same thing. She nodded casually, indicating that she could teleport too. She opened the eye of Horus and observed the Black Manta raised 10,000 meters below, looking for the best opportunity to attack. Chapter 375. It could be seen that Black Manta's body had not fully recovered. He was still a little wobbly when he walked, although Diana did not use her full strength in that punch, and most of the impact of the punch was absorbed by his waterproof suit. The remaining force was not something an ordinary person like him could handle. He had escaped from the rainforest with his life on the line, and his injuries had worsened. He had injected some recovery potions, but the effects were not great. Thea looked around carefully. The enemies seemed to be defenseless, but under Horus' gaze, there were many people in diving suits around them. If she was not mistaken, they should be Black Manta's subordinates. He might have sensed that the Sea King and his party had a teleportation artifact, so he was vigilantly setting up an ambush around them. As the Sea King's archenemy, Black Manta knew his enemy very well. If it were not for Thea and Diana, the Sea King would have rushed into his encirclement. Everyone, Thea spoke to attract their attention. The enemy has set up an ambush around us. Their ambush is like this. Thea used her magic to draw a sketch in the air, marking out the few hidden enemies. Other than Black Manta, there are a total of 15 enemies. 8 in the east will belong to the 2 of us, and 7 in the west will belong to the 5 of you. Arthur, you and your wife, go and capture Black Manta. Prepare your equipment. I will open the teleportation door in a minute. Remember, go through it as fast as you can. Don't hesitate. Sia was really tired of their brainless fighting style. Just like how she instructed her subordinates in her own company, she assigned the specific tasks to each of them. The few of them had no objections to the mission, and the Sea King also felt that it was appropriate for the couple to deal with their old enemies. The old detective was a little dissatisfied, but he forced himself to endure it when he considered her identity. Let's go. Seeing that they were ready, Thea opened a dark blue teleportation door as fast as she could and stepped in first. The others followed closely behind and walked out in a single file. Attack! The enemy is here. Black Manta, Ray, suddenly saw a dark blue portal not far away. He immediately knew that something was wrong and gave the order at the same time as Thea, who had stepped out of the portal. Thea's divine longbow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she shot down 4 men in diving suits. Diana's long-range attacks were slightly slower than hers. She used her lassos to trap 2 men. The other 2 jumped over and knocked them down with a punch. On the other side, the Sea King's 5 companions had also defeated 7 ambushers. Everyone looked at the Sea King who was fighting. Don't interfere. This is between me and him. Sea King Arthur Curry even stopped Mira from helping. He was determined to defeat Black Manta with his own hands. Black Manta also realized that this was his last chance for revenge. His 2 long swords danced like windmills. He no longer thought about escaping or treating his injuries. All he wanted was to kill Arthur Curry. Even though the Sea King's physique was superior to Black Manta's in all aspects, Black Manta's technological equipment was specially prepared to deal with the Sea King. The 2 of them were evenly matched. The lightning from the Sea King's trident was offset by the laser from Black Manta's oxygen mask. The 2 of them fought as if their lives depended on it. The Sea King's tactic was to exchange injury for injury. However, his huge strength did not cause much damage to Black Manta's diving suit. Instead, the Sea King, who was not wearing a shirt, was slashed twice. Blood gushed out and flowed down his pants to the ground. Do we need help? Diana asked. Thea shook her head. The The Sea King and Black Manta had a grudge against each other. This was their own problem. It was not appropriate for outsiders to interfere. Black Manta was greedy. He went to steal the Sea King's blood and accidentally injured the Sea King's father. The Sea King naturally went to seek revenge. However, after he killed Black Manta's father by mistake, he found out that his father was only injured at that time and died of a heart attack. The target of Black Manta's revenge was instantly reversed. In his grief and anger, Black Manta used up all his wealth and challenged the master of the seven seas as an ordinary human. His actions were not to be judged, but his courage was worthy of praise. Thea saw courage in him that was not inferior to the Green Lantern's. It was totally possible for a few people to besiege the Leopard Lady because she was possessed by an evil god. However, if a group of people besieged Black Manta, Thea felt that she had become the villain. It was better to let him and the Sea King fight slowly. The Black Manta Ray gave it his all and found an opening. He used a huge fishing net to trap the Sea King and stabbed him with two sharp blades. The fishing net was made of an unknown material. The more the Sea King struggled, the tighter it became. The tall Sea King was trapped in a ball. The trident in his hand was a long weapon and could not be swung. He could only give up the trident and tear the fishing net with both hands. Black Manta was waiting for this opportunity. He stabbed him with two long blades. Unfortunately, no matter how good his calculations were, he was just an ordinary human. The Sea King was a hybrid of human and Atlantean. His natural strength, agility, and reaction speed were all above that of humans. Facing the two deadly long blades, the Sea King tilted his body slightly. One of the blades stabbed into his left shoulder and the other into his arm. His muscles tightened as he clamped Black Manta's long blade. He used his free hand to clench his fist and hit Black Manta's oxygen mask with all his might. One punch, two punches, three punches. Black Manta also realized his mistake. He wanted to let go of his blade and distance himself again. However, the Sea King changed from hitting to grabbing. He grabbed the air supply pipe at the edge of his oxygen mask and used his head as a hammer to hit Black Manta's oxygen mask. This fight is too ugly. Sia had the urge to cover her face. The Sea King seemed very brave in the battle, but if one were to compare the physical attributes of both sides, one would realize that he was completely relying on his own high attributes and high recovery speed to bully his opponent. Diana, who admired the classical beauty of Greece, also turned her face away. Using brute force to defeat an opponent who was obviously weaker than himself was not the glory of a warrior. Mela did not care. In fact, she was happy with whatever her husband did. The Sea King's friends were also excited. They were just short of clapping their hands to cheer him on. Black Manta was knocked out of his senses. The laser on his oxygen mask fired continuously, hitting the Sea King's face and chest until it was a bloody mess. The Sea King ignored these injuries as if he had gone berserk. He kicked Black Manta to the ground and learned the tactic that Batman used against Bane. Pull out the tube. He grabbed the tube on Black Manta's oxygen mask and pulled it out. With a crack, one of the oxygen tubes was forcefully pulled out. A large part of the oxygen mask was also torn apart. An African man's face was revealed. The laser on Black Manta's oxygen mask was completely useless. However, he still had a lot of equipment on him. The two of them fought hand to hand. Each of the Sea King's punches caused great damage to him. However, Black Manta was also ruthless. He used all kinds of weapons on the Sea King. Water spikes, brass knuckles, stun guns, ropes with sharp blades. Black Manta used whatever he could grab. In the end, he even stuffed a mini mine into the Sea King's wound. Chapter 376. Boom! The continuous attacks made Black Manta a little dizzy. There was a mistake in the estimation of the detonation time of the mine. Just as it got close to the Sea King's skin, it exploded on his own hand. Both of them suffered a violent impact. Although Black Manta's left hand was cushioned by the diving suit, it was still seriously injured by the explosion. Not to mention the shirtless Sea King. He took half of the explosion. The original 5-centimeter wound was blown into a big hole, vaguely showing signs of internal organs. Don't come over. The Sea King, who was stunned by the explosion, quickly stopped them when he saw that they were about to attack. The enemy was only left with a sliver of health. He could not let them take advantage of him. He staggered to Black Manta's side and raised his huge fist. When he realized that his opponent's diving suit had excellent defense, he attacked his opponent's half-exposed head. "Do you admit defeat? How dare you chase after my companion? How dare you offend the dignity of Atlantis?" After all, Black Manta was just an ordinary person. He could not take 2 punches and fainted in a daze. Although the Sea King's recovery was strong, he was still in a trance. He was relying on the unyielding belief in his mind to support himself as he punched again and again. "Arthur, he has lost consciousness. You are the winner." Mela looked at her husband like a crazy fan, her eyes full of love. "I won. Yes, I won." The Sea King, Arthur Curry, stood up with his tall body and raised his right fist. He was enjoying this hard-won victory. Thea saw this scene and clenched her teeth. The Sea King was now covered in wounds. There was a long sword in each of his shoulders and arms. There were also many steel needles, daggers, and other sharp weapons on his body. There was a big hole in his stomach, and a rope full of barbs was wrapped around his neck. The left side of his face was burned by Black Manta's laser. Those who knew would say that Black Manta had many tricks up his sleeves to counter the Sea King. Those who did not know would think that he had gone to play the role of Whitebeard in the war. You beat up an ordinary person who has not received any combat training. You still have the guts to raise your arms and cheer. For the sake of the Death King's staff, in order to maintain a friendly relationship with Atlantis, Thea turned her face away and resisted the urge to complain. The fight was too fierce. Thea waited for a while before the Sea King stopped waving his arms and shouting in a particularly silly manner. Thea guessed that he was most likely too heavily injured to continue shouting. Thea raised her hand and cast a healing spell on him. Although his recovery ability would greatly increase once he entered the sea, Thea was afraid that he would die before he could reach the seaside. Based on the principle of fairness, he also cast a healing spell on the Black Manta on the ground. He did not have the Sea King's regenerative abilities, and his face was deformed as if he had been run over by a train. Without external healing, it would take at least a year or so for him to recover. Black Manta was securely tied up, and his men were of no consequence. The few of them did not have time to discuss. Vala opened her divine artifact teleportation door and teleported everyone to the beach. Because the Sea King Arthur Curry was bleeding nonstop, his recovery speed was not as fast as the bleeding speed, and he was so weak that he could not speak. After being teleported to the North Sea, Mira gently controlled the water and swept her husband into the sea. The few of them waited for less than half an hour before they saw the lively Sea King reappear in their sight. This guy's regenerative ability in the sea was really fast. Thea could not help but think that if they fought this guy, they would have to leave the water source. Otherwise, his regenerative ability was almost on par with the Kryptonians, and no one could beat him in the water. "Arthur, do you want me to hand this guy over to the Heaven's Eye Society, or do you want to take him away?" Thea saw that the Sea King had almost recovered and asked. The Sea King, who had recovered from his injuries, regained his composure. Looking at Black Manta, who was beaten up badly by him, he felt a little guilty. He had killed his father and beaten him up. It seemed too cruel to hand him over to the Heavenly Eye Society now. He deliberated over his words. "He has killed many Atlanteans. I want to be brought back to face trial." Thea nodded and acquiesced to this solution. The Black Manta was almost harmless to the land. If the Sea King wanted to save his life, he would only be asking for trouble. However, that had nothing to do with Thea. The Sea King wanted to bring the Black Manta back to Atlantis. He did not arrange for a tour. Now that she had the water attribute, Thea, who did not like to go into the water, naturally did not mention it. She remembered that the Sea King's family was still in a mess, and she was not interested in getting involved. A white light flashed on the trident. Even without an oxygen mask, the Black Manta could be dragged into the sea. Everyone watched as they swam into the deep sea. Thea and the rest returned to the plane and rushed to Death King's Island. When they arrived at the Atlantic Ocean, it was already nighttime. A thin layer of fog rose from the surface of the sea, and the waves rose and fell gently. Occasionally, there would be a few scattered islands. If they were here for sightseeing, the environment would be very beautiful. Unfortunately, it was not the Death King's Island that they were looking for. Thea, Diana, and Mira had not been here before. The task of finding the way was naturally left to the Sea King's friends. However, these people were either autistic, mentally ill, or had never learned geography. They did not refuse at all. The task of finding the way automatically fell to the old detective. At first, the old man patted his chest and said that there was no problem. However, after wandering around the Atlantic Ocean for an hour, his tone was not so sure. In this hour, the old man patted his chest more than 10 times. However, his words became less and less confident. At first, he said, "It's around here." Now, he said, "It's probably around here." In desperation, they could only land on an island. Mira used her special communication method to call the Sea King. They waited in boredom. Midway, Diana sparred with a few of them. Thea and Yawala went back to her jungle and hugged a 1-month-old jaguar. They were going to bring it back to Star City to play with. In the Sea King's small team, Thea had the best relationship with this girl who grew up in the jungle. Yawala was very simple. She stubbornly believed that people who were good to animals were good people. In addition, she saw the relationship between Thea and Diana. She was even more envious because she had a crush on the Arabian girl, Cassina. It was just that she did not dare to say it out loud. After waiting for an entire night, they finally saw the Sea King's exhausted figure when the sun was about to rise. There were no scars or signs of a fight, which could only mean that his trip home this time was not pleasant. The few of them did not say much and silently followed him. Based on their previous experience on the island, Thea judged that there was a very strange magic on the island. It was very similar to Paradise Island. It was impossible to find it with the naked eye. However, the Sea King's trident could automatically guide the way. They did not take a plane again. The Sea King summoned a few docile dolphins for them to ride. Chapter 377. Thea was a little impatient after sitting for a while. She changed into her water armor. She did not show her fastest speed when she was carrying Fiora last time. She wanted to test how fast she was underwater. "I didn't expect you to swim so fast." Mira, the Sea King, who also did not ride a dolphin but relied on her own ability to swim, was shocked by Thea's sudden burst of speed. Although it was far from the trident-wielding Sea King, it was very close to Mira's speed. "I'll compete with you in swimming." Mira did not have a smooth day. She could not see the feelings between human women. She felt that her husband was an indomitable spirit. The Arabian woman Cassina, the brown-skinned wild child Yawala, Thea, and Diana were all threats to her position. Among them, the unusually active Thea was the biggest threat. She could not win on land, but she did not think she would lose in the sea. Thea did not think so much. There was no need to set the rules or ask for a judge. Both of them were ready to swim forward at the same time. She relied on the armor to provide power. Mira also had almost unlimited physical strength in the sea. Both of them shot out at the same time, like an arrow released from a bow. Mira quickly took the lead with her skillful movements. Thea instructed Gideon to scan her movements, the angle of entry, and the frequency of her body swaying. After that, the simulation was optimized and applied to the armor. Mira's speed quickly caught up. "You learned so fast." Mira did not know about the existence of artificial intelligence. She saw Thea's familiar movements, which were very obviously mimicking her swimming posture. She thought that Thea had learned it after seeing it once. She was shocked. This mainlander's learning ability was too scary. Although she was shocked, she was still far from being convinced. Mira mobilized a large amount of seawater to give herself a push. Her speed increased by 30%, so it could be played like this. Thea felt that she had learned another trick. This time, she did not use Gideon. Although she did not use it usually, she still had the water attribute. She imitated Mira and gathered a large amount of water magic behind her to push herself forward. 1,500 nautical miles, 1,600 nautical miles, 1650 nautical miles. The propulsion effect was immediate. Gideon truthfully reported her speed, which finally stopped at nearly 1,700 nautical miles per hour. Mela sensed that she was catching up to her again and could only increase her speed as fast as she could. Thea followed behind her unhurriedly. When they reached the Death King's Island and everyone came ashore, Thea was still in high spirits. Mela was so tired that her face was pale. She soaked in the sea alone for a long time before she could catch her breath. "You fought with her again?" Diana asked Thea softly as she looked at Mela's pale face. "No, I was just following behind her. From the beginning to the end, I didn't surpass her. I have to say that she swam really fast." Thea acted as if nothing had happened. She did not use any energy at all. She was using the armor's energy source. She was also puzzled. Thea did not know that it was this from the beginning to the end that forced Mela to use the fastest speed in her life. The Sea King also did not understand why his wife was swimming so hard. He asked about her well-being, and Mela's legs were trembling. However, she pretended as if nothing had happened and pulled the Sea King to show off their affection. Unfortunately, other than her, there were 4 women present who had indescribable relationships with each other. As for the remaining 3 men, one was severely autistic while the other was half crazy because of being haunted by ghosts. The only normal one was the old detective. However, the old man was 70 years old and his grandson was 20 years old. He could not understand Mela's good intentions. Mela spread a bunch of dog food on the spot and found that the onlookers were stable and did not have any excessive reactions. She felt that she had punched empty air and followed the others to the island. The island was not big. If they did not walk close to it, even the Eye of Horus would not be able to discover the island. The plants on the island were very sparse. There was a mountain that was not too tall in sight. From time to time, dark red magma would flow out. The entire island was shrouded in a layer of invisible black smoke due to the high temperature. The few of them entered the cave on the side of the mountain. The cave was very deep. Along the way, everyone seemed to have lost interest in talking and carefully walked deeper into the cave. After walking for an hour through the winding bends, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. A high platform of man-made sculptures appeared in front of Thea. On the platform stood a huge throne. Behind the throne, there were 4 female statues that were either looking up or bowing their heads. The Sea King pointed to the female statues and said, "Back then, the artifacts in their hands were placed on those statues." Thea observed for a while. The god of death had fallen into a deep sleep. This island was just a diversion to hide the news of his death. The layout was not complicated, or rather, the era he lived in was still pursuing the huge amount of magical power. The precision of the use of magic was far inferior to modern magic. You guys find 3 artifacts randomly and use them. Don't release them. I will find the frequency of the resonance, and we can open the secret compartment. Javala took out her golden transmission bead first. Cassina also took out the golden seal that was snatched by the black mana ray. The Sea King raised the trident in his hand. The fluctuations of the 3 artifacts were very similar. Thea used her heart to feel the difference between them. Her hands moved slightly to adjust the resonance of the 3 artifacts. Finally, at a certain point, the 3 artifacts reached a very strange wave band. An invisible breeze swept in all directions. The female statue behind the throne slowly separated, and a golden staff slowly rose from it. The staff was 2 meters long and golden all over. It could be seen that the initial shape of the staff was very similar to a trident. However, later on, the trident was artificially combined into one. The 2 sides were extremely sharp. Upon closer inspection, there was an ancient text engraved on it. This staff was very similar to the staff in a game that Thea remembered, the Golden Staff of Sendorii. Thea looked back at everyone. Seeing that no one had any opinions, she reached out and took the staff. The staff neither rejected her nor took the initiative to cater to her. The sky changed color, the wind and clouds surged, but none of these appeared. Only a faint image was transmitted to Thea. In the image, an old man was betrayed. After that, he created an artifact and returned to his country for revenge. After being betrayed by everyone, the old man angrily hit the magic node with the staff, causing the destruction of the ancient Atlantis Empire. This old man was the god of death, Atlan. Thea compared it with her memory and sighed. It was a pity. He had a good idea to eliminate war and accommodate all foreign races. However, he was betrayed by his family and turned from a great hero to a devil in an instant. Just as Thea was about to carefully study the functions of the staff, she heard a loud shout. "People from a surface, put down the treasure in your hand. That is the sacred artifact of Atlantis." A large group of strangely dressed soldiers surrounded a young man holding a halberd and wearing a finned helmet walked in. Chapter 378. Where did this retard come from? Call it and see if it will answer you. Thea's strength had increased now, so she was not as cautious as before. Since the other party was rude, she would fight back. "People from the surface. You." Before the young man with the helmet and halberd could finish his sentence, Thea turned her staff around and a dark golden lightning shot towards him. He didn't know what was real and what was not, so he cautiously dodged the attack. However, he underestimated Sia's combat experience. Just as he raised his leg and took 2 steps to the left, he saw a sharp spike suddenly rise from the ground. Coincidentally, it was aimed at his indescribable thing. The young man was shocked. He no longer cared about his demeanor and directly fell back, avoiding this fatal attack. The spike avoided the greaves at a tricky angle and cut a big wound on his inner thigh. Blood was dripping. A few of his subordinates quickly helped him up. "Let go." The young man was very unhappy. His helmet had also fallen off, revealing a somewhat dignified face. His originally flashy clothes were now covered in mud because he fell to the ground. The leg guards on his cloak were also stained with blood. His originally arrogant aura had been forcefully reduced by half. "How dare you attack me?" The young man gritted his teeth and said. Thea replied scornfully, "Retard." The staff in her hand accumulated energy again. This was not a game. It was impossible to tell the user the attributes of a piece of equipment. The specific functions of the staff needed to be tested. "Stop, all of you stop." The Sea King Arthur Curry stood in the middle and stopped the two sides from continuing to fight. Seeing him jump out to be the leader, Thea went with the flow and continued to study the staff. This young man appeared here. He was wearing a fish helmet and holding a halberd. Combined with the strange soldiers behind him, it was not difficult to guess his identity. Sea Lord Amu, Arthur Curry's half-brother and his most direct competitor for the throne. The two brothers were very similar to Thor, and Loki from Marvel Next Door. The only difference was that the older brother was a mixed blood, while the younger brother was a pure blood. At Marvel Next Door, the older brother was a pure blood, while the younger brother was a mixed blood. There were too many similarities. The elder brother was reckless, and the younger brother was cunning. The elder brother didn't want the throne, but the throne automatically fell on his head. The younger brother wanted the throne, but he couldn't get it no matter what. Thea scoffed at this kind of melodramatic love and hate. As long as the other party didn't provoke her, she wouldn't meddle in other people's business. "Amu, you're following me." The Sea King wasn't stupid. He immediately figured out the cause and effect. Amu pointed at Sia, and with a swipe of his finger, he included a large group of people. "Arthur, you actually gave all the artifacts of Atlantis to these surface people. You don't deserve to be called the ruler of the 7 seas. Thea looked at him with a smile and didn't say anything. Originally, only Diana was standing beside her. But now, due to Amu's aggressive actions, a few of the Sea King's companions instantly stood on his side. They didn't care about the divine artifact, but Amu wanted to take it back just like that. Nobody could tolerate it. Mara hesitated. Amu wanted to steal her husband's throne, so she couldn't support him. She looked left and right, but there was no other choice. She also stood on Thea's side. The negotiation between Amu and the Sea King broke down after a few words. In his heart, Sia was only powerful because of the artifact. The few surface people were like weak chickens in his eyes. He waved his hand and commanded his subordinates, "Kill those surface people." The artifact must belong to Atlantis. Don't hurt them, the Sea King Arthur Curry hurriedly shouted. In fact, he was afraid that Thea and the others wouldn't hold back their strength. The soldiers in front of him were all his people. AMU misunderstood the subject of his sentence. He thought that his wild brother was worried about his friends. He grinned and held his halberd, wanting to entangle the Sea King. But after the two brothers exchanged 2 blows, he realized that something was wrong. He saw his subordinates rushing forward in a hurry. Then they were beaten back as if they were riding on clouds. Screams of pain could be heard endlessly. The Atlantean armor that usually had excellent defensive capabilities seemed to be non-existent. A few of his subordinates were sent flying dozens of meters away. There was a hint of misery in their screams. Are you kidding me? AMU stretched his neck and looked to the side while he was fighting. The one-sided situation that he had predicted had indeed occurred, but it was his side that had the advantage. He saw a valiant woman holding a sword and a shield send his elite guards flying one by one, as if she was throwing rubbish. Only his guard captain lasted 3 moves, but Diana also took special care of him and broke one of his legs with a kick. The guard captain, who used to be extraordinarily brave, was now hugging his leg and howling in grief. These guys aren't strong. Diana told Thea the truth. In her eyes, these guys were not much stronger than the German devils she fought before. That's because you're much stronger than before. Thea could only explain it this way. In her eyes, these elite Atlantean soldiers were quite powerful. She could easily take out tens of thousands of them and beat up the armies of other countries. The only flaw was that only a small number of soldiers could fight in the water. These small number of soldiers had to bring special breathing equipment. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight. Regardless of whether Atlantis leaders wanted peace or war, their bodies were no longer suitable for living on the surface. Conquering the land and restoring the glory of the past was just a dream talk. People on the surface are so powerful. This woman is Greek? Amazon? AMU almost broke down. He finally realized what the Sea King meant when he said, not to hurt people. He was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He tried hard to keep his mind calm. Then, he carefully observed Diana's appearance and equipment. There was no doubt that she had a full set of divine weapons. However, the forging style was obviously different from the Atlanteans. Unlike Arthur Curry, who was a wild child, MU and even Mela were members of the royal family who had received strict education. It was true that AMU was arrogant, but he still had a basic sense of identification. After careful observation, it was not difficult to notice the difference between Diana's appearance and that of the current humans. Take your men and leave this place now. The Sea King looked around and found that most of the soldiers had superficial injuries. They would recover after 2 days of recuperation in the water. He nodded at Diana to express his gratitude and turned his head to order AMU loudly. AMU was a lone commander. He needed this to get out of the embarrassing situation. He snorted and ran away with his defeated subordinates. Sigh. The Sea King sighed. There were too many troublesome things. The people on the surface did not accept him, and the people on the bottom of the sea were rejecting him. He was like a rat in a bellows, suffering from both sides. Everything here was over. He held Mela's hand and bade farewell to the others. Thea looked at the scene. There was no explanation document, so she could only go back and study the functions of the staff. She also left the cave with Diana and the others. The cave that was in full swing just now regained its tranquility as if nothing had happened. Chapter 379. Diana continued to work on her foundation, while Thea returned to Star City alone with the little jaguar and the staff. She handed the little jaguar to someone else and began to study the functions of the staff. The attributes were easy to judge. The staff had earth and water attributes. Thea dealt with AMU spikes with the magic provided by the staff. With the power of the staff, Thea could form a pseudo-cycle of light, darkness, earth, fire, water, and wind in her body. It was still far from the real 6 attributes, but there were some embryonic forms. With the help of the earth attribute magic in the staff, Thea could already cast some more advanced earth attribute spells. The next time she dealt with the leopard lady, she might be able to solve it with a dungeon spell or a large-scale Earth Fisher spell. After studying for 3 days, Thea finally summed up a few characteristics of the staff. The God of Death staff was the best for Earth attribute and Water attribute spells, with about 3 times the effect. It was slightly worse for Wind, Light, and Dark attributes, with only a little more than double the effect. The Fire attribute was the worst, with less than half the effect. The staff contained 2 very ancient magic, one of which was to control sea beasts. Thea was initially very confused about the definition of sea beasts. After studying for a long time, she realized that the staff referred to the super-large ancient sea creatures. After searching her memory for a long time, Thea could only remember one sea beast. She only remembered that there was such a standard ancient sea beast hidden in the abyss of the Atlantean capital. It looked roughly like a hybrid of a crab and an octopus. For tens of thousands of years, the Atlanteans could only mind their own business until Arthur Curry returned. His outstanding telepathic ability could control all sea creatures. Although it was difficult to deal with this ancient giant beast, it could be said that he could slightly control the sea beast. It was because of this extraordinary ability that the Atlantean Council of Elders broke the 10,000-year-old Iron Law and allowed him, a mixed blood, to inherit the throne. If Thea went to Atlantis with the staff and claimed that she could control their biggest biological weapon, the Council of Elders would definitely kill her. Although it was a good idea, it could easily destroy the relationship between the two sides. Moreover, the strength of the deep-sea giant beasts would be greatly reduced on land. Thea secretly remembered this spell and wanted to see if she could improve it in the future and integrate it into her existing knowledge system. The description of the remaining function was even more vague. Thea could only understand that it was a combination of imprisonment and sealing. It would ignore the target's size and imprison them in a very small crystal. There was no information on whether there was a limit to the target's strength or how long the imprison could last. Maybe the God of Death who made the wand would know, but this guy didn't leave any information in the wand. Thea had no choice but to run to the poison ivy's greenhouse in the metropolis. She tried to find a bunch of plants for a long time, but it was completely ineffective. Was the level of the plants too low, or did the confinement spell have other requirements for the target? There were too many options, and Thea couldn't figure it out in a short time. In the experiment, Thea found another function that wasn't really a function. This wand was different from the wands used by modern wizards and wizards. It was also a weapon. When waved around, it would create a strong wind. If hit, it would kill. If touched, it would be injured. Poison ivy's man-eating plants were enough to prove this point. "Boss, do you have a grudge against my plants?" Poison ivy's eyelids drooped as she said helplessly. As the number of interactions increased, Thea also revealed her true colors. She found that Thea was younger than herself by 2 years. Poison ivy was no longer as afraid of her as before and could even joke with her from time to time. I'm doing a little experiment." "All right. Have you found things I asked you to collect?" Seeing that she had destroyed a corner of Poison Ivy's greenhouse, Thea was a little speechless. The new weapon that she had obtained was more like a hammer than a wand. She had strengthened it many times, otherwise, ordinary people on Earth wouldn't be able to handle this ancient Atlantean artifact. When it came to business, Poison Ivy became a little more serious. "Billy Batson, I've already approached this child. His hair and blood have been collected quite a bit. According to your request, every time I talk to him, I've recorded it. I've also entered the original audio file into the main control computer. Boss, what's the use of this child? You didn't allow me to bewitch him. That child is too childish. I'm just chatting with him. It's really boring." Poison Ivy said with some confusion and some pride. "It's just a casual move." Thea said lightly. "Billy Batson, the future superhero Shazam." She said that it was a casual move, but in fact, this was her real purpose. Shazam and Black Adam were the only 2 mortals in the world with abundant divine power. However, this divine power was not cultivated by them, but was given by a ritual. When Shazam received the power, he could instantly contend with Superman. This was something that Thea had been envious of for many years. However, absorbing their divine power was not enough. Thea needed to spend a lot of time to artificially downgrade the given divine power into her own magic power. When her magic power reached the peak, only then could she transform it into divine power, a divine power that belonged solely to her. The old wizard, Shazam, was born 9,000 years ago. He was originally a shepherd boy. After receiving the blessings of the gods, he became the first Shazam. In the magic desert era, after the gods retreated, he thought that he was a true god. Unfortunately, he only had power but not vision. He thought that he was the guardian of the world, but in fact, he had done countless foolish things. Pandora was like that, Black Adam was like that, and Billy Batson was also like that. He chose Billy Batson as a successor. As long as Billy shouted out the two words Shazam, he would be able to obtain Superman's power. His standard for choosing his successor was extremely vague. The most virtuous person. How could there be a virtuous person among humans? This was just a beautiful goal, an impossible moral standard. The old Shazam, who was a shepherd boy, slapped his thigh and came up with such a standard. Although it was a melodramatic standard, at least there was a standard. Then, how did the old Shazam choose a successor? He cast a wide net and searched the whole world. When he found one, he saw if he was suitable, brainwashed him, and let him go. He searched again and repeated the cycle again. The Heaven's Eye Association found thousands of people who had lost their memories. These people were all done by the old Shazam. They were all the most virtuous people he had chosen. It was such an unreliable selection. In the end, he did not know if it was because he was annoyed or because of other reasons, but Billy Batson came into his sight. The old man immediately decided that this child was the most virtuous person. The old man only felt that the 15-year-old Billy Batson's parents were killed when he was young, and he did not take the path of revenge on society. Therefore, he insisted that this child was the most virtuous person. Billy Batson's childhood experience when his parents died was indeed worthy of sympathy. However, just because he did not take the wrong path, the old man concluded that he was the most virtuous person. There were 6 billion people in the world. Thea felt that she could find tens of millions of such candidates. Chapter 380. It was no exaggeration to say that there were not many superheroes who had a happy family. Were Superman and Batman considered the most virtuous people? Was Green Arrow considered one? Thea even felt that she was considered one. Old Man Shazam felt that he had found his successor. After a simple ceremony, he handed over the divine power that the gods had given him and the heavy responsibility of protecting the world that he had imagined to a child with no social experience. He didn't pass on his life experience. Thea felt that the old man most likely didn't have any life experience himself. He didn't teach the use of magic either, so Shazam could only fight with Superman with his fists. In short, Old Man Shazam didn't care about anything. As if he had completed a mission, he pushed the confused Billy Batson out of the door. After that, Billy Batson was as happy as a runaway wild horse, showing off everywhere. His immature mind made him forget himself and did a bunch of stupid things, which led to Black Adam's pursuit. Billy Batson, who had forgotten the pain after the scar healed, didn't learn his lesson at all. He unscrupulously distributed the divine power to his friends. Even his pet, a tiger in the zoo, received the divine power. A tiger that could use magic. Thea didn't know what the gods would think if they saw this scene. She only felt that this was a big joke. Thea felt that she had done a good thing by absorbing the divine power that had been misused. Billy Batson was just a child. The heavy responsibility of protecting the world was not something he could bear. Thea felt that she had never been so righteous. She ordered Poison Vine Lady to continue to keep in contact with Billy Batson. The more samples she collected from his voice, the better. With a lot of gene samples, Thea came to a planet that was somewhat similar to Earth. Death Knell was responsible for grasping the dark information of Earth, so Fiora grasped the information of several nearby galaxies. During the days when she followed General Zod, Fiora had always been in charge of contacting various aliens and collecting resources. The task that Thea had given her now was to collect information and build her own force. Fiora was very skilled in doing these things. Gertrude had also sent a lot of mind-controlled soldiers from the control planets. In addition to Fiora's high-level combat power, she had already opened up a situation on the nearby planets. Clone an Earthling? Fiora took the gene sample and was a little puzzled. However, her character would never question anything and would only carry it out. I want to collect deep-sea beasts within our sphere of influence. I want to do some experiments. In addition, collect some plants and send them to the poison vine lady on Earth. The sea beasts on Earth cannot be touched for the time being. Thea thinks that the alien sea beasts can also be controlled. The mission Thea gave Fiora was the most important one. She had to collect materials ranging from man-made clean energy to plants, animals, and rare metals. Thea herself had plenty of knowledge about Krypton genes. The modified cloning device was completely adapted to the human body on Earth. Unlike Lex Luthor, who needed 10 years to clone Superman, Superman's genes were too powerful. At this time, Billy Batson was just an ordinary person. Thea's standards were very low. She didn't need the clone to have high intelligence. She just needed to be able to shout out Shazam when the time came. The clone doesn't need any intelligence. The voice must match the standard of the sample sent by Poison Ivy. The higher the match, the better. Thea reminded Fiora again before returning to Earth. It's really hard to find Earth element magic. Shazam's matter was a long-term plan. Thea still had an urgent matter that had to be solved. That was the problem of her own Earth element magic. After completing all the elements, she could absorb a huge amount of magic and become a god in one fell swoop. This was her goal. She always felt incomplete if she lacked one element. She didn't have any clue at first. However, when Thea saw the Sea King's trident, she found her goal by combining her memory and a lot of real information. That was Diana's half-brother, Hercules, the god of strength in human myths and legends. According to the records of various ancient books, he was definitely an Earth attribute god. Hercules did not fall into the twilight of the gods. Instead, he was trapped in a different dimension. The key to opening the different dimension was the Sea King's trident. 10,000 years ago, the Atlantis and the Greek gods on the continent formed an alliance to fight against the giant creatures, the descendants of the ancient giants. They joined forces to drive the giant creatures into a barren different dimension. However, the giant creatures resisted very strongly. At the crucial moment, Hercules walked into that world and closed the door from the other side. This human hero, the warrior of Olympus, chose to sacrifice himself. His ideals were absolutely noble, and his goal could be considered as great. However, 10,000 years had passed. He, who was in a different dimension, fought against many giant creatures alone. His mind had fallen into madness. His lofty ideals no longer existed. What was left was only hysterical madness. Forming a team, pulling people, attacking monsters, and absorbing divinity. Thea felt that if she called more people, it was not impossible to push the Hercules away. However, now that Diana was involved, it was very difficult to do. From killing him to capturing him and restoring his consciousness, the difficulty of this suddenly increased by several levels. Thea had to use countless people to do this. At least, she had to call on a Martian hunter, who had always been a bystander, to help. In the original timeline, it was a professor who studied Atlantis who stole the trident and opened the seal. Thea did not intend to interfere with this matter. Hercules was released, and the giant creatures that were sealed with him would all be released. There were too many implications, and no hero's reputation could bear it. Thea instructed Death Knell to find the archaeologist and secretly provide financial support to speed up his research and encourage him to unearth more Atlantis ruins. The genetic medicine for his parents had entered the later stages of testing. Death Knell found many loyal subordinates to inject it. The response was excellent. Everyone who was injected felt like they had been reborn. Are there any after effects? Thea asked Death Knell beside her. They were watching a mercenary who had been injected with the genetic medicine perform a show of lifting a truck through the monitor. Thea did not care how much power this thing could bring to humans. Longevity and no after effects were what she valued the medicine for. Currently, there are no after effects. Everyone's state of mind is about the same as before, except for some excitement and insomnia. Death Knell answered carefully, emphasizing each word. Thea looked at his expression and said casually, "Are you afraid that these people will surpass you? Don't worry, these are just beginner genetic medicine. I've already prepared a few bottles of advanced ones. If they don't have after effects, you can inject them too. The effects of the medicine will directly overpower the Mirakuru you were injected with. Your leadership position will not change. I trust you a lot. After all, you are my brother's friend, right?" Thea laughed and walked out of the basement, leaving Death Knell speechless. Chapter 381. Thea didn't mention Oliver casually. She had a premonition that Oliver would appear at any moment. It had been 4 years since the shipwreck incident, and many things had changed because of her involvement. Thea wouldn't be surprised if the green arrow popped up in the next second. The gene concoction still required further observation of the various parameters of the test subjects. Thea also wanted to wait for Oliver to return before gathering everyone together to inject the gene concoction. Otherwise, everyone would have to explain everything at length, and it would be troublesome just thinking about it. The metropolis gradually calmed down, and everything seemed to be going in a good direction. Thea was busy with her experiments. Luther continued to hide in the dark, planning something, and Superman worked while doing good deeds. From fighting criminals to rescuing stray cats, there was nothing he didn't do. From time to time, he would do something fun with Louise Lane, and the world seemed to have settled down. Sister Thea. The one who rushed to the lab was Thea's first disciple, Damian Wayne. Because of Shadow's ambiguous relationship with Oliver, she wasn't officially his disciple. At most, she was just acting as his disciple. Plus, she had a good foundation, and with a little training, she became a hero. Now, Shadow worked with Thea every night to fight criminals. The only one left to learn from Thea was Damian, the naughty child. The two were very familiar with each other, and even Diana had seen Damian before. Thea never put on airs, and she would usually chat with Damian happily. To some extent, the two's relationship was better than Damian's relationship with his strict parents. Thea ignored Damian's yelling and continued with her experiments. The super gene optimization fluid was basically complete. According to her calculations, the molecular gene concoction, which was stronger than Death Knell's, was about the same as Captain America's super soldier serum. However, the amount was too little. After all, it wasn't appropriate to always draw blood from Fiora. Thea was still waiting for the final experiment results before she could inject it into her parents. Jason is dead. Damian grabbed her arm and shook it hard. Thea's eyes were fixed on the liquid in the test tube. She subconsciously replied, "Oh." After 2 seconds, her thoughts were pulled back. Jason, the one beside Batman, dead? Damian nodded his head painfully and looked at Thea with anticipation. "Hey, don't even think about it. I can't bring the dead back to life." Thea guessed what the kid was thinking. "Are you kidding me? Resurrecting the dead? If I was so strong, why would I study medicine?" Damian had learned magic from her for more than a year, and he knew the difficulty of resurrection. The level involved was too high. He couldn't help but sigh, and his little face drooped. Jason Todd's ideas were similar to Damian's. Both of them didn't agree with Batman's principle of not killing. He was one of the few people in the Batcave who could talk to Damian. Jason Todd. Thea listened to Damian's story and thought of the young man she saw that day. He was stubborn, confident, and unwilling to admit defeat. Now that a bomb had taken the life of such an outstanding young man, Thea sighed. It was fine if she didn't know, but now that she knew, she had to pay him a visit no matter what. After opening a portal that led directly to the Batcave, Thea pulled Damian and walked in. There were many familiar faces in the Batcave. The 3 old men, Old Gordon, Old Butler, and Old Fox were all there. Nightwing Dick Grayson, Batgirl Barbara, Catwoman, and Talia were also standing or sitting nearby. When they saw Thea and Damian walk out of the light screen, they just nodded slightly and didn't have the mood to talk. Batman's tall figure stood alone in the dark. Just like Luther didn't need pity, Batman didn't need comfort. Thea didn't say much. She just lifted the white cloth on the platform. The body had obviously been cleaned up, The blood and dust had been washed away, but the bruises on the body were still a sign of the abuse the body's owner had suffered when he was alive. Their originally scattered gazes followed her movements and gathered on Thea. After all, she was one of the few extraordinaries in the world. Even Batman, who was originally standing straight, turned his head and looked at her expectantly. His situation is very strange. I don't think he's completely dead. That's the only way I can describe it. Thea examined the body repeatedly and came up with this plausible conclusion. Jason's heart has stopped beating, but his brain is still resisting the illusion. In other words, his body is dead, but his brain is still alive. However, this time will be very short. If he realizes that everything in the outside world has ended, then he will die at any time. Thea crossed her arms and said thoughtfully, "Do you have a way?" Batman asked anxiously. Thea didn't answer directly. She took out the most advanced medical cabin from the Dimension Ring. According to Gideon's estimation, the medical cabin's technology was at least 70 years ahead of Earth's current technology. A few idlers quickly came up to help. Wiring, electrifying, testing, and a series of tasks were completed. Only then did the bruised Jason Todd enter, scanning and formulating a medical plan. Although Batman's mind was in a mess, he forced himself to calm down and discuss the plan with her. The two quickly agreed on a plan. The medical cabin's shield closed, and the 4 mechanical arms began to work quickly. Batman saw Jason enter the medical cabin and seemed to have some hope. He quickly asked Thea what happened after that. However, Thea didn't say what he wanted to hear. The situation is very complicated. His heart has stopped beating, but his consciousness hasn't dissipated. This means that he is using the remaining life force in his body to maintain his life. He is overdrawing his life force every minute and every second. This kind of overdraft is comprehensive. I estimate that the probability of him waking up is less than 10%. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to continue fighting. What about magic? Batman, who had always been hostile to supernatural forces, asked bitterly. This involves what modern medicine calls consciousness. We call it the level of the soul. The effect of magic is minimal. Thea shook her head and briefly explained. It's fine as long as he can come back to life. Batman's voice was hoarse. Unlike the usual voice changer, this was his own voice. It was just that he hadn't drunk water for a long time, so it was particularly harsh, like a hard object rubbing against sandpaper. This time, the medical cabin's working time was unusually long. It took a full 3 hours. There was a heartbeat. Nightwing, who had been staring at the instrument on the side, shouted happily. However, Thea and Batman's faces were gloomy. Jason Todd didn't sit up as energetically as usual. There was only a weak pulse, indicating that this person had escaped death. However, he was still far from coming back to life. What should they do next? This thought lingered in the minds of the few of them. Chapter 382. Unlike Talia, Jason's physical injuries aren't hard to heal. However, the damage to his spirit, or rather his soul, is very difficult to heal, Thea explained patiently, worried that the people in the room wouldn't understand. Healing soul damage isn't a sorcerer's forte. On the contrary, classes like shamans and witch doctors are better at it. The other solution I can think of is Nanderbart's Lazarus Pool. It should be able to heal his soul. Thea mentioned another place they were familiar with. It was up to them to decide whether to accept it or not. Batman hesitated for less than a minute before he made the decision to save Jason. Thea was satisfied with his decisiveness. I have a friend here. His condition is similar to Jason's. Batman waved his hand. 1 sheep was the same as herding. 2 sheep was the same as letting them go. He took them all with him. Thea quickly contacted Shadow to change her equipment and bring her father along. The convenience of the teleportation portal was demonstrated here. In less than 5 minutes, she brought Shadow and Yao Fei, who were wearing green Kevlar and carrying a bow and arrows, over. Knowing Batman's taboo, Thea didn't teleport directly to the Batcave. Instead, she waited outside with Shadow. Soon, everyone was there. Yao Fei, Talia cried out in alarm. Although Yao Fei was older than her by more than 10 years, he was indeed personally trained by Talia. The two of them still had a bit of affection for each other. Looking at his half-dead appearance, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Batman was originally a little curious about Sia's friend and wanted to find out more. Now that he found out that it was actually related to Talia and that Shadow, Damian, and Barbara knew all of them, he gave up. Call Superman too. I'll contact Diana. By the way, do you know the Martian Manhunter? If you do, bring him too, Thea said casually. Batman almost vomited blood. Are we all right? Do we have to call so many heroes? Although my father-in-law is skilled in martial arts and has great foresight, there's no need for so many people to gang up on him. For a few seconds, Batman thought that he was hearing things because he was worried about Jason. But when he saw Thea's serious expression and knew that she was not joking, he became serious as well. I need a reason. Thea could only use the demon sword as the origin to tell Batman about the possible existence of the three palace demons behind Ninja Master, a great devil from a different dimension. Batman muttered to himself, repeating these words twice. Not necessarily. As far as I know, that great demon won't directly descend upon our world. He needs some mediums. Thea's cautiousness was in line with Batman's usual course of action. He might have taken this opportunity to completely cut off the connection between the Ninja Master and the demon. There's no need to call them. Batman saw Thea pick up the phone and interrupted her. There's a strange enchantment around Nanderbart that blocks all superpowers and magic. There's no point for Superman and the others to come. Thea paused for a second and felt lucky that she didn't steal the sword herself. It seemed that she did the right thing. After thinking about it, it made sense. Ninja Master had enemies all over the world. Without any protection, he would have been killed long ago. She put down the phone gloomily. Fortunately, she was not weak and had a power armor. Even if there was an anti-magic enchantment and the power armor's magic power could not be used, she could still crush most people with her machinery alone. Yes, Thea was also planning to visit Nanderbart. After all, she had learned so many martial arts from them. She wanted to go and see this world-famous institute of higher learning. No one asked her to go, but if she wanted to go, no one would object. The team was quickly selected. Batman, Talia, Nightwing, Barbara, Thea, and Shadow, a total of 6 people. Catwoman, who was unknown whether she was the main wife or the mistress, should not go and cause trouble for the Ninja Master. Damian also wanted to go, but the others rejected his request in unison. What a joke. It was better for Damian to stay at home obediently since he could start a fight at any moment. How were they going to go? Everyone was waiting for Thea to open the door. Where's Nanderbart? I've never been there. Thea saw everyone staring at her and said helplessly, It must be a place you've been to before. It must have a certain impression, right? Batman asked 7 or 8 questions in a row. Thea was speechless. This guy was using the opportunity to get information again. You're good if you can analyze it, but it's impossible for Thea to say it herself. Without answering any questions, Thea asked for the coordinates. Then, she gestured for the others to wait and flew out of the atmosphere. Nanderbart was in the Middle East, while Thea and the others were in Gotham. They were separated by an entire Earth. Her X-ray vision could see them in a straight line, but it would take too much effort to see through the entire Earth. According to Batman's coordinates, they quickly found a valley. However, when Thea was about to look inside, she felt an obscure energy wave blocking her vision. Ninja Master's setup was different from the Heaven's Eye Society setup. Thea felt that it was different, but the effect was to block all unnatural forces. She remembered that in the original plot, Barry Allen ran to Nanderbart and didn't feel anything strange when he rescued the Green Arrow team. However, after that, his speed was blocked in the Heaven's Eye Society. Perhaps the level of the shield was not high enough, or there was something like a switch. Thea didn't think too much about the future. She landed on the ground and opened a portal that led to the outside of the valley. Her spirit wrapped around the 2 unconscious heroes and stepped in first. She walked out of the portal and began to put on the power armor. When everyone else came out, she removed the spirit of the 2 heroes and carried them on her back for the rest of the journey. Shadow automatically carried her father on her back, and Nightwing also carried Jason on his back. The group walked towards the valley at a constant speed. If the negotiation fails, you can fight, but you're not allowed to kill. Batman walked at the front and said without looking back. Nightwing, Barbara, and Shadow, who didn't dare to talk to Batman, nodded at the same time. Thea and Talia had different thoughts, but they didn't directly refuse. Batman, what are you doing here? The old ninja master, dressed in fancy clothes, walked out of the shadows on the side. As if he didn't see his daughter, he only looked at Batman, who was walking in the front. He knew Batman's true identity, but he didn't intend to reveal it. My assistant is seriously injured and needs the help of the pool of Lazarus. Huh. The ninja master laughed loudly. When Thea felt that the old man was acting a little too much, he stopped laughing. I said before that as long as you accept the position of the demon leader, everyone, including me, will listen to your orders. After that, the ninja master stared at Batman carefully. I refuse. Sure enough, Batman gave him a reply that he had expected and made sense. The negotiation failed in just a few sentences. Thea felt that the two understood each other very well. The conversation was just a formality, and no one expected to move the other with words. Chapter 383. Attack! Attack! Both of them shouted at the same time. Batman threw darts at the ninja master. Hundreds of assassins from the League of Assassins appeared around them and pounced on them fiercely. In the face of the arrows, Thea raised the energy shield of her armor to protect them. She was very relaxed. She was ready to watch this rare battle between father and son-in-law. Lex Luthor could create an energy shield. With so many extraterrestrial technologies to learn from, it was too easy for Thea to create this thing. This shield was useless against the Sea King and Superman, but against the ordinary people from the League of Assassins, it was too powerful. Powered by the White Dwarf, the entire shield was huge and thick. A few of the Assassin League's minions who were charging at the front were slightly shocked. However, this group of people had always been trained to look down on technological weapons. They raised their large swords and slashed at the energy shield. There was no sound of metal clashing, no scene of swords breaking the shield. Their swords seemed to have hit the air, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't cut through. A few of them didn't believe it and slashed with their swords. Without exception, they were all stunned. Idiots! Thea glared at them coldly. How terrible it is to be uneducated. It was enough to supply electricity to a city with a population of 1 million for a year. That was a huge amount of energy. If they wanted to rely on more than 100 people, each with a steel knife, to use up all this energy, it would take at least 10 years without sleep or rest. Everyone in the shield was surprised at first, but they soon felt relieved. Nightwing had been with Batman for many years and had seen a lot of advanced technology. Shadow and Barbara had also known Thea for a long time. It wasn't surprising that she could come up with something like this. A bunch of League of Assassins soldiers couldn't do anything to the shield. Talia was nervous for a while, but when she found that the enemy couldn't enter, she was relieved. She focused on watching her father and Batman fight. The two of them punched and kicked. The Ninja Master's moves were strange and deadly, while Batman took advantage of his brain and integrated the essence of fighting in the world, changing his moves to the extreme. Why are they fighting so conservatively? Thea's fighting skills were not inferior to the two of them. She watched for a while and soon found something wrong. Whether it was Batman or Ninja Master, they were too conservative. In the first 10 moves, it was understandable that they were more defensive than offensive. But now, after 40 to 50 moves, they were still more defensive than offensive. This was too problematic. When Thea watched them fight for 80 moves, she finally understood. Ninja Master really likes this son-in-law of his. He can't wait for him to quickly take over his mantle. Today, he didn't even use 1/10 of the momentum he had when he fought with Thea. He only wants to lose by 1 or 2 moves, and then he can complete the job of handing over. Batman was a smart person, so he naturally saw through his father-in-law's plan. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never take over the League of Assassins. He was also desperately defending, with no intention of attacking. Thea looks at the stupid moves of the father-in-law and son-in-law and understands what they are thinking. The actors don't work hard and only care about slacking. Her desire to watch the show fades a lot. At that moment, Batman gave her a look. Thea thought for a moment and understood what he meant. Or rather, this was Ninja Master's intention. My energy shield can't be activated. Bring your equipment. Let's charge in. Talia, you stay by my side and lead the way. Save Jason and the others as soon as possible. Thea turned around and ordered the others. 3, 2, 1. Charge with me. They were still outside the barrier. Thea didn't know how strong the barrier was in Nanderbart. She didn't take her bow and arrow. She canceled the barrier and raised her hands to shoot out 2 streams of cold air. They quickly rushed out of the League of Assassins' encirclement. Hurry, hurry. Thea kept urging them. Babla's skills had improved greatly in the past year, and her combat awareness was also much better than before. Talia had to lead the way, and Nightwing and Shadow were carrying people, so it was inconvenient for them to attack. The task of bringing up the rear fell to Babla. She kept throwing smoke grenades and bat darts to the back and sides. Amidst the flames, they rushed into Nanderbart. The interior was built in an antique style. The ground was paved with bluestone bricks, and there were torches on both sides of the road. They could hear faint screams in the distance. It was as if they had suddenly entered an ancient tomb from a civilized society. It was solemn, dignified, and filled with murderous intent. Only Thea casually looked at the layout of the environment. Babla was under more and more pressure. Shadow handed her father to Nightwing and took out her bow and arrow. She put all kinds of high-tech arrowheads on her bow to stop the pursuers. Talia led them left and right. The soldiers who jumped out were all frozen in place by Thea. It's here. They came to a wall. Talia reached out and pulled the mechanism on the side. A huge rock rose, and a pool of clear water came into view. How is it? Babla wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked Thea, who was studying the water. Thea shook her head. My abilities are all sealed. I can't tell if there's anything wrong with the water. But the monitor in my power armor did detect a large amount of energy in the water. Don't hesitate. Throw them in at the same time. Because of the demon's influence, although the energy in the water could repair souls, it could also make people go crazy. Thea 1. Zero in the original timeline suffered a lot. Would it be better to let the two of them share the pain? Nightwing took out the rope he had prepared, wrapped it around their waists, and slowly put them in. The pursuers were still coming. Thea didn't dare to use the frost gun to seal the door, because once it was sealed, they wouldn't be able to get out for a while. She picked up a long sword from one of the soldiers and blocked the door with the others. Nightwing Dick Grayson was the only male present. Although he had already broken up with Barbara, their relationship was still a little fragile. At this moment, he was extremely valiant, his twin batons flying up and down. He already had 70% to 80% of Batman's combat skills, beating up a bunch of League of Assassins soldiers until they were crying for their parents. How long will it take? Babla jumped into the air, kicked an enemy over, and threw an enemy out with a long whip. Then she asked Thea. Thea looked back at the water. It was bubbling as if something was boiling. It should be soon, Thea answered vaguely. She didn't know how long it would take. She couldn't see the magic fluctuation, the energy flow, or even the enemies hiding in the dark. She was used to the existence of the Eye of Horus. Now that it was suddenly sealed, she was very uncomfortable. Thea just thought of the Eye of Horus and suddenly found that her vision was restored. Her body shook, and the magic connection was restored. Nanderbart's anti-magic enchantment suddenly disappeared. Yao Fei and Jason Todd jumped out of the pool. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their mouths were growling, revealing a ferocious glint. Chapter 384. The green pool water did not calm down after the two jumped out. Instead, it became more and more intense. The disappearance of Nandelbart's anti-magic field did not make her happy. Thea felt a drop of cold sweat flowing down her forehead to her cheek. A huge amount of evil energy continued to roll out from the pool water. Thea did not know if this was originally the case or if Jason and Yao Fei broke some kind of barrier after entering the water, and a world full of evil energy was connected to this place through the pool water. Two magicians' hands tied up Jason and Yao Fei, who were more like beasts than humans, and threw them to Nightwing. Thea looked at the pool water again. Disorderly, evil, chaotic energy was seeping into this world through the gap in the pool water. Even this strand of energy did not stop. It was constantly bewitching the combatants at the scene. The few heroes had strong willpower and were not affected. The Alliance's soldiers had also been through strict training and did not show any signs of being bewitched for a while. But Thea knew that this state would not last long. As the gap in the passage expanded, more and more evil energy seeped into this world. Pure willpower would not last long. Bruce, something's wrong. A passage full of evil energy has opened. You and Ninja Master stop immediately. I'll let the people here withdraw quickly. I'll try to seal this place. Thea told Batman telepathically, but she waited for half a minute and did not get a response. Did he not hear it or what? Thea was puzzled. Suddenly, she realized that she was dumb. Batman did not know telepathic telepathy. He did not have this skill, even if he wanted to. Just as she was about to use the Eye of Horus to check the situation outside, she saw that the Power Armor's communication system had intercepted a new call request. Thea opened it, and Batman's vigorous figure appeared on the comm. Your system is really good. Did Felicity do it? I heard what you said, but Ninja Master suddenly went berserk a minute ago. He can't stop now. After Batman said that, he turned the camera to Ninja Master, only to see that the old man, who had been rather elegant before, had changed drastically. His symptoms were even more severe than Jason's and Yao Fei's, and when he attacked with both hands, there was a faint blood-red energy. He has been demonized. After soaking in the pool for so many years, his body is no longer human. Thea only took one look and combined it with the other party's demonized physique when they fought that day. She instantly came to a conclusion. Can he still recover? I don't know. I'll close the gap here first. We'll talk about the future later. The two quickly ended the call. Thea turned to Talia and asked, Can you restrain these people? Your father has gone crazy outside. We can only rely on you here. Talia had always been an ambitious woman. If it weren't for her relationship with Batman, she wouldn't have had anything to do with justice. Hearing that Ninja Master had gone crazy, a trace of sadness flashed across her face. However, this trace of emotion quickly dissipated and was replaced by joy. Let me try. If you can help me get the old man's ring, then I'll be more confident, Talia said in a low voice. Thea glanced at her coldly. Put away your schemes. I know your rules. Anyone with a ring can order them around. Calm them down first and don't cause trouble for me. The other side of the pool is an extremely evil world. If my seal fails, no one here will survive. Talia wasn't annoyed that she didn't fall for her trick. She took down two enemies in a row with her katana, jumped onto a high platform, and shouted, Brothers of the Alliance, I'm Talia Al Ghul, the eldest daughter of Ninja Master. Listen to me. It had to be said that Talia had a high prestige in the Alliance. When she betrayed the Alliance, there were hundreds of people who swore to follow her. Although the people present weren't that loyal to her, they still believed in her. A large number of black-clothed assassins of the Alliance stopped attacking, wanting to hear what she had to say. Ninja Master has gone crazy. Talia's words were shocking. Nonsense. Impossible. You traitor. The originally quiet crowd boiled up again. Ninja Master had taken in disciples all over the world. For a moment, the black-clothed assassins who spoke various languages cursed at Talia. However, many of the classic curses were related to their ancestors. This group of people didn't dare to use Ninja Master, so they seemed a little weak. Thea was busy inscribing a sealing circle. The Constantine family had dealt with demons for generations, so they were very good at summoning and sealing spells. Although they were a little unhappy with Talia taking advantage of the situation to seize power, they still helped her. A huge water mirror appeared in front of everyone. The people in the mirror were Batman and Ninja Master who were fighting outside the building. The old man's eyes were red, and the sound coming out of his mouth was like some kind of beast. His entire temperament had changed drastically. Anyone could see that something was wrong. See, he's gone crazy. I'm the real leader. Sardin, do you still believe me? Felix, have you forgotten who taught you archery? Talia used both the carrot and the stick. While telling the truth, she also tried to rope in a few assassins who were somewhat close to her. Their attitude soon relaxed. Many of them were loyal, but only to the system. If Ninja Master had really gone crazy, then it wasn't impossible for them to be loyal to Talia. Let's go. Thea was sweating profusely. She didn't know if the other party was a demon from the Three Palaces. She only felt that she had never faced such great pressure before. Ninja Master was obviously being held back by something and wasn't using all his strength to break through the barrier between the two worlds. Talia knew that she wasn't bluffing. She immediately ordered the group to run out. You guys go out first. I'll see if I can help. Nightwing had the demeanor of a general. He knocked out Yao Fei and Jason and ordered Barbara and Shadow to go out first. He stayed behind to help. Thea nodded at him. She was currently spending all her energy on the circle. She really didn't have time to pay attention to other things. When Thea was chanting loudly, a mysterious rhythm filled the small room. The other side's resistance increased. The tunnel between the two worlds didn't shrink. It actually grew bigger. In such a distant exchange, Sia was able to determine that her opponent was not just a little bit stronger than her. She was fighting on her home ground, and her opponent was able to increase the gap on her side despite having obvious constraints. His strength was far greater than that of Horus back then. Thea took out the God of Death's staff from her space ring. She released a clone. Her body and the clone's minds were connected. They cast spells at the same time. They slowed down her opponent's break-world speed. The God of Death's staff strengthened Thea's casting power and shortened her casting time. Suddenly, things seemed to be going well for her. Thea's eyes shrank. She saw a black shadow come out of the gap. It was like lightning. Chapter 385. The doppelganger threw a magic missile at the enemy, while Thea took advantage of the moment when the enemy was unsteady to kill the monster with a stab to its chest. Damn it, it really was the Three Palace Demon. Thea sized up the monster she killed. It had bull horns, white hair, 3 pairs of eyes on its face, and dark red skin. This should be the son of the Three Palace Demon. How frustrating. Thea looked at the corpse sinking into the ground and shouted to Nightwing, "The enemy is not dead. He can absorb all the negative emotions in the world. We can only restrain him." Nightwing saw the enemy killed by Thea emerge from the ground unscathed. He nodded and said, "Leave it to me." With that, he began to fight with the son of the Three Palace Demon with a short stick. With his help, Thea was finally able to restart the seal. The barrier that was about to be sealed was damaged by the enemy's sudden attack. The two sides were in a stalemate again. Unknown spellcaster, can you hear my voice? Just as Thea was trying to push the enemy to the other side, a weak young girl's voice appeared in Thea's mind. Who are you? Thea was very busy. She had to coordinate the spells of her doppelganger, and she also had to pay attention to Nightwing's battle. The enemy kept shooting dark red energy beams, and Nightwing, an ordinary person, was struggling to hold on. Phew, great, you have the ability to transmit telepathy. You're much more powerful than I thought. The one trying to enter your world is the greatest demon in the multiverse, called the Three Palace. The young girl was obviously relieved. She was afraid that the other side would not be able to respond to her. Now that both sides could communicate, the chances of success were much higher. Thea was not happy at all. She only felt that she was extremely unlucky. She was only supposed to save Jason and Yao Fei and visit the farmhouse in Anderbart. It was a day of fun, but it turned out that two worlds were working together to seal a great demon. The script changed too quickly. Unsurprisingly, the person on the other side of the phone was the daughter of the Three Palace Demons, the famous black-bellied beauty raven. Unknowingly, they had interfered in her first attempt to seal the Three Palace Demons and helped her father open up the second battlefield, which led to the series of events that had unfolded before their eyes. I know about the Three Palace Demon, a great demon of another dimension. My seal is almost complete. What do you mean? Thea had already sped up her movements. Her doppelganger was still able to find the time to cast a few acceleration spells and defensive spells on the Nightwing. What I want to say is that I can't hold on for much longer. The young girl's voice and the sound of the barrier breaking rang out at the same time. A dark red palm that was 10 meters long and 2 meters thick suddenly drilled out of the barrier. The aura that accompanied the palm was filled with pain and anguish that burned people's hearts. Thea was shocked and almost scolded out loud. "You can't hold on anymore? You should have said so earlier. Why are you here as well?" Thea stared at the young girl who was only 8 or 9 years old and was a little speechless. "Let me help you. I'm very powerful." The young girl was wearing a black cloak that covered everything above her nose. As she spoke, she cast a few restraining spells to bind the demon that was chasing the Nightwing. Sia almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. "Help me? Help my ass. Shouldn't I be the one helping you? Why am I the one in charge? What does this have to do with me? Logically speaking, how can you tell that you're helping me?" Looking at the incomparably huge palm, one could imagine how big the main body was. Thea pointed at the palm and asked in disbelief, "You can't seal this big guy?" The young girl Raven looked at Thea as if she was looking at a retard. "How can I seal him? I was just delaying him. He's the biggest demon in the multiverse." "Don't look at me like that. I know what you're thinking." Thea was extremely unhappy at this moment. The young girl Raven glanced at her. The two beauties, one big and one small, snorted at the same time and turned their heads to the left and right at the same time. Thea looked at the barrier that was constantly shattering. Obviously, without Raven's restraint, the opponent was breaking through faster and faster. Thea knew the strength of the three-palace demon. Superman, Diana, and the Flash couldn't break through the defense even when they joined forces. In the eyes of the three-palace demon, these three were just a little stronger than ordinary Earthlings. They were just ants that weren't worthy of him personally taking action, not to mention her own skills. Once the three-palace demon came out, it would be best for her to immediately take Moira and the others and run away. The problem came back again. She had to take advantage of the fact that he hadn't come out yet to beat him back and seal him again. Because the node of Nanderbat had been broken, it would take some time to repair it. She had to resist the three-palace demon while repairing it. Except for those who couldn't be named, Thea really didn't know who else had this ability. Seal. Thea stared at the God of Death staff that she had just gotten 2 days ago. She didn't understand the sealing function in the staff. Could it be that it corresponded to today? As the number of events she participated in increased, Thea became more and more confused. She definitely didn't participate in the original process of the event, so how did they do it? Or was it that the timeline with her participation was real and the others were just stories in movies and comics? She raised the staff and waved it gently in her hand, and an obscure and inexplicable energy formed in the air. "What are you going to do?" Raven asked. "Seal him," Thea answered concisely. After that, she flew up and used the staff as a spear, piercing the giant hand. The idea that the staff transmitted to her was very vague. It wasn't that she couldn't do it, but that she failed. "Help me hold him down," Thea commanded Raven on the side. This demon princess had been entangled with her father for a long time and couldn't deal with the whole person. Now it should be no problem to deal with a hand. Raven proudly raised her nose, raised her arms, and rolled up a huge shadow behind her. A very human-like crow composed purely of shadow energy pressed down on the struggling giant hand. Only the wrist part was exposed. "Hold it down. Watch me." Thea had roughly understood the principle of the staff. It could seal, but it had a probability problem. It was impossible to seal the three-palace demon at once. After all, this was only the God of Death staff, not the God's staff. Puff! It didn't work. Puff! It still didn't work. Puff! Puff! Thea treated the big hand of the three-palace demon as pork and poked it again and again. The probability of the staff seal was very touching. Every time it was poked, Gideon would record the success rate. From Thea's estimate of 20%, it fell to 25%. "Hey, can you do it?" the cynical Raven asked. "Yes, it'll be done soon." Thea was busy sweating. She didn't know whether she could do it or not. If there were other ways, she wouldn't do it stupidly. When Gideon calculated that the probability was reduced to 0.0007%, he saw that a large group of non-attribute energy suddenly gathered on the staff, rolled back the bead curtain, and the energy wrapped the giant hand, rolling all the way to the other side. Chapter 386. This massive energy looked familiar. It was clearly the power of the rules. Just like Diana's lasso and Thea's arrow of vengeance, this staff was also added with the power of the rules when it was forged. However, the sealing rules were far more powerful than the rules of revenge and truth. The quality was higher, but the quantity was much less. This was the main reason why the staff's sealing probability was so low. This demon must be completely sealed. Your ability can restrain him. Come with me, the black-bellied lowly raven said cheerfully. Okay. Before Thea could say anything, Batman, who only showed his face after killing the monster, agreed. Thea thought about it repeatedly. The other party could not resist the power of the staff's rules, which meant that the other side was not too dangerous. She nodded. Hearing that the other side was Hell, Nightwing, who had been chased for a long time, was also very curious and wanted to follow. Even though Raven lowly couldn't tell what kind of magic these two men had, she didn't object to it. After tying up the son of the three-palace demon who jumped out, the four of them took the captive and went to the other side through Raven's teleportation channel. This is Hell. Thea looked at the surrounding environment. The surroundings were filled with the main color of dark red. The sky was wrapped in thick dark clouds, and the soil on the ground seemed to be soaked in blood. The gray ground was mixed with dark red, and it looked particularly uncomfortable. Come and help. Raven lowly interrupted their observation and said hurriedly. Thea, Batman, and Nightwing also saw the huge body of the three-palace demon. This was a giant with a real height of hundreds of meters. It had the same appearance as its sons, with bull horns, white hair, and 3 pairs of eyes. However, its pressure was 10,000 times stronger than its sons, and its aura was 10,000 times more evil. Just by getting close to it, one could feel its aura. It was an evil that could tear one's soul. However, now a large mass of unknown energy gushed out from the left palm of this great demon. The energy quickly covered its upper body and half of its head. This great demon was mobilizing all its energy to resist the sealing power of the rules. Use your divine artifact, quick! Raven once again summoned the shadow of a raven and firmly bound the demon's feet. She also saw the power of Thea's divine weapon. She didn't expect Earth to have such a strange weapon. Although the probability was low, this was the only way. Thea looked at the great demon. Although his legs were bound, he was not stupid. His upper body was resisting the seal, while his lower body was struggling. Lolita Raven would not be able to trap him for long. Looking at the great demon's struggling feet, Thea thought of the magic staff's low probability of success. She created a clone and passed the magic staff of the god of death to her. Her clone was perfect for such a dangerous job. His main body, on the other hand, wore the yellow light ring and released all of his emotional energy. Then, he conjured a yellow chain on the foundation of the raven, binding the great demon's legs tightly. Batman and Nightwing, on the other hand, began to deal with the various imps and sons of the 3 demonic palaces that appeared around them. Along the way, Thea and Raven also diverted part of their attention to provide magical support to them. Time passed extremely slowly. Thea's clone was still attacking the great demon's toes. The great demon lived alone in a place similar to a valley. The surroundings were blocked by dark red mountains, and there was only a small path to enter the valley. Batman and Nightwing firmly guarded the entrance. Thea summoned the elk to help them block the gap. She took out the divine longbow and aimed at all the demons that could fly, killing them one by one. Facing the increasing number of demons, Batman and Nightwing used all of their skills, throwing all kinds of smoke bombs and magnetic bombs. In a cloud of smoke, Batman changed into a pitch-black iron armor. His strength, speed, and defense skyrocketed. He was not afraid in the face of the swarming demons. With his powerful strength, thick defense, and his skillful fighting skills, Batman alone bore 70% of the pressure of the demon army. The few of them fought hard, but there were too many demons to kill. They were killed in 1 second and resurrected in the next second. Batman, who was full of energy, was now a little tired. "Are you done?" Master Bat grabbed a demon's arm and used it as a weapon. He smashed a bunch of demons until their tendons and bones were broken. He asked Thea a little breathlessly. Soon. The time was getting longer and longer. Many demons with the ability to fly were swarming over. She had to keep killing those demons. The pressure was no less than that of the 2 people on the ground. Thea's clone was still holding the staff and fighting with the great demon's toes. She did not know how many times she had poked and smashed. Just as Thea's main body was wondering if the staff would only work on the target once, the touching sealing effect was finally activated. Just like before, the non-elemental energy wrapped around the 3 palace demons' toes and rolled them up. The great demon, who could only fight with the sealing law, could no longer hold on. His feet and calves were quickly sealed. The 2 energies of the same origin converged at his waist. The demon let out a deafening roar and was finally wrapped up by the sealing energy. The 100-meter-tall giant finally disappeared. A crimson crystal stopped in the air. "What is this?" Raven lowly turned her head and asked Thea. "You're asking me?" I don't know." Thea did not know what this was. In the original space-time, this should be your job. "If you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask?" The 2 beauties, one big and one small, looked at each other blankly. They were a little confused about the situation, but there was no doubt that the great Demon King was indeed sealed. Raven used her dark magic to turn the surrounding mountains into a huge rock. The crimson crystal was sealed in the center of the huge rock. Thea's doppelganger was almost exhausted. She handed the staff to the main body, and the doppelganger returned to Thea's body. "Let me dig a hole." Thea held the staff with both hands and imitated Atlan, the god of death, in her memory. She slammed the staff into the ground. Rumble! This staff was indeed worthy of its reputation as being able to sink Atlantis. This was a great tool for digging holes. This time, there was no need to consider the probability. Thea did not use any magic power. With just one hit, she created a huge hole that was 1,000 meters deep and 100 meters wide. Raven controlled the huge rock to fall to the bottom of the deep hole. The 2 of them increased their magic power and filled the hole. They looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. When the great demon army saw that the 3 palace demon was sealed, most of them fled. The few loyal ones were also killed by the few of them. Raven brought the few of them back to Nandarbat. Thea began to seal the extra-dimensional passage. When she wanted Raven to help, Raven replied casually, "I don't know how." "You really don't know how?" Thea asked again in disbelief. Raven lowly turned her head away arrogantly and ignored her. Another naughty child. Thea was speechless. She could only do it herself. She constructed the magic circle, dismantled the details, and added a few patches to the original foundation. Finally, the passage to hell was blocked. Chapter 387. As soon as she was done, Shadow dragged her to see Yao Fei and Jason. After soaking in the pool water, the 2 had recovered from their vegetative state. However, their minds were in a mess. Barbara and Shadow could only tie them up and wait for Sia, the wise person, to come take a look. Sia did a quick check and wanted the black-bellied lowly raven to take a look. "I don't know these things. I was born with my magical powers." Raven lowly pretended to glance at it and shook her head to show that she did not understand. How envious! Thea was born with powerful magic. She felt like this world was full of cheats. There weren't many people who studied magic as hard as she did. The demon princess said that she could blast her enemies to ashes. She had plenty of practical experience, but she didn't have any theoretical knowledge. Thea could only draw her own conclusions. Their souls were damaged before. Now, with the help of the pool water, their souls are complete. However, this is a supplement, not a repair. The original soul and the new soul will fight fiercely. They will be confused for a while. When their own soul devours the foreign soul, they should be able to wake up. Thea explained her judgment to them. She didn't care if they understood or not. She knocked them out with a finger each. No one could help with the soul fusion. She could only rely on herself. After dealing with the two, Talia brought a group of people and dragged the demonized ninja master over. She wanted to see if the old man could be saved. The old man's eyes were red. He made a groaning sound in the air. It took 4 or 5 people to pull on the iron chain to barely hold him down. It was such a pity that a hero of a generation had fallen to such a state. Thea sighed. She used her psychic power to sense the old man's soul. Then, she used her magic to wander around his body. Can he be saved? Batman and Talia asked at the same time. It was just that the two of them had different thoughts. Batman was very respectful to this teacher of his. Although the two of them had been enemies many times, they had never killed each other. Talia's feelings toward her biological father were much more complicated. She felt hatred, jealousy, fear, and a bit of father-daughter relationship. But more than that, she wanted the old man to die quickly so that she could take over the Assassin's Alliance. Facing their complicated gazes, Thea roughly thought about the method she knew and gently shook her head. He's different from Yao Fei and Jason. His demonization is too deep. This kind of constitution can't be removed, but it can be suppressed, Thea said as she drew several mysterious symbols on Ninja Master's forehead and arms. The beast-like Ninja Master instantly calmed down and fell asleep. Thea looked at Batman. My spell can keep him calm. If you want him to regain his consciousness, you'll need more suppression methods. You can ask the Sky Eye Society for some anti-magic metal and make 2 bracelets for him to wear. He will wake up again, but he can't soak in the pool anymore. Optimistically, he only has 10 years left. After listening, Batman pondered for a long time and nodded. He couldn't leave a ninja master in the lurch. But even a fool would know how difficult it was to get something from the Heaven's Eye Association. The anti-magic metal was their weapon against superhumans. Based on Batman's understanding of Amanda, he wouldn't be able to get it without paying a huge price. However, he was a hero of justice, so he couldn't steal it. Batman lowered his head and pondered over the chips in his hands, calculating how he could get his hands on it. Seeing that they were all okay, Thea could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She turned her head and saw the two-faced Lolita looking at her. Are there many people like you in this world? Raven asked without rhyme or reason, but Thea knew that she was definitely not asking about her appearance, but whether there were many people who knew magic. There shouldn't be many, Thea said frankly. Except for a few immortals, no one in modern society could play with magic. This thing had a bright future, but it was not as powerful as a submachine gun before it took shape. The two-faced Lolita was a little embarrassed. She said with a troubled face, Can you teach me? I'll learn things very quickly. I have to teach a disciple again. It wasn't that Sia hadn't thought of absorbing the black-bellied Loli's magic, but she was different from Shazan. She had inherited the magic from the Three-Palace Demon. She was born with a strong, evil aura. Without any blood relationship, she couldn't control it. Thea looked at Raven. The little girl looked at her a little nervously. How old are you? 9. Raven Lolita looked like she was an adult. Thea almost burst out laughing. This little girl was two-faced, arrogant, and very good at complaining. Thinking about it carefully, she was quite similar to Thea's character. And the key point that was different from Billy Batson was that she was a beautiful girl. So it was said that appearance could really determine one's fate. Well, you can live with me for a while. Thea didn't say anything, but she had already agreed. Raven was different from Damien. She had a huge amount of magic, but she didn't dare to use it because she was afraid of the dark power in it. Thea felt distressed when she thought of the original space-time. With no one to teach her, she had wasted a mage account with great potential. In fact, there were some tricks in the process. As long as she gave some pointers, Raven's strength would develop rapidly without any side effects. Although there were few magic classes in modern society, there were always a few. The use of magic had changed from the rough and explosive type to the delicate and simple type. Modern magic was most suitable for Raven, who had a lot of magic but poor control. A few outsiders looked at them from afar. They saw Batman and Talia talking in low voices. In the end, He sighed helplessly and walked slowly toward them. Talia turned her head and returned to the Alliance team. Sigh. In the end, Talia gave up on her man and son and chose power. Thea sighed. She didn't have any say in Talia's choice. She just felt that this woman was also a ruthless person. Or it could be said that after living in the Assassin League for so many years, the position of the organization in her heart was more important than anything else. Let's go. Batman's voice was as calm as usual. He, who was proficient in psychology, might have already seen through Talia's ambition. Thea didn't mind. This trip to Nandarbat was a busy one. Other than understanding the function of the God of Death staff and adopting a little lowly, she didn't gain anything. After opening a portal to the outskirts of Gotham and a portal to Star City, they waved goodbye. Thea led the black-bellied lowly, Shadow, and Yao Fei through the portal and returned to Star City. Your teleportation skills are not bad, but the total amount of magic is a little low, the lowly said with a little pride. After that, she opened a dark portal and raised her eyebrows at Thea proudly. Chapter 388. 3 black lines appeared on Thea's forehead. This child was not cute at all. Your portal is shaking too much, and the landing point is not stable. She was now very experienced in dealing with naughty children. She went on and on about this and that. She took advantage of Raven's lack of basic knowledge and pointed out 4 or 5 problems, completely dispelling Raven's arrogance. However, she did not just beat her down. She even complimented her appropriately, causing the little girl to pout before raising her head again. You have good taste. The proud Raven took off her hood, revealing a slightly pale face. She kept looking at the crowd on the street. I think your father still needs some time to rest. He should be able to recover in about 2 months. No matter how one looked at it, Shadow's relationship with Yao Fei was closer than that with Jason. Before leaving, Thea checked old Yao again before returning home with Raven. She found Damien, who was practicing his sword, and introduced him to Raven. Come, I have a mission for you. Tell this little sister everything that I taught you before. Thea gathered the 2 children together and went back to her room to take a shower and prepare for bed. She could still hear the 2 naughty children's discussion from afar. You little thing, you know magic too? Only Raven did not eat bean buns as dry food. What? Don't look down on me. Do you dare to compete with me? Accompanied by the sound of a sword being drawn, this must be Damien, who practiced both magic and martial arts. Thea could not be bothered to listen to the 2 naughty children bicker. Both Raven and Damien knew their limits and would not get out of hand. She was very confident in this. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Jason Todd was young and had a strong will to live. He woke up earlier than Yao Fei. When he learned that Batman still adhered to the principle of not killing and did not avenge him, he left Gotham alone with a depressed expression. Yao Fei, on the other hand, was not as good as Jason in terms of age, experience, or potential. Thea had to treat him again before he finally woke up in 2 months. The father and daughter hugged each other and cried. When he found out about Thea's ability, he was also shocked. His reaction was similar to Death Knell's. He didn't expect Oliver's sister to be so powerful. In Raven's eyes, Thea's magic power was only passable, but in the eyes of ordinary people, she was already unbelievably powerful. The father and daughter reunited for a few days. Yao Fei knew that his daughter now had a job and a goal in life. He was very happy for his daughter. One morning, he left a letter and left Star City alone. Oliver, who she expected, did not appear. She couldn't ask Amanda. Thea had to pretend that she didn't know that he was still alive. She didn't know where Oliver had run off to. She had too many things to worry about and was quickly distracted by other things. Thea had been in the metropolis for a week. As an outstanding entrepreneur in the metropolis and even in the United States, the number of social events she had to attend was unimaginable. Most of the time, she could use her doppelganger to attend meetings while her real body slept at home. However, there were times when she had to be present in person. For example, the venue she was in right now was an internal meeting. The full name of the meeting was National Security and Superman Related Affairs Committee. This was not a tea party where everyone invited Superman to chat and chat. This was a small meeting where a group of people closed the door to figure out how to deal with Superman. Regardless of whether she was a hero of the government or an outstanding entrepreneur, Thea had to attend this meeting. The outside world was sunny, but this place was deep underground. The walls were covered with lead for fear of being heard by Superman. Thea was dizzy as she listened to the speech of a certain general on the stage. What if Superman flies into this room and kidnaps one of us? Will he abide by the Constitution? Does he understand our democratic system? Do we have the means to protect ourselves? The impassioned general didn't expect anyone to answer him. His speech was extremely long, but to sum it up, he had to develop a weapon that could deal with superhumans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep after fighting for his country for half his life. Thea had no impression of this person, but seeing that he was so scared that his legs were cramping, she knew that he was definitely not a good person. He had done a lot of immoral things. She wouldn't take a second look at such a person even if he died in front of her. Just as she was thinking about whether to have Chinese or Western food after the meeting, she felt a strange ray sweep across her body. Someone's going to deal with me. Thea's lazy expression immediately turned vigilant. But 2 seconds later, she found that the meeting was still going on as usual. No one around her noticed anything unusual. There were not many people in the meeting room who knew her true strength, but there were still a few, including Thea's old acquaintance, General Ryan, who was the vanguard against Superman. Seeing that she suddenly became vigilant, the old man was also a little flustered. He did not know what was going on and gave her a questioning look. Thea was a little confused. She was sure that she was not mistaken about the strange energy just now, but she still did not know what kind of energy it was. She wanted to look outside, but the lead in the wall blocked her view. She had no choice but to take out her phone and ask Digger, who was guarding outside as a bodyguard. "There's no signal?" Thea exclaimed softly. Including General Ryan, several people who had been staring at her also took out their phones. They looked up and found that they all had the same thought in their eyes. Why is there no signal all of a sudden? Their persecution paranoia was no less than Thea's. There was only one thought in their minds. Superman knew that they were having a meeting to discuss him, and he was coming to kill them. The eyes of several heavyweights caused the atmosphere in the meeting room to freeze. At this time, a consortium businessman who was talking about the dangers of Superman on the stage closed his mouth and carefully looked at the people below the stage. A few people who were slow to realize that there was no signal on their phones, and a panic spread among this group of elites. "Shut up, all of you. Let's go out and see what's going on." The one who spoke was Thea's old acquaintance, Lex Luthor. But before he could take action, the door of the meeting room was slammed open. A large group of bodyguards in suits, guards in military uniforms, and secretaries in professional attire rushed in. Luthor's secretary and Thea's bodyguard, Digger, were among them. The group of people did not dare to be negligent. They jostled each other and ran out. "What's going on outside? Is the guy in the red cloak here?" A guy who could not keep his cool asked his bodyguard. The rest of the people, including Thea, listened attentively. The bodyguard found that a number of bigwigs who could only be seen on TV were staring at him. He told them the situation outside with a lisp. "There's a huge glass dome in the sky covering the entire city. Everyone's communication devices can't receive any signal. You will know the specific situation when you see it." Chapter 389. A glass dome? A bunch of people couldn't figure out what it was, and they all rushed out to take a look. They didn't know until they saw it, but they were shocked. Everyone went outside and immediately saw what the glass cover the bodyguard was talking about. They saw a sky blue cover standing outside the city. It was boundless and had no end. A few people raised their heads to look at the sky, but they could only see that the top of the dome was faintly obscured by the clouds. It was supposed to be working hours in the city, but at this time, everyone was stunned by the sudden change. A large number of citizens walked on the streets. Those who were slow to react were still looking at the horizon, and those who were quick to react were trying to call their phones. However, no matter how they tried, there was no signal on their phones. The crowd was filled with confusion. No one knew what was going on. "Mr. Mayor, the city's power supply seems to have stopped." The The remaining power can only last for half an hour. General, the army is unstable. We can't contact the gas company, and the city's heating system will be down soon. The members of the Anti-Superhuman Committee could be said to be the current elite representatives of the metropolis. There were people from all walks of life in politics, military, and business. There were people constantly passing on the news. The leaders were all in a terrible fix. The key point was that they did not know what this scene meant. What they didn't know was that Thea had already guessed most of it. The strange energy ray and the huge glass dome. Others couldn't see it, but her eye of Horus wasn't limited. There were many glass products outside the dome, and there were all kinds of cities in them. Combined with the huge robot walking by not far away, Thea clenched her teeth. She was so King unlucky. This was Brainiac's collection room. The robot wasn't huge, but she and the others, including the city of tens of millions of people, were all shrunk. The opponent's ray shrunk in an instant, and then it changed space again. Under everyone's gaze, Thea couldn't fly, and she could only determine that they were on an alien spaceship. As for whether they were in the solar system, it was hard to say. Fortunately, Gideon's main program was placed in the power armor, and the armor was separated by a space ring, so Brainiac didn't notice. Otherwise, even Gideon on the Wave Rider would not be a match for Brainiac, an AI that had evolved to its peak, let alone the current Gideon. His consciousness was eternal, and he knew all the knowledge of the universe. In a way, Brainiac was an immortal god. Gideon could not take it out. Once he took it out, he would betray them without any discussion. It was not unreasonable for the high-tech planets in the universe to ban the development of artificial intelligence. Brainiac could easily think of 100 ways to deal with low-level artificial intelligences, just like how Thea dealt with ordinary people. Several government and business leaders initially thought that it was an experiment by the military. They pulled General Ryan's sleeves and spat on his face. The old man repeatedly explained and finally dispelled their suspicions. "Everyone, does anyone know what's going on?" General Ryan asked. He seemed to be looking at the crowd, but in fact, he was mainly looking at Thea. After all, she was the only supernatural person present. The old man did not take the initiative to talk about Thea's ability. It was not difficult to guess what he was thinking. In case the situation was extremely bad, he would let Thea save him first. If he exposed Thea's ability, a bunch of people would need to be saved. It would be troublesome if he didn't save who. There was no need to increase the number of competitors. A few people who had the same idea also stared at Thea with bright eyes. They all had the same idea, to ensure their own safety first. Thea chose her words carefully. She did not speak, but Luther did not plan to let go of this opportunity to be in the limelight. "Let's go to my lab. My equipment has detected a ray, but the specific effect needs to be analyzed by the experimental equipment." Luther then raised his wrist and showed everyone the high-tech equipment he was wearing. Thea, of course, did not want to watch him show off. She cleared her throat and said, "Mr. Luther, there's no need to go to your lab. I'll tell you now." When everyone on the ground focused on her, she continued, "All of us, including the entire city, have been atomized by a ray." Atomization. The group of businessmen and politicians did not understand what this meant, but Luther did. His expression was extremely serious. The secretary sitting next to him also looked at Thea with a complicated expression. Luther's originally calm face finally showed a trace of panic. This field was too difficult. Although he had dabbled in a small part of it, he was still far from being a master. His smart brain was thinking quickly, and before he knew it, sweat had appeared on his forehead. Thea saw this scene and snorted. In fact, Thea did not know much about this field, but she had all the information and notes of the Atom Man atomizing people, and then reducing them were the field of expertise of the Atom Man. In terms of intelligence, Ray Palmer was definitely not as smart as Luther, but Luther's research was too broad, while Ray Palmer only focused on one field. In terms of depth of research in the field of Atom Man, Ray Palmer was far better than Luther. "Miss Thea, let's talk aside." General Ryan and a few other high-ranking officials who knew about her abilities pushed Diggle, the black bodyguard, to the side as if they were fighting. They pulled Thea to the side to talk. The black man had served in the military for many years. Although he was now retired, he still obeyed the generals reflexively. Seeing that General Ryan was pushing him aside, he did not know why the old general suddenly used so much force. He was a little confused and looked at them from afar. Is there any way to get me out of here? I have to report to the minister. Yes, I have to report to the president too. I have to report to the Congress. A few people surrounded Thea and asked in low voices. A bunch of rats. Thea despised them in her heart, but she did not say it out loud. She used her heart to feel the magic flow, and there was no problem at all. Although she did not know where she was now, she was not worried at all. It was just within the scope of this universe. The light ring allowed her to travel through the universe, and the divine bow and arrow could travel through time. She could not understand the feelings of these old guys. Everyone, don't worry, listen to me slowly. Thea first calmed them down. Old Ryan was still okay, but one of the senior officials could not stand still. Although it will be troublesome, I can send you back. First, she gave them a reassuring pill. Sure enough, when they heard her say that, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Their expressions were calm, their legs stopped shaking, and their teeth stopped chattering. But, I just said, maybe you didn't hear me clearly. I'll say it again, all of us, including this city, have been atomized. Do you understand what this means? We are now only the size of an atom. The outside of the city is not a canopy, it is a solid glass cover. Thea's words were like a hammer, hitting their hearts, and their faces became extremely ugly. Chapter 390. Thea ignored them and continued. Even if I send you back, you'll still be in your current state. This is the power of science, not myth or magic. You won't be able to report this to the president because you're too small. They can't see you. The phone is as tall as a mountain in your eyes. You're probably just a little bigger than a microorganism. Even an ant is countless times bigger than you. Do you still want to go back? Thea looked at them with a half smile and said, Your families are all in the city, right? General Ryan's daughter, Senator Harry's mother and son, and Miss Emily's husband. These people can't all live like microorganisms, right? They fell silent. Thea didn't mention one thing, but they could all think of it. It was power. After all, the army couldn't obey a general who could only be observed under a microscope. The same went for the government officials. The voters couldn't go out and watch them give speeches with a high-powered lens. Then do you have a way to restore us to our original state? Someone asked Thea. First, I have to find a wavelength that can make us smaller. Then, I just have to set up an inverse matrix using the isotope principle. At this time, I can stimulate the atomic structure. In modern quantum mechanics, Alan Fest has a theorem. Okay, we get it. They quickly interrupted Thea's long speech. None of them cared about what the F*King quantum mechanics said. They just wanted to restore them to their original state. Unfortunately, their voices were a little loud. The rest of the people, including the bodyguards, also came over to listen to what they were saying. Thea was secretly pleased. Where did prestige come from? Wasn't it brought by turning the tide at a critical moment? This incident was very suitable. She could solve it with the theory of the Atom Man without revealing any superpowers. Everyone, listen to me. Today was not a formal meeting. Thea didn't wear her old-fashioned business suit. Instead, she wore a V-neck white shirt with a navy blue skirt and strappy heels. Now that she had put away her lazy aura, she looked like a sharp sword. Her cold eyes looked around at everyone. Everyone who met her eyes couldn't help but quiet down. Like I said, all of us, including this city, have been atomized. We need to maintain the order of the city and find a way to save ourselves. An old man in the crowd stammered, Will Superman come to save us? Thea almost gave in to the old man. 10 minutes ago, he was still incessantly calling on Superman to abide by the Constitution. He wanted to develop a weapon to deal with him, but now he thought of Superman. He picked up his bowl to eat, then put down a curse. This person's skin was really thick. Can Superman care about everything you do? When the house caught on fire, Superman went to save it. Because of Superman's existence, we no longer cared about where the source of the fire was because of Superman. You don't have to follow the traffic rules when crossing the road. Superman will come to save her. She definitely won't die because of Superman. Everyone, I didn't see Superman anywhere today. We can only rely on ourselves. Thea looked at the crowd coldly. There was sparse applause at the scene. This group of people had not completely abandoned their integrity. After all, they were all here to hold an anti-Superman rally. It would be too ironic if they counted on Superman to save them now. Even the conceited Luthor clapped twice reluctantly. Between being rescued by Superman and dying, he might have swallowed his anger and chosen to live. But now that it was not a matter of life and death, he agreed with Thea's words. It was just a pity that he did not say it himself. In fact, Thea was not lying to them. She really did not see Superman in the city. She saw many acquaintances, such as Louise Ryan, who would appear wherever there was danger. She also saw the wife of the black man beside her, the mature woman of the Heaven's Eye Society, Lila Michaels, and her own subordinate, Poison Ivy. But as for Superman, sorry, she really did not see him. Miss Quinn, do you really have a way to solve the current situation? Luthor asked in disbelief. Although it's not a sure thing, but this is my plan. In order to boost the confidence of this group of people, Thea explained the process and principle of her anti-atomization to this group of people. The group of politicians and generals looked as if they were listening to a book from heaven. Their expressions were alike, but Luthor really understood. Although Thea did not talk about the details, he knew that this plan was feasible. Moreover, it was a technology derived from the current level of technology on Earth. This made Luthor extremely unhappy. Superman was stronger than him, and he could say that it was because the other party was an alien. But now, Sia, an Earthling, was suppressing him in the field of science that he was best at. This was something that he could not tolerate no matter what. He was too proud to lie through his teeth. He only understood about 40% to 50% of Sia's theory, and he was wondering if there was anything he could improve on. Luthor lowered his head and calculated, trying to find the flaws in her theory. He had to save some face. Thea was not going to let him go. She asked slyly, "Mr. Luthor, I heard that your scientific research ability is very strong. Do you think there's a problem with what I said?" Luthor put his fingers on his temples. If he was in a wheelchair, he could play the role of a younger version of Dr. X. But no matter how fast his intelligent brain worked, he could not find the flaws in Thea's theory. In the face of Thea's question, he was forced to the edge of a cliff. His brain was almost smoking. Combined with his own knowledge, he could only conclude that Thea was completely correct. As for improving or going further, he could only say that it was a dream. No matter how smart he was, he would not be able to reach Ray Palmer's level without at least a year and a half. Luthor's smile was uglier than crying. I have no problem with it. Miss Quinn's theory is feasible. The few people who knew him all made unclear sounds at the same time. They looked at Sia and then at Luthor. Luthor relied on his intelligence and looked at these politicians and generals as if they were retarded children. Sarcasm were commonplace. From time to time, he would tell a few lame jokes that made these people feel awkward. Now, he actually admitted that Thea's theory was feasible in front of everyone, but he did not put forward any new ideas. What did this mean? It meant that Thea's scientific research ability was also redeemable. If they did not miss the opportunity, they were ready to talk to Thea about the new weapon. They were really fed up with Luthor's constant show of superiority every day. Thea looked at the silent Luthor with great satisfaction. Physical destruction was not a skill, but it was a sense of accomplishment to be able to knock him down in what he was best at. As for the fact that this knowledge came from the Atom Man and did not belong to her, Thea did not care. After all, no one would expose her. Besides, the Atom Man was still wandering around at this time. No one would have an opinion if he said that it was Thea's theory. Chapter 391. The few of them had been delayed for a while, and the city was already showing signs of chaos. Everyone, gather all the men you can find and control the order of the city. We can't let those people take advantage of the situation. Then restore the power and connect all the power equipment to the new energy source of the Quinn Group. Use the traditional method to broadcast the TV broadcast signal to calm the citizens of the city. Gather the scientists in the city and design the anti-atomization device with me. Finally, If possible, we have to snatch this spaceship. Thea very domineeringly arranged the tasks on the spot. As for Luther, who always liked to be in the limelight, he was automatically assigned to the scientist camp. Her first few suggestions were still feasible, but when they heard that they had to counterattack the alien spaceship, they were stunned. We're on an alien spaceship. Can we beat the aliens? I'm not a soldier. I'm responsible for logistics. A group of people was noisy, like a market. Even the bodyguards were a little flustered. For example, Thea's bodyguard, the black man Digger, had his eyes wide open and his mind in a mess. Thanks to Hollywood, when people talked about aliens in this era, there were dazzling special effects battles. The bodyguards really did not think that their small pistols could kill an alien, especially when there was a living alien like Superman in front of them. When they slowly quieted down, Thea explained, "Aliens are living around us. It's not strange, right? You don't think that something as bizarre as the shrinking of the city was done by mad scientists on Earth, do you?" Everyone shook their heads. They did not believe that Earth had such advanced technology. A few angry people even muttered that if it was done by an Earthling, they would beat the *T out of him. You're all so flustered, let alone ordinary citizens. That's why I have to stabilize the situation first before broadcasting. Which one of you has a better idea? Several people in power looked at each other. They were qualified to fight for the leadership, but they also hoped that Thea would save them at the critical moment. A few of them sensibly chose to wait and see. The rest of the people were stunned by the news. They had no idea about the leadership at all. Luther, on the other hand, had some thoughts about this leader. However, he had lost previously and his momentum had weakened significantly. He also observed that the other big shots were silent. Since he didn't know the inside story, he chose to observe cautiously. There were more than 200 bodyguards and soldiers in total. As for where to go first, Thea decided to go to the National Guard station first. The power was gone, and mobile phone communications were jammed. It was as if the whole city was under the control of the devil. The dark side in many people's hearts was growing rapidly. They had just arrived on the streets when they saw several robberies and murders. Kill one on sight. This was Thea's strategy. Since the mayor of the metropolis was not around, the deputy mayor and several councilors hesitated for a moment before shutting their mouths. Those who were able to serve as bodyguard for this group of people all had outstanding marksmanship. All the bad guys they encountered along the way were shot dead. When they arrived at the military encampment, they still ran into trouble. The officer of the encampment insisted that the Pentagon order the troops to leave the encampment. General Ryan spat on his face. Where was he supposed to find the Pentagon in this damned place? In the end, the old general, another lieutenant general, and 3 major generals jointly wrote a letter of guarantee and handed it to the officer of the encampment. Only then did they obtain the command of the encampment. Half of you will suppress the riots in the city. The other half will look after the armory. Thea's order was concise and comprehensive. There was no other way. There were always those who were not afraid of death and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to steal some advanced weapons. These people were hard to guard against. There were those who colluded with the outside world and those who openly robbed. Thea had to be on guard early. The command of the police station was obtained very smoothly. Under the deputy mayor's order, half of them went out on the streets and the other half guarded the armory, just like in the military encampment. Along the way, there were veterans who joined the team from time to time. General Ryan also pulled his daughter into the team. Thea asked the little death-courting expert, Louise Lane, in a roundabout way. Just as she had guessed, Clark Kent had returned to his hometown in Kansas for a vacation. He was indeed not in the city. It seemed that Superman could not be counted on for a while. Thea, what happened? Laura Michaels, the wife of the black man and the assistant of the Heavens I Society's Amanda, found the team. Using the black man's connections, she squeezed Thea's side and asked in a low voice. In the original timeline, her first marriage with the black man lasted very short. The black man's pride did not allow him to live off a woman for a long time, so they broke up peacefully. They only remarried when the black man joined the Green Arrow team. Now, with Thea's employment, the black man was doing well. Whether it was Amanda or Laura, they needed the black man to maintain contact with Thea. Although the couple's life was still a little bumpy, they were much more tolerant than they were in the original timeline. Thea could only tell her again in a low voice. Halfway through, Louise Ryan joined the audience, saying that it was the so-called reporter's right to know. Aliens. Are we on an alien spaceship? Lara's ability to accept things was much stronger than a group of high-ranking officials. She instantly made a decision to stay by Thea's side and not leave. The black man did not know what she was thinking. He thought that his wife wanted to seek his protection. His masculinity instantly exploded, and he patted his chest to show that he would protect his wife. It was not easy to stabilize a big city with a population of tens of millions. Before evening, the chaos was finally suppressed. The hot-blooded people were beaten to death, and those with ulterior motives chose to wait and see. Thea first restored communication between her own people. Luther launched a small satellite over the city and set up a special channel to temporarily transmit communication information. Several of the city's main circuits were also connected to the Quinn group. The power plant was on the outskirts of the city and did not come at all. They could only rely on the new energy source developed by Quinn to supply the city's electricity. Using the broadcast room of the Daily Planet, Thea began to speak to the city. The reputation that she had gained in the metropolis was quite useful. Most people knew Thea and knew that she was a young and caring billionaire. You may or may not know me. It doesn't matter. But please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Many people have questions. Where did the electricity go? Where did the communication signal go? Where did the city's water supply and gas go? Let me tell you, we were kidnapped by an evil alien. We were all shrunk by an extremely advanced technology and then locked in glass containers. Yes, you can see it now. It's not some special metal. It's just a $2 glass container that we bought from the market. All of us were shrunk. Her shocking remarks made everyone who was listening to her speech dumbfounded. Even the robbers who were clamoring for a large sum of money stopped their actions. This was too unexpected for everyone. What was the point of robbing when they had been shrunk by aliens? Chapter 392. The homeless man who was preparing to steal from the burger shop listened to the broadcast with the salesman. Several robbers with black masks and rifles also sat with the bank staff to listen to the shocking news. The truck driver parked his car in the middle of the road. The city was shrouded in darkness, and he no longer had to transport goods. The small shops were also closed, and no one would come to buy things today. The teachers and students in the school, the doctors and patients in the hospital, all quieted down, and several lunatics were also gagged. Only Thea's voice could be heard in the city. Thea left a few seconds for everyone to digest the news, and then she continued. The evil aliens miscalculated. They underestimated the wisdom of us Earthlings. A group of scientists and I are working hard to crack a way to restore everyone and the city to its original state. Just give us a little time, and everyone will return to normal. Thea's voice suddenly rose from low to high, and the residents of the city were moved by her words. Although there were still many people who were skeptical, the original low mood finally returned to normal. From the live broadcast of Daily Planet, faint cheers could be heard from some places, and Thea smiled with satisfaction. She was smiling, but there were people who were extremely displeased. Lex Luthor never thought that he would be automatically assigned to a group of scientists one day. To think that he, Lex Luthor, the smartest person on Earth, would be reduced to such a state. This made him gnash his teeth in hatred, and he wanted to bite Thea's smiling face. But no matter how much he hated, scientific research could not be improved. If he could, he could. If he couldn't, he couldn't. He worked hard to use his brain to learn, and he was so anxious that he lost a lot of hair, but he was only at the beginning of the path of atomization. If he wanted to catch up with Thea, who was backed by Ray Palmer's research, the most optimistic estimate was that it would take him at least a year of research. Therefore, although Ray Palmer was a joker, he was also a joker with a high IQ. His IQ was not as high as Luthor's, but the gap was not that big. Even the scientists from the 25th century, Reverse Lightning, praised him. How could Luthor catch up with Ray Palmer's 10 years of research by cramming at the last minute? Citizens, please remain calm. The law is still in place. The military and police are all on the streets. I have received the authorization of the Parliament to kill all troublemakers on the spot. Everyone just needs to endure for 2 days and maintain the stability of the city. I promise to send everyone back to Earth. Thea was using a tiger's skin as a flag. How was she going to get the authorization from the Parliament? However, it was true that strict laws were needed to protect the safety of most people, especially those in power in the room. Without laws and rights, they were nothing. Old Man Ryan had secretly mobilized the army. In peacetime, he could be executed on the spot. He had been feeling uneasy. Now that he saw Thea using the Parliament as a scapegoat, he felt much better. After the TV talk ended, Thea returned to reality. She still had to lead the group of scientists to study the problem of anti-atomization. Thea's words pulled Luther back to reality. "Mr. Luther, how many spacesuits do you have?" "Huh?" At this moment, Luther's mind was filled with formulas and theorems. He had almost forgotten his surname. It took him a long time to realize that someone was calling him. He didn't know why she would suddenly mention spacesuits, but he still answered truthfully, "More than 300. Thea nodded. She looked at everyone's puzzled eyes and said, "The Quinn Group also has more than 100. If several departments in the city collect them, there may be a few hundred more." Everyone still didn't understand why she said this. However, Luther reacted quickly. "You mean the oxygen content in the spaceship is different from that on Earth?" He really didn't pay attention to the oxygen problem. This didn't mean that Luther was stupid or Thea was smart. It was just that Luther had always lived on Earth. His inherent thinking didn't switch to space combat. Thea was different. She had fought back and forth at the Wall of Origin. She had the ability to survive in a vacuum. Naturally, she could think of this problem. "Yes, Mr. Luther is right. We don't know where we are now. Superman won't come to save us." Thea looked at the old man who had called for Superman to rescue them. "I don't think the spaceship is too big. I don't know if the oxygen in the spaceship is suitable for us Earthlings. If everything goes well, there can't be too many people who can return to their original state. They must be combatants. Only then can we successfully seize the spaceship." Luther realized that he had overlooked a lot of things. He took out some kind of instrument from his pocket and calculated. "There's no need to check. I've done the math. This glass dome is using some kind of spatial knowledge. It's absorbing the oxygen from our original city. Now that we've shrunk, the oxygen consumption has also decreased. The oxygen in the glass dome is enough for us to use for about 10 days, Thea said slowly. Damn it. Luther did some calculations. Just as Thea said, he was completely speechless. He was one step too late. Originally, he did not take Thea seriously. Now, Thea's position in his heart was rising. She was no longer the dispensable heir of the nouveau riche group. 10 days. The heavy word echoed in everyone's heart. The task for you all is to stabilize the city. Search for scientists from various fields and select combatants. I estimate that the laser launcher will be completed in 3 days. When the time comes, we'll seize the spaceship first. Thea assigned tasks to these useless high-ranking officials. Then, she pulled Leon aside to talk. Luther wanted to hear what they were talking about, but he was stopped by 2 of the old man's fierce-looking guards. What's wrong? The old man was puzzled. Do you know who our enemy is? Thea asked. Leon shook his head. Thea did not want to keep him in suspense. It's a highly evolved artificial intelligence. It has destroyed countless planets. Superman's planet was destroyed by it. At first, the old man felt like he was listening to a story. But when he heard the last sentence, his expression changed. He did not know about alien space warfare, but it was not difficult to guess the strength of the enemy, especially with Superman as the benchmark. The old man did not know about the yellow sun. Combined with the fact that Superman looked exactly the same as the people on Earth, he automatically imagined a planet with 6 billion people wearing blue tights and red capes. Then, these people were directly flattened by a guy whose shadow could not be seen clearly. Damn it, how powerful is the enemy this time? He did not believe it at first, but when he thought of how the enemy took away a city without anyone noticing, which was a method only heard of in fairy tales, the old man's legs trembled like noodles. He was so scared that he could not speak. Thea did not know what the old man was thinking. Otherwise, she would have snorted. 6 billion Superman? Are you dreaming? With such a powerful force, even God would have to run away if 6 billion Superman came. Chapter 393. If Brainiac, whose main body was still in the depths of the universe, knew that Superman's father-in-law had such a high opinion of it, he would be laughing his head off. Thea didn't know why the old man's face suddenly turned pale. After waiting for a few seconds and seeing that he didn't faint, she was relieved. Right now, this spaceship is just one of the spaceships it has spread out into the vast universe. Its main body is still in the depths of the universe. If we want to seize this spaceship, we have to intercept its communication signals. Do you understand what I mean? Thea explained her intentions. The old man had just caught his breath. What the hell did he understand? Seeing his blank face, Thea could only explain again. Artificial intelligence is that powerful. The old man asked Thea uncertainly. Yes, all high-tech planets in the universe prohibit the development of artificial intelligence. I remember I told you in the Department of Defense, right? We have to intercept the signal of this spaceship as soon as possible. This step can't be done by machines. It can only be intercepted manually, and it has to be done secretly. I need all the hackers under the control of the military to do this. We can't use civilians. This matter has to be kept secret. The old man finally understood Thea's general strategy and felt that it wouldn't be difficult to do. He had already transferred the garrison, so it wouldn't be a problem to transfer a few more imprisoned hackers. After the old man was sent away, the government personnel outside were ordered to leave. The power supply was limited, and food and drinking water were distributed according to the needs. In short, everything was done according to the disaster prevention plan. In the end, Thea led a group of scientists, including Luther, to study the problem of anti-atomization. At first, the scientists were not convinced by her leadership, but they were all stunned by the theories she threw out. Luther could at least understand 40 to 50% of it, and the others could only understand 10% of it. It was possible to copy the theory of Atom Man, but there were still many difficulties to be solved in practice. Atom Man's suit only atomized itself, so it was impossible to give everyone a suit. It had to be simplified based on the original foundation. Even after returning to Earth, how to restore Metropolis to its original state was a difficult problem for Sia. The few of them busied themselves for an entire night before finally deciding on a final plan. During this time, Luther had contributed quite a few ideas. This person was actually a very trustworthy person in times of crisis. At dawn, the blueprints were finally drawn. The group of scientists were all exhausted, and even Luther's big brain couldn't withstand the exhaustion of the whole night. He lay on the ground with his eyes staring blankly. These people's physiques are too weak, TSK. Although Thea had not rested for the entire night, her vitality was 1,000 times higher than these ordinary people. She could maintain this intensity of physical exhaustion for a year without rest. This was also the reason why she had been learning so much knowledge in the past few years and was able to achieve good results in every subject. Leaving the room of scientists to rest, she went out alone to find people to collect various materials. The one with glasses, collect 3 sets of everything on this list for me. The baldy in the corner, take 2 men with you and remove the launcher from the rooftop. Several high-ranking officials were resting, and no one dared to disobey her orders. Countless people were sent out by her to look for things. Fortunately, Metropolis was an international metropolis. No one would make things difficult for themselves in times of crisis. All kinds of requisitions and transfers were finally paid for by the government. Thea herself was not idle. She instructed the technicians to install the equipment, debug the circuit, and write the control system. In order not to arouse suspicion, she went to rest for half a day. The on-site work was handed over to Luther, who had recovered for a while. In this world, including Marvel Next Door, all people who relied on technological equipment, whether heroes or villains, as long as they did not want to expose their trump cards, would build equipment by themselves. They all had outstanding mechanical processing skills. Here, Lex Luthor, Bruce Wayne, Next Door, Tony Stark were all like this. These guys could be thrown into an indescribable country and become technical backbones. All kinds of mechanical processing skills were at the level of proficiency or above. Thea had a good night's sleep. When she woke up, more than half of the equipment had been installed. Have we penetrated the ground under our feet? Thea asked the bodyguard, Digger. The anti-atomization could not be carried out inside the glass container. They had to go out. However, they could not simply break through the glass container. The air outside was not suitable for human survival. The slightest opening could kill tens of millions of people. Thea's solution was to set up a giant sealed chamber in the center of the city. They would drill a hole from the inside, penetrating the ground of Metropolis and the table where Brainiac's collection was placed. This kind of work was the old job of Quinn's team. All the construction teams in the city were recruited. They were busy for a day and a night. The ground under our feet has been penetrated. The table is almost gone. The bodyguard smiled bitterly. Tens of thousands of people working in shifts to compete with a broken table for a day and a night. This was something he could not have imagined a day ago. Thea was still worried and went to take a look. From her perspective, it was shocking. It was as if a bottomless hole had been punched into the ground. However, those in the know knew that it was just a hole in the wooden table, and it was the thinnest kind. It took another day to drill the hole and assemble the anti-atomization device. That night, Thea gave another speech on TV. The general idea was that the device was ready. Those who wanted to fight the aliens could come to the Daily Planet building to sign up. At first, the citizens were excited when they heard that the device was ready. However, Thea's words calmed them down instantly. What a joke. The first people to be restored would fight the aliens? In the movies, the aliens looked like idiots. No one was stupid in reality. The aliens were definitely stronger than the people on Earth. After half a day, more than a dozen people came to sign up in the big cities. No one fought for the chance to be restored first. Everyone chose to let others fight the aliens. This was exactly what Thea wanted. The citizens were in a mess and did not listen to her orders. They would be dead meat if they went out. It was better for them to stay in the glass container. 300 people were selected from the military, the bodyguards of the politicians, and the agents of the Heavens Eye Society. Thea led them as the first batch of people to go out. Thea hinted to Poison Ivy and the others to hide in the crowd. She did not bring them with her this time. Her Eye of Horus had already observed that there was only one tracked robot on the spaceship. If it was a fair fight, Death Knell could kill the robot. It could be said that there was no great danger outside. Her operation this time was mainly for show. General Lane found 12 hackers for her. They were all mixed in with the 300 people. Their task was to manually intercept any signals from the spaceship. Everyone, take care. The 300 people boarded 3 C-17s and flew to the ground from the hole. Chapter 394. The members of the operation team said goodbye to their relatives and friends. The 3 airplanes flew into the hole, full of hope. It looked very majestic, especially when they passed through the bottom floor of the Metropolis and the table. It was dark all around, as if they had entered hell. There were many strange creatures in the deep hole that emitted a faint light. Thea flew in front of the group, and the flashes at the tail of her aircraft pointed the way for the other 2 airplanes. Fearing that these people would be scared out of their wits, all 300 people had told them in advance that nothing they saw along the way was a threat. This was a hole in the table, not a gate to hell. Those creatures were all parasites and microbes. They looked scary, but it was actually because they had become smaller. Hey, are you scared? A bodyguard asked the soldier next to him. In fact, the soldier was also scared to death, but could he say that he was scared? In the future, if a certain captain was scared to the point of peeing his pants because of a table, would he still have the face to live? I'm not scared. The soldier gritted his teeth and said. In fact, most of the people on the 3 airplanes were scared to death, but the atmosphere was so strange that no one had the courage to admit that they were scared. After asking each other and encouraging each other, they finally passed through what they would later call the dark door, which was actually a wooden plank of a broken table. The airplanes shook slightly because the air content in the spacecraft was different from the glass cover. Fortunately, The 3 airplanes had been modified and tested in advance, and finally landed on the ground after an hour. Everyone walked out of the airplanes in spacesuits. Thea first arranged a few hackers to start intercepting the spacecraft signal. She pushed the anti-atomization equipment out of the airplanes. "Who's first?" Thea asked. Everyone looked at each other. Thea saw that no one said anything and knew that they still didn't believe in this technology that only existed in movies. "Then I'll go first." Thea was afraid that she would become bigger and trample them to death, so she ran away alone for a long time before shouting, "Start." The big black brother, Digger, aimed the probe at her and pressed the button on the device. An orange light that was almost transparent shot at Thea. Thea instantly grew larger in front of the 300 people until they could only see her calves when they tried to raise their heads. They knew that the device had succeeded. "Leave 100 people to guard the machine and the cave entrance. 200 people, start the anti-atomization and come with me to seize the ship." Everyone hurriedly started the baptism of the rays while Thea looked around. Brainiac had a lot of things in his collection, and this was just one of the many spaceships he had. The 20 or so bottles contained the big cities of the few intelligent planets near the Milky Way. Some of the cities still had signs of life, while others were dead. "Can these all be released?" It was Lex Luthor who pointed at a pile of glass bottles. He was the only non-combatant other than Thea who was willing to come down. Everyone had a communicator in their spacesuits. Thea pondered his question and said, "Maybe." Luthor was left alone in front of a pile of glass cases to ponder. Thea began to assign tasks. She couldn't say that she had already scouted the spaceship. There was only one enemy on the spaceship, so she still had to go through the necessary search procedures. The spaceship wasn't small. It took 50 soldiers to cover all the paths. The remaining 150 people prepared their weapons and waited for further information. The gravity in the spaceship was lower than on Earth, but it wasn't a vacuum environment. Everyone could enter the battle after getting used to it. "Commander, I saw a green crawler robot at the K2 entrance. This thing can move. It seems to be an enemy." These passages were named by Thea. The soldier who found the target couldn't be sure and reported vaguely. Thea asked him to continue tracking and didn't make any moves for the time being. After half an hour, there were no traces of the enemy in the remaining 49 passages. When she felt that the act was about done, she led the troops to the K2 passage mentioned by the veteran. After the battle between Superman and Zod in this world, ordinary people on Earth were much more accepting of aliens. However, they were still shocked when they saw the owner of the spaceship for the first time. Is this an alien or a robot? This thought appeared in many people's minds. The heavy crawler provided mobility, and its body was densely covered with wires and mechanical bearings. The overall shape of the spaceship was like a giant bug. Countless data lines extended from its body. Its head was in the shape of an inverted triangle, and its 2 infrared eyes were scanning the surroundings. "It found us. Attack!" Thea knew that things were not good as soon as she arrived at the scene. These soldiers knew too little about high-tech weapons. Thea found 4 or 5 detection ray devices at the scene. The enemy had already found out that they were being followed and was obviously waiting for them to fall into the trap. Intelligent artificial intelligence was too troublesome. Thea didn't participate in the battle. She contacted the hackers first. "Is there any signal out?" "Commander, we've intercepted 14 signals." "That's 15. The dozen hackers must have suffered a lot in the hands of the military. Their rebellious characters were basically worn out. Continue to intercept. Tell me when you can't hold on." Thea didn't say anything else. If they really couldn't intercept the signals, there was nothing she could do. Gideon didn't dare to take out his gun. Now, they could only rely on the hackers to simulate the spaceship's signal and intercept it manually. To deal with an alien that they didn't know the depth of, and to avoid damaging the spaceship, more than 100 M4A1S opened fire at the same time, except for Thea and Luthor, who were armed with rifles. Amidst the roar of the bullets, the robot calmly lit up its energy shield. The rain of bullets slanted and caused ripples on the energy shield, then disappeared without a trace. "Use grenades," Thea continued to order. More than a dozen soldiers with grenade launchers aimed at the target at the same time and pulled the trigger. The rifle grenade with a tail flame hit the robot's energy shield. The power of the explosion caused a large amount of electric sparks to surround the robot. It was obvious that the robot's energy shield had a hard time withstanding these attacks. Papa! Papa! Humans were afraid of damaging the spaceship, but the robot didn't have such scruples. Flames flashed under its tracks, and 4 rockets were fired rapidly. The target was the crowd. At the same time, its mechanical arms changed rapidly. In a dazzling movement, 2 mechanical arms turned into gun barrels as thick as a child's arm. 2 ghostly blue lasers shot out from them. Digger, use the freeze gun. The freeze gun was very troublesome to make. Thea only made 3 of them. Moira and Felicity, who didn't have much attack power, each had 1. The black man, who was her bodyguard, also took 1. As long as it wasn't used often, the radiation wouldn't be too high. The black man was very excited to be back on the battlefield. He was full of a sense of mission. His tall body rolled forward and sideways, gradually approaching the robot. When the soldiers on the other side attracted the robot's attention, they jumped out and pulled the trigger of the freeze gun to the end. They aimed at the front and fired. Chapter 395. The robot was extremely sensitive to energy. It immediately determined that Digger was the biggest threat to it. The muzzle, aimed at the soldiers, quickly turned. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. A large amount of frozen gas was aimed at the ground under its tracks. Its body could be protected by the energy shield, but the ground under its tracks could not be protected. The absolute zero air froze the area a few meters below its body. Attack. Continue to fire. Its energy shield won't last long. Thea gave the black man a thumbs up for his battle wisdom. The robot had lost its mobility and was now a target. There were more than 100 people, and they could easily kill it. As if he did not want her people to be in the limelight, Luther winked at the secretary, who followed him out. The secretary took out a lot of parts from the huge backpack behind her. Her movements were extremely fast. Dozens of parts were deftly assembled by her hands. In less than 30 seconds, a strange-looking gun was formed. The secretary picked up the black gun with force, and the 2 parallel rails flashed with dazzling electric light. Electromagnetic gun? Electromagnetic gun? Thea instantly understood the principle of the weapon and nodded slightly. The secretary aimed for a moment, waited for the electromagnetic gun to run, and then pulled the trigger. Thea's powerful dynamic vision could only see a black cylinder. It was pushed by the electromagnetic force and slammed into the robot's energy shield. The cylinder was pushed by the huge kinetic energy, and the orange energy shield lit up. The 2 sides were in a stalemate for a second. The robot continued to provide energy. Unfortunately, in the face of such a small amount of damage, its defense was too weak. Even if its total energy value was much higher than the electromagnetic gun, it was useless. With a kacha sound, the electromagnetic cannon pierced through the protective shield. The cylinder's momentum did not dissipate and directly hit the robot's torso. Unfortunately, it had already penetrated the energy shield, so its kinetic energy was exhausted and did not cause any damage to the robot. However, this was enough. Everyone's bullets rained down on the robot's head. The artificial intelligence also began to fight back. Infrared aiming, dynamic capture, 360-degree shooting. Few people who were targeted by it could survive. The black man with the freeze gun threw a grenade. The grenade did not explode, but turned into a large net with a lot of electric arcs in the air. Thea got the idea from the Black Manta Ray beating up the Sea King with a giant net. It was especially useful against enemies with thick skin. The electric net covered half of the robot's body, and the electric arc instantly penetrated a large number of complicated and precise parts in the robot's body. Diggle continued to charge forward. His frost gun destroyed one of the robot's launch tubes, but he was also shot in the arm and was forced to retreat. The secretary wasn't having a good time either. She was being chased by laser weapons and all sorts of missiles. It had to be said that her skills weren't weak. She had to dodge and maneuver desperately to escape the robot's maximum shooting range. The price she had to pay was that her electromagnetic cannon was destroyed and her shoulder was injured. As for Mr. Luther, when he ordered her to shoot, he ran in the opposite direction to Thea's side. The two of them looked at each other and smiled brightly. As for what they were thinking, only they knew. There was no need for the two of them to supervise the battle. The soldiers and bodyguards at the scene fought bravely. After all, this was an immobile enemy. There were more than 100 people fighting against one. No matter how bad their morale was, it wouldn't be too bad. Send out interference messages. Thea ordered the hackers to create some trouble for Brainiac. A lot of useless messages were crazily poured into the robot's receiving system. Hundreds of windows popped out in a second, garbled emails, inexplicable installation packages, and all sorts of things that were not viruses but were better than viruses were all thrown over. This method was useless against low-level AIs. There was a language barrier and different coding methods. However, it was perfect against Brainiac. Every time this guy went to a planet, it would scan the knowledge of the other party. It could read all these junk messages. Even though Brainiac quickly chose to intercept the message bomb, part of its calculation was still taken up. This was reflected in the fact that its aiming and firing movements were slowed down by 20% during the battle. The soldiers seized this opportunity and fired hundreds of guns at the same time. The opposing robot didn't back down. Even though one of its launchers was destroyed and it was harassed by the junk messages, its firepower wasn't any weaker. All sorts of laser beams were aimed at the soldiers. For an AI, there was no such thing as marksmanship. Once it found a target, it would simulate the target's movement and fire. When the heat reaction disappeared, it would move on to the next target. If the heat reaction didn't disappear, it would continue to fire. Thea hid behind cover and watched. She didn't intend to help at all. One had to know that this was only one of Brainiac's billions of clones in the universe. Perhaps to balance the universe's energy levels, this clone had the lowest calculation ability and the weakest weapons. Even such a low-level robot was able to beat the elites of the metropolis. It swept across the universe and destroyed Krypton. Brainiac lived up to his reputation. The Black Man and the Secretary's spacesuits were damaged, but their breathing devices were fine. After some bandaging, they entered the battlefield again. The frost gun and the electromagnetic cannon that the Secretary had reassembled played an important role in restraining the enemy. Yes, restraining. The two of them weren't stupid. They knew that the enemy had a very sophisticated attack system. The advanced weapons in their hands attracted a lot of attention, so they didn't dare to stand out too much. The Black Man and the Secretary cooperated a few times and had a tacit understanding with each other. The two of them made full use of the robot's energy detection system. One of them attacked from the south and the other from the north. One of them attacked from the south while the other attacked from the opposite direction. The robot's weapon spun 360 degrees twice, but it still couldn't determine which one was more threatening. This rare opening was seized by the soldiers, and a rain of bullets rained down on them. The grenade launchers did not stop firing either. Incendiary bombs, armor-piercing bombs, and sulfuric acid bombs were all fired regardless of whether their attributes were right or not. The robot was really good. Faced with a barrage of attacks, it calmly responded. It took the bullets head-on and activated part of the energy shield selectively. However, there were too many people attacking it. Its body was riddled with holes. The AI inside the robot started to calculate crazily. It abandoned the damaged parts and replaced them with new ones. The weapon system and defense system were reassembled, and the robot was reassembled in the rain of bullets. Unfortunately, a good tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. Every time it was reassembled, its body shrank by a third. Its original 5-meter-tall body quickly shrank to 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Finally, after 9 minutes of exchanging fire, the robot's mechanical tentacles were all broken. The inverted triangle's head was finally blasted in half by a grenade. The orange electronic eyes flickered twice before finally extinguishing. Thea's side lost more than 30 soldiers. Only a few were injured. The enemy's attacks were too lethal and too fast. Other than a few good fighters, most people were dead if they were targeted. The battle was over, but no one dared to show up for a while. No one knew if the robot was dead or not. Chapter 396. The scene was stagnant for a full minute before a few brave soldiers walked over and searched among the wreckage of the robots to see if there were any spoils of war. "Miss Quinn, don't you want to go take a look?" Luther asked Thea, who was far away from the battlefield. "After you, Mr. Luther." Thea wouldn't go over. She could tell if someone was dead or alive, but without Gideon's scan, she couldn't be sure if they were still alive. Thea couldn't go over, but she could command the others. "Abby, cut the red line on the wreckage that looks like an arm." "Joe, do you see the metal box in your left hand? It's probably an energy block with a weak yellow light. Take that off." "Pearl, that thing at your feet is dangerous. Kick it away." With her rich knowledge of mechanical engineering, Sia pretended to command the group of people to dismantle the wreckage from afar with a pair of binoculars. No one objected. In their eyes, Thea was a typical scientist. It was normal for her to command from afar. They didn't know that Thea, a scientist, could kill hundreds of these robots in seconds. In the eyes of the soldiers, Sia was a beautiful woman, a rich woman, a scientist, and a leader. With so many halos around her, they didn't expect her to have much combat power. It was already very precious that she could go through fire and water with them. Everyone was under her command, and no one complained. Weapons system, communication system, energy supply. These should be enough, right? "What do you think, Mr. Luther?" Thea commanded with her binoculars. The robots on the ground were dismantled even more. She muttered a few words in a low voice before turning around to ask Luther. Now that everyone was in the same boat, Luther naturally wouldn't oppose her. He observed carefully and gave a few suggestions. Thea accepted all of them. She and Luther were now the kind of robots that could assemble. They couldn't assemble, but they could dismantle. It was still very easy. The principles of science were basically the same. No matter how amazing Brainiac was, he didn't have the love power generation technology. Now that the only enemy had been dealt with, everyone searched the spaceship twice. After confirming that there were no more enemies, they returned to the collection room and selected another 300 or so people. General Leon wanted to stabilize the situation in the city, so he gave the opportunity to his daughter to recover. Because of the one-day trip on the Kryptonian spaceship in the original timeline, it was messed up by Thea in this timeline. Now that she was in an alien spaceship, it could be said that this was Louise Leon's first contact with an alien civilization. She was extremely curious as she touched and looked around. 70% of the politicians had returned to normal. They rejoiced with each other and swore to themselves that they would never come to the metropolis to participate in the damned anti-Superman convention again. More than 10 scientists were also pulled out. This was their first time coming into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization, and they were extremely excited. The spacecraft's power system, shell materials, and energy weapons were all the focus of their discussion. The entire procession was very quiet. Only their chattering could be heard in the comms channel. At first, Thea refrained from interrupting, but later she could not help but pick out some things that were similar to the current technology on Earth and tell them about it. She had seen more spaceships than these scientists had seen living people. This spaceship's technology was very advanced, but it was only above average in the universe. After all, Earth was too remote, and Brainiac would not use an advanced spaceship to come to this area. Because of the success of the anti-atomization project, the scientists had already accepted Thea as one of them. They all humbly asked her for advice. 3 correct sentences, 4 wrong sentences, and the rest was nonsense. Thea blindly answered their various questions while leading the way to the main control room. This was not because she had foresight, but because a few military hackers had found this place by following the signal source. Pretending that she did not know how to operate the spaceship, Thea took out a tablet and recorded all the things that looked like words on the spaceship. She ran around with a group of scientists and used a few hints. After a series of brainstorming sessions, a simple operating manual for the spaceship was officially produced. First, adjust the oxygen content on the spaceship to Earth's level. Then, let's see how the synthetic food is made. We have grown bigger, and we don't have enough food. Let's see where we are. Are we in the Milky Way? What's the speed of this spaceship? Thea found a box and sat on it. She had become more and more adept at commanding people. A group of scientists and politicians did not know what to do, and no one complained when they were commanded. They each used their own brains to study the functions of the spaceship according to the operating manual. The oxygen problem was easy to solve. They just had to set it according to Earth standards. When the environmental test met Earth standards, Thea first took off the cumbersome spacesuit. This spacesuit was a life-saving equipment for others, but for her, it was purely a prop. She did not want to wear it for even a second. Seeing her role model, everyone took off their spacesuits one after another. A few leaders heard that there was no food on the spaceship, and they were not afraid of the trouble. They asked a few soldiers who had not recovered to their original state to deliver food to them through the glass container. Thea did not have time to worry about them. She was looking at the flight record of the spaceship. Just by looking at it, she knew that the spaceship had already flown out of the solar system. How far are we from Earth now? Thea could understand most of the text on the spaceship without the help of the light ring. It was basically the universal language of the universe. Luther did not have this experience. He was a pure earthling, but he was also very good. He had a photographic memory and memorized all the symbols. He even guessed about 60 to 70% of the text on the spaceship. At this time, he saw Thea frown and quickly asked in a low voice. Thea looked back at this guy, hesitated for a moment, and told him the truth. According to the flight record, converted to Earth's distance units, we are about 1.5 light years away from Earth. Luther was speechless. 1.5 light years did not seem like a big number, but the diameter of the solar system was only 0.003 light years. This distance was endless. This spaceship can't take us so far away in such a short time, right? Does it have warp equipment? Something like space travel. A few senior officials were celebrating with champagne in the distance. The practical scientists were all nearby, studying the structure of the spaceship. Now that they heard Thea's words, they were a little dizzy. A fat old man with round eyes asked, "Professor Stein." Thea was the first to speak. This fat old man was none other than one of the Firestorm duo on the Wave Rider. It was just that at this time, he was not Firestorm yet. He had just met Thea yesterday. Thea was initially quite surprised that this big shot in physics was also in the metropolis. She only heard that he was here to attend some conference. "Professor, you are right. This spaceship does have warp technology." Thea first gave them a reassurance, then changed the topic. But during warp, the spaceship designer designed it according to the body of a robot. This means that when the spaceship passes through the black hole, there will be a huge overload. According to the strength of the human body, we won't be able to withstand it. Thea handed her tablet to the few of them. "This is the overload data I calculated. There will be about 200 G of overload. You know, our pilot can only withstand 9 G. Chapter 397. Some of them looked at her deduction process, while others lowered their heads and did their own calculations. Thea scratched her head. The speed of the spaceship could exceed the speed of light. Ignoring the energy consumption, it would take at least a year to fly back. The tens of millions of people in the glass dome could not wait for a year, and the spaceship could not fit 10 million people. The only plan now was to warp back to the solar system. However, only Thea could adapt to the powerful overload. Showing such a strong physique in public would inevitably expose her ability, which was not in line with her plan. What should she do? Thea was also in deep thought with a large group of scientists. The difference was that while the scientists were thinking about how to get home, Thea was thinking about how to continue the show. After thinking about it, she decided not to expose herself first. She contacted the nearby Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, and asked him to help send the spaceship back to the solar system. Just as she was about to put it into action, she heard the little troublemaker Louise Lane shouting, "Superman is here! Superman is here!" The surrounding people were very excited and asked, "Where is Superman? How do you know he is here? Are you in contact?" Thea saw this scene and was a little speechless. Louise Lane and Clark Kent were so close, but this group of slow people in the metropolis did not connect Clark to Superman. She really did not know what to say. However, it was a good thing that Superman was here. At least she did not have to waste a favor. Opening the Eye of Horus, Thea looked out of the spaceship and saw Clark, who was wearing a blue shirt and a red cloak. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his lips were pursed tightly. It could be seen that this old man had run away in order to save his wife. "Clark, it's Thea. The spaceship is under control. You can come in from the rear entrance of the spaceship." Thea originally wanted to discuss the plan outside, but found that Superman was no different from Batman. He could not communicate telepathically, so she could only let him in. "Superman is here. Superman is here to save us. We're saved." When the people in the spaceship saw Superman enter, they were all excited. This made Thea a little depressed. After all, the people present were not ordinary people. Most of them were government military personnel. 60% of them were people who usually peed their pants when they heard Superman's name. Now that they were so supportive of Superman, it could only be said that Superman's reputation had been maxed out. "You're unhappy too, aren't you?" Only Lex Luthor would speak in such an eccentric manner. According to his heart, he would rather fly back to Earth directly than accept Superman's help. He, who was originally unhappy, noticed a trace of unhappiness on Thea's face. This kind of expression had appeared on his face many times over the past year. It was the kind of expression that would appear on Superman's face even after working hard for half a day. He, who was in the same boat, felt much better now. Luthor used his chin to point at Superman, who was surrounded by people. A perfect alien with a godlike character. People only worship strength and ignore wisdom and knowledge. Thea did not comment. She pretended not to know him and introduced the situation to Superman. Superman completely understood why she hid her true identity. In his opinion, Earth heroes like Thea and Batman did the same. They usually used one identity and another during battle. It was not a big problem. After listening to Thea's explanation, Superman said without hesitation, "I'll push the spaceship away. Can you do it?" Thea secretly asked him telepathically. Superman could not directly reply to her, so he just nodded slightly. Thea thought about it and could not think of a better way. At worst, she could use the light ring to replenish him with some yellow energy. After instructing Superman to prepare in space, Thea began to calibrate the position. Brainiac did not care about Earth at all. It did not keep Earth's coordinates in its spaceship. Thea had to calculate Earth's position. Brother Superman was similar to Diana in the original space-time. He clearly had the ability to travel through space, but he stayed on Earth for decades. Superman came so quickly this time because he relied on Louise Lane's locator to find her. Otherwise, he might not be able to find her even if he searched for her all over the universe. After calculating the position, the engine ignited and started. The spaceship emitted a huge tail flame and flew towards Earth at the speed of light. Superman waited for a while until the spaceship's speed reached its limit. Then he pushed the tail of the spaceship with both hands and relied on his flying ability to add a huge amount of thrust to the spaceship. 3 days later, when Thea announced that they were about to enter the solar system, everyone on the spaceship cheered. Few praised Thea, but many praised Superman. They did not know that if Thea had not sent a clone to recharge Superman with the light ring, Superman would have been dead from exhaustion. Superman did not enter the spaceship for 3 days because he wanted to help Thea cover up her secret. He did not want anyone to see his weak state. After entering the solar system, he returned to Earth directly. The few core members of the Anti-Superman Committee did not know the inside story. They were even more afraid of Superman, who had limitless stamina. "We will enter Earth's atmosphere in 3 minutes. Begin deceleration." Thea trained a group of scientists to be spaceship pilots. Several old men in their 50s and 60s were used to her command. They began to prepare for landing in a flurry. When they entered the solar system, the first person to contact Earth was Luthor. This guy had even launched his satellite into Jupiter's orbit. Following that, several military bigwigs and Thea also received feedback from their respective satellites. They contacted their subordinates and superiors respectively. Fortunately, the melodramatic scene of being attacked by a nuclear bomb did not happen. Thea's superior was naturally Comrade Moira. She probably knew what she was capable of. She had not heard from her for a week, but she was not very worried about her. She just said that she would pick her up at the scene and bring her a big surprise. A big surprise? What the hell was that? Thea did not understand, but there was no time to think about it. Before the spaceship entered the atmosphere and landed, Minister of Defense General Swanwick eagerly boarded the spaceship in a special plane. This spaceship is intact. The moment they met, the African minister pulled them into a small meeting. Before they could even sit down, he impatiently asked. The small meeting was really small. There were only 4 people, including Thea. They were all personnel who knew her true identity. Faced with the minister's question, the generals all looked at Thea. They could not help it. They were not as capable as Luther. Learning a foreign language that had nothing to do with Earth's language in the blink of an eye, it was too difficult for these old men. The damage is not serious. The weapon system and propulsion system are all intact. However, I don't recommend the military dismantle it. Why? The minister asked, puzzled. This is Brainiac's spaceship. The spaceship is only temporarily blocked. I can't guarantee that there are no other communication devices in the spaceship. You must know that this is a top-level artificial intelligence that has destroyed countless planets. Its technology is far beyond our understanding, Thea said very seriously. The minister was helpless. Previously, the Krypton spaceship was almost smashed into pieces. The military had been busy for a year, but did not manage to get anything good. Now that they finally had an intact spaceship, it could not be moved. However, he still asked with uncertainty, is this Brainiac that you mentioned really that powerful? Yes. The guards on the spaceship this time are only one of its countless clones. In order to kill it, we sacrificed more than 30 warriors. It can make billions of robots like this. Once it gets serious, no planet in the universe can stop it. Thea had to break their fantasy. If Krypton could not stop it, it was even more impossible for Earthlings to do so. Chapter 398. The African minister scratched his head. In the end, he could only put the matter aside and restore the metropolis to its original state. In the week that they disappeared, the entire world's media went crazy. They could not cover up the disappearance of such a large city, even if they wanted to. The other big countries said they were concerned, but they were actually enjoying the show. Thea thought about it, then called the minister to one side and whispered a few words to him. What? There are aliens in the spaceship? How many are there? General Swanwick was shocked. He was not happy at all as a minister. He spent his days wandering around the aliens. Those who did not know better would think that he was in charge of Earth's affairs with the aliens. Thea did a rough calculation. There were more than 20 glass domes and the same number of alien cities. Although many life forms died due to environmental problems, there were still a few alien races that had strong vitality and persevered. They only lacked atomized equipment. About 100,000? Thea said uncertainly. Seeing General Swanwick's bloodshot eyes and trembling lips, Thea continued to explain. They are all cities that were taken away by Brainiac's spaceship. I took a look, and they're all life forms in the nearby star systems. They are all intelligent life forms, and their technological level is about the same as ours. No, this is too big. Even the president can't make a decision. I'll report it. Let the people who should be worried think about it. The minister thought about it and knew that this matter involved too many people. He did not dare to make a decision and had to report it. Thea did not have a choice. Breaking the glass domes and letting 100,000 aliens die was a little cruel. Other people aside, Superman had been on a spaceship before. If he knew that Thea and the government had killed 100,000 aliens, he would immediately turn evil. The minister did not think too much about it. He just felt that killing 100,000 intelligent life forms with a single order was not in line with his morals. However, he could not just leave them be. As for how to deal with these people, he would leave it to the higher-ups to discuss. Thea didn't know that her casual suggestion made the president call for a meeting of the top 5 that very night. All kinds of advisors, think tanks, international experts, and former leaders gathered to discuss behind closed doors for 7 days. They still couldn't make up their minds whether to execute, expel, or take her in. Of course, this was a story for the future. Thea was very busy at the moment. The AI could easily take away the city, and she wanted to put it back in its original state. This required a lot of calculations, including the city plan, spatial coordinates, and the angle of anti-atomization. There weren't enough scientists on the spaceship, including Luther, so they urgently gathered the world's renowned scientists to calculate. Thea's old acquaintances, Dr. Sarah Stone from the Red House Laboratory, Reverse Lightning from the Advanced Technology Laboratory, and Psyker, were all forcefully pulled over by various organizations to help, regardless of whether they were willing or not. After working for a day and a night, the results were finally out. Connect to the glass dome of Metropolis. Coordinates confirmed. Airspace is prohibited in this area. Activate the space stabilizer and equalizer. After a series of complicated instructions, Thea checked that there were no errors before giving the final order. Activate the anti-atomization ray. Different from the anti-atomization equipment they were researching, the built-in ray of a spaceship was at least 200 years more advanced than the equipment they had developed. A colorful ray shone into the glass dome, and the moment it shone, the space displacement was activated. The displacement coordinates were calculated by Thea and the others. The originally empty flat land was instantly filled with skyscrapers. The dirt was replaced by asphalt roads, and an artificial lake appeared abruptly on the flat land. Tens of millions of citizens had no idea that they had returned to their original state. Except for a few screeching zoo animals, it was as if nothing had happened at all. The people who saw this scene on the monitor were very excited. Yeah, Psyker, who was recruited, was a little excited. He wanted to find someone to high-five to celebrate, but he found that the people in the room were all old men and old women. The only three young people were himself, Thea, and Lex Luthor. Luthor pulled a long face as if everyone owed him money. Psyker did not dare to provoke him. He gently high-fived Thea to celebrate. The city had returned to its original state, but there were more or less some flaws. Thea at least saw that the city's sewer pipes were off by 5 meters, various oil and electricity transmission, and the suburban roads were a little off, but these were not things she should worry about. Let the metropolitan government deal with them. Thea, not long after they walked out of the spaceship, they saw Moira. The mother and daughter hugged each other warmly. Come and see who this is. Moira's face was full of smiles, and a young man walked out from behind her. Thea. The young man's temperament was calm, and his face was serious, but he still showed a heartfelt joy when he saw his family. Oliver. Thea was really surprised. This was not an act, this was a real surprise. It was difficult for her to show such an expression, but after calculating for a day and a night, she was a little dizzy. When she suddenly saw Oliver alive, she could not control her emotions. I missed you so much. Thea hugged Oliver tightly. The memories of her childhood and youth were deliberately faded, but not buried. Her feelings were real, and so was her family. Thea was affected by her own emotions for a moment, and the corners of her eyes were a little wet. She only hated herself for not helping Oliver earlier. The family of 3 hugged each other and cried. Many scientists on the spaceship and many citizens who came to thank them when they learned that they had returned to normal silently watched all this. The image of a strong, intelligent, and caring girl came into everyone's eyes. This was the representative of the modern heroes of the United States. She was calm in the face of trouble, calm in command, and so humane. The onlookers gave the family of 3 their blessings and applause. It's a pity that her talent is wasted. She's a woman after all. Very coincidentally, there was also a family of 3 on Luther's side. Although he wanted to be in the limelight, he was an old man in his 30s. It was impossible for him to cry while hugging his mother and brother like Thea. Luther was very unhappy and left the scene with his mother and sister. It had been 2 days since Oliver returned to the United States. He also learned that his sister had saved the city. His heart was filled with pride, but it was still awkward to be surrounded by so many people. He hurriedly pulled his mother and sister and left the scene after Luther. Oliver did not know about the trouble his sister had caused in the past few years. As soon as her brother appeared, his name instantly appeared on the desk of many insiders. The government and the Pentagon copied his information from the Heaven's Eye Society to evaluate this person's future achievements and influence on Thea. Several heroes, such as Superman, Batman, and the Martian Manhunter were collecting information on him through different channels. Several neutral or evil subordinates, such as Poison Ivy and Gruder, gathered together to listen to Death Knell tell the story that he and Oliver had to tell. Chapter 399. At this time, Oliver still didn't know that his every move had attracted the attention of others. When the family left the scene and was about to take the plane back to Star City, they saw the black-skinned avatar from afar. Thea knew that the black-skinned woman was expressing that she had returned a big favor, so she could only nod slightly to show that she accepted. Although Oliver wasn't strengthened, he was born with good eyesight. When he saw Avatar, he reflexively stood in front of his mother and sister and looked at Avatar vigilantly. Avatar was a little stunned, but she immediately understood that Oliver didn't know about her relationship with Thea. The more she thought about it, the more interesting this family was. She didn't talk to them and left alone with a faint smile. After returning to the Quinn family's old house and having dinner, Moira rested alone, leaving the siblings some space. "Let's go out for a walk," Oliver suggested. Thea nodded, and the two went outside. The two walked to the empty tombs of old Robert and Oliver. Thea didn't know how to explain. "I know something about you. Haven't I been on the island for the past few years?" Oliver smiled and said, "Yao Fei told me." "You don't know, right? He returned to Purgatory Island." Thea opened her mouth slightly. It seemed that Yao Fei's illness hadn't been cured yet. Why did he go back for no reason? This old man couldn't live a good life, right? Needless to say, since he had seen Yao Fei, he must have seen Shadow as well. Thea scratched her head. "I'm sorry. I did want to save you from the island, but I was delayed. No need to apologize. I wouldn't have gone with you back then." Oliver interrupted her. With the grudge between the siblings gone, it was easy to talk. "Your skills are not bad. Did old man Yao Fei teach you again?" Thea had noticed this the moment she met him. It was hard to tell how strong Oliver was in the original space-time, but Thea compared the Oliver in front of her with the people she knew. She felt that he was about the same level as Nightwing, or even slightly stronger. Talia was currently busy reorganizing the Assassin League. It was impossible for her to teach Oliver. Thea felt that the two of them might not even know each other. Then, combined with old Yao's experience of returning to Purgatory Island, it was not difficult to guess that Oliver had undergone new training. "You don't need to use those weird tricks of yours. Do you want to spar?" Oliver sent out a battle invitation. "I'm not afraid of you." After a few days of acting, Thea was itching for a fight. The siblings came to the backyard of Quinn's old house, where there was a large training ground. Unlike the original space-time, Moira's physical fitness had greatly increased. She could also exercise her body at ordinary times. Thea recommended karate to her, which was easy to learn. She could crush ordinary people by relying on her attributes. She did not need to practice to become a master, but she needed to have the power to protect herself in an emergency. Competing in close combat, Thea watched as Oliver took two wooden swords from the rack. She had no objections. She coiled up her hair, rolled up her sleeves, kicked off her high heels, grabbed two wooden swords, suppressed her attributes to the level of ordinary people, and took a stance, waiting for Oliver to attack first. Oliver originally wanted to let his sister attack first, but when he saw her burst of momentum in an instant, he immediately changed his mind. Sharp, tough, and unrivaled could be used to describe Thea's momentum at this time. Although she did not attack, he knew that she was definitely a strong enemy just by looking at her posture. His sister was so powerful. The Thea in front of him was too different from the one in his memory. In the past few years, he had traveled extensively and seen a lot of people fighting, but Oliver had never seen anyone who could match Thea in terms of momentum. His competitive spirit rose, and he also became serious. Holding two swords in his hands, he cautiously observed, and then took the initiative to attack with his left hand and right hand. "Use your full strength." Thea casually parried Oliver's blow, and her right hand mercilessly whipped his arm. Oliver's reaction was very fast. His feet moved quickly, and his body moved horizontally. He cleverly used the wooden sword in his left hand to block Thea's two swords at the same time, and his right hand swept across her abdomen. Thea stomped on the ground and jumped back a step. At the same time, her body turned lightly in the air, and her wrist slashed across Oliver's body. The brother and sister exchanged more than 10 moves with speed, and Thea was a little surprised to find that she did not have much of an advantage. Oliver's close combat was taught by Death Knell, but unlike Death Knell, who had a fierce fighting style, his personality was not so aggressive, and he was more inclined to defend and attack. While his defense was tight, his attacks were also very sharp. At this time, Oliver had not yet reached his peak, but he already had some of his own fighting style. It was not impossible for him to catch up to Batman in the future. Thea felt that her brother's attacks were not bad, but Oliver was shocked by her. That day on Purgatory Island, Thea had mostly used magic to deal with the three of them. Oliver really did not know that his sister was so skilled. At this time, Oliver had already surpassed Death Knell's old teaching and had his own understanding of fighting. But no matter how he changed his moves, he could not break through Thea's defense. Thea sensed Oliver's competitive spirit and secretly laughed. She did not want to beat her brother on the first day they met. After all, they grew up together, and their relationship was much deeper than Tommy's. In order to save Oliver's face, Thea secretly lowered her speed by 20%. At this time, Oliver was finally able to keep up with her attacks, and the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves before stopping. Thea finally confirmed her judgment. Oliver's close combat was similar to that of a Nightwing. Considering his outstanding talent for long-range attacks, he, with a bow and arrow in hand, was only second to Madame Shiva and Batman among ordinary people. He was slightly stronger than the Nightwing Talia. The siblings had no interest in continuing the fight and strolled on the back mountain covered in leaves. What exactly is magic? Do you know Constantine? Oliver deliberated for a moment and asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Magic is an energy application that ancient humans summed up from the demon language and various otherworld creatures to find the truth of the world. Why? Did you meet Constantine? I don't know him, but I know that this person has a bad reputation and is not a good person. Thea was puzzled. Oliver should not know Constantine. Hearing his sister's evaluation of Constantine, Oliver thought of something and smiled bitterly. He is indeed a bastard. I met him on Purgatory Island. At that time, he was looking for a magic ball. Horse magic ball? Thea was shocked. Oliver nodded, as if that was the name. Thea's heart was in turmoil, and she did not say anything. She took the magic ball, traveled to 1918, and gave it to Madame Xanadu. Could it be that Madame Xanadu buried the magic ball on Purgatory Island after that? After circling around, the magic ball still ended up in Constantine's hands, and Zakong still knew Oliver. Fate's adventure was evident. Chapter 400. That night, Sia called Oliver and Moira together and gave them the super gene optimization fluid that she had developed. She also explained the usage and matters that they should pay attention to. She also gave Oliver the diluted god's blood that she had prepared before. As for how he planned, that was his own business. If he had to reject supernatural forces like Batman, Thea had no other choice. She couldn't press his neck and give him a shot, right? Everything was voluntary. The opportunity was given to him, and the choice was entirely up to him. Early the next morning, Thea called the mother and son to discuss. She wanted to return the shares that should have belonged to Oliver. Oliver insisted that he didn't come back for the money, but under Thea's more determined attitude, he finally accepted the division plan. Quinn Group could be said to be old Robert's life's work. After all, Thea was not his flesh and blood. Now that Oliver had come back, it was reasonable to return his share to him. Moreover, Thea had already obtained her doctorate. The transformation of the new group into a high-tech group was a matter of fact. Thea didn't want to have a doctorate and be followed by a lot of construction workers and bulldozers. That image was too bad. With Oliver's primary school degree and his muscles, he was quite suitable to be a foreman. The new division was very simple. The original Quinn Group's building parts were stripped and given to Oliver. In the next few years, there would be constant wars, and the construction team would definitely not have to worry about starvation. It was just that the work would be very cumbersome. After getting rid of the construction part, only the new R&D department, the medical department, and the new polymer compound department were left. Thea's wealth, which was originally close to Luthor and Batman's, was cut in half. However, the staff was reduced by 90%, and the troubles were reduced by 70%. I'll let Oliver worry about the construction industry in the future. After 2 days of relaxing and happy days, the debate at the 5 permanent shareholders meeting finally spread among the higher-ups. Thea was urgently summoned to the Batcave. The P5 held a national meeting. Thea and the other heroes held a small meeting in the Batcave. Superman, the Martian Manhunter, Thea, Diana, and the landlord Batman. There were exactly 5 of them. Thea had originally wanted to introduce the Martian Hunter and Diana to each other, but she did not expect that the two of them not only knew each other, but were also quite familiar with each other. Come to think of it, it wasn't surprising. The Martian Hunter had been on Earth for 200 years, and Diana had also been in the modern world for more than 100 years. It was normal for them to know each other. Everyone, the Big Five, has been discussing the hundreds of thousands of aliens for 3 days. What do you think about this matter? As the convener, Batman was the first to speak. Let's heal their bodies first. I only glanced at them at that time. Many of them are already very weak. Superman was the first to speak. Only by confiscating their weapons can we provide them with food. The Martian Hunter also expressed his opinion. Thea and Diana also said something similar. The few heroes had similar views on this point. No one would say that they should kill all the hundreds of thousands of aliens. That would be too unjust. The initial plan was set, but there was an important disagreement on the follow-up arrangements. Superman, based on his own experience, believed that they should cultivate their feelings for Earth and even arrange a job for the aliens. The Martian Manhunter believed that they should be kicked out immediately. Diana, on the other hand, believed that they should be settled and divided into areas for them to live in. The 3 of them felt that they made sense. Their voices became louder and louder, but no one could convince the other. You met the president before you came? Batman watched them argue calmly. He was not anxious at all. He turned his head and asked Thea, who was also watching the show. Thea wanted to laugh when she thought of this. Mr. President actually thinks that we should settle the aliens in Afghanistan and withdraw the U.S. military. I'm dying of laughter. Batman snorted. You're going to New York tomorrow. What do you think about this? Thea did not think too much about it. She said firmly, accept them. The future of Earth needs to unite all the forces that can be united. They are also intelligent life and are not much worse than us. She cannot talk about Doomsday and Darkseid, but this time, Brainiac was also a big threat. Thea continued. Did you see the robot on the spaceship this time? That was just one of Brainiac's countless clones. Krypton was so powerful, but it was destroyed. I don't think Earth can withstand it. Before Batman could answer, Superman, with his sharp ears, turned his head and asked, was Krypton really destroyed by that artificial intelligence? 70 to 80%. That's the result of the investigation by the Lanterns. There were many opinions about who destroyed Krypton, and Thea did not dare to say with certainty. Superman was immersed in the tragic death of his own kind. The Martian Manhunter and Diana were also not in the mood to argue. At the end of the day, they were all worried about nothing, and no one cared about their opinions. When Thea made it clear that she supported her lover, Batman considered carefully and agreed to Diana's relocation plan. It was a little far from the Martian Manhunter's goal, but it was still a compromise. He finally agreed, and Superman had no choice but to give up. The next day, Thea, who was getting better and better, had to go to New York to be questioned by the P5 and persuade them to pass the resolution. Professor Quinn, an old man, asked first. Yes, Thea had studied hard for 5 years and finally got rid of the title of Mississippi. This incident had fully demonstrated her intelligence, and the title of professor in front of her name was well-deserved. Can't those aliens be sent back to their original planets? Thea nodded slightly. Gentlemen, among the 20 glass domes, the results of our investigation so far show that only 7 of them still have signs of life, and their planets have long been destroyed. Collecting the essence of the cities and destroying the others' planets has always been the Collector Brainiac's policy. Currently, there is only one planet that has not been destroyed after being collected, and that is Earth. After dealing with them so much, Thea also understood the principle of getting along with this group of people. She had to tell the truth to Batman, and it was best to scare them. The older you are, the wiser you are. No one in this room is a fool. Sia's unspoken words are not difficult to understand. What does this mean? It meant that the aliens were still coming. These people all understood the principle of driving the wolves to devour the tigers, and the two people who were originally tough immediately softened. Thea finished her statement and left. The debate in the room continued for another day. After Thea slept, they finally came to a conclusion. They would be concentrated in the desert of Nevada, and a coordination and supervision committee would be set up to solve all the conflicts between the aliens and the Earthlings. The main person in charge would be Professor Thea. What was this? Thea was a little amused. A real-life version of Area 51? Chapter 401. The first thing Dr. Thea did after taking office was to set up a team of guards and coordinate the relationship. How to coordinate? By talking. The committee must have its own armed forces. After a few discussions, the maximum number of guards was set at 5,000. This would be the armed forces under the committee's control. Thea finally had some visible armed forces. After all, there was a limit to the bodyguard team. 100 people was already too much. Any more would be inappropriate. Now that she had received official approval, Thea directly cleared more than 500 people from Death Knell's dark forces and joined the guards under various names. These people would be the backbone for a long time in the future. She did not let go of the few alien cities on the other side, either. She found a city with the largest population, and Sia and Fiora mixed in with the atomization. She brainwashed a few leaders and made up a story that Fiora had fallen to another planet after leaving Earth and was later kidnapped by Brainiac. The future management committee would have 7 seats. The alien cities would choose 3 representatives to occupy 3 seats, and the Earthlings would occupy 4. Thea would occupy 1 seat, the Heavenly Eye Society would occupy 1 seat, the government would occupy 1 seat, and the military would occupy 1 seat. Thea wanted to strengthen her voice. She wanted to rope in a few representatives on the surface and mix sand with the aliens behind their backs. She wanted to have this armed force firmly in the palm of her hand. There were many restrictions, but the benefits were also great. Other than nuclear bombs, all weapons could be installed. In order to prevent the aliens from having any special abilities, the Heavenly Eye Society also provided a portion of their secret black technology to support the committee. Anti-gravity miniature plastic energy network, electromagnetic signal isolation cabin, quantized cage. Both Amanda and Steve Trevor of the Heavenly Eye Society were quite cunning. They slightly twisted the decision of the higher-ups and provided Thea with defensive equipment. Of course, Thea did not agree. Now that she had the support of the P5, she could enter the president's office whenever she wanted. She wasn't afraid of the Heaven's Eye Society at all. Today, she could pull in a councilman, and tomorrow, she could pull in a general. The Heaven's Eye Society couldn't win against her, so they could only provide her with a blueprint for an advanced laser gun. Thea was still not satisfied. If she developed the finished product herself, who would it belong to? This was a scientific research mission, not a preferential condition. Then what exactly do you want? Amanda felt that Thea was indeed easier to talk to than other superheroes, but this was both a strength and a weakness. Other superheroes, such as Batman, came and went in a hurry. They would leave after they finished speaking. Who could sit in her office for 3 hours? I want to visit the Black Room, Thea stated her condition. Amanda thought about it and shook her head. No Esper can enter the Black Room. This is the iron rule of the Heaven's Eye Society. Sightseeing was just an excuse. She was just an ordinary person who couldn't keep an eye on them. She couldn't open her mouth. Thea snorted. In the future, the Heavens I would meet a great enemy, and Constantine had gone in. She had never heard of any iron rules. These people would not give up until they saw the coffin. However, she did not want to push Amanda too far. Some of the things in the Black Room were indeed heaven-defying. Espers weren't allowed to enter. From a broad perspective, it was a wise decision. How about this? I won't go in. Help me take it out. I only want one thing inside. Thea took the initiative to lower her request. What is it? I'll say it first. I can't give you the dangerous things. Amanda was helpless. A superhero played administrative tricks on her every day and hit her soft spot. This made her want to die. The headquarters of the Heaven's Eye Society was right there. She couldn't hide, even if she wanted to. Merlin's sword. Thea naturally wouldn't mention Dr. Fate's helmet, the heart of darkness that hid the eclipse of darkness, or the tank with the power of Godspeed. She didn't understand those things, or couldn't control them. They weren't suitable for her now. If she remembered correctly, Merlin's staff was also hidden in the Black Room. She weighed the two weapons for a long time. In the end, she chose the sword according to her intuition. Merlin's sword? Amanda was in contact with these things every day. Although she was just an ordinary person, her vision was probably better than many extraordinaries. In her impression, these weapons were useless in the hands of ordinary people or even extraordinaries. They were only useful in the hands of people with special bloodlines. This made her guess about Thea's bloodline. Thinking that the sword was indeed useless, Amanda finally nodded and said softly, "This time, it's not the Heaven's Eye Society that's helping you. Remember, it's me." Thea smiled, but didn't say anything. It wasn't difficult to return the favor. Amanda's ability to seek death was second only to Louise Lane. Superman wouldn't come to save her. When the time came, she could just help her. After waiting for half an hour, Amanda handed a long box to Thea. The call from a bloodline couldn't be faked. Thea didn't open the box on the spot and chose to leave alone, which made Amanda a little disappointed. When she returned to her residence, she opened the simple box. Just by looking at the surface of the box and the gorgeous decorations with a hint of antiquity, she knew it was worth a lot. She opened the lid and saw an almost transparent sword lying in the box. Thea grabbed the hilt and took the sword out. Her wrist shook lightly and made 2 strokes with the sword. Light and flowing, the toughness and hardness were just right. Thea sighed. Good sword. Thea had seen a few swords. Whether it was Diana's Vulcan sword or her own Godslayer, magic swords were all high-quality divine weapons and magic weapons. This Merlin sword was slightly inferior to the previous swords in terms of material, but the touch of the bloodline made this sword in Thea's hands several times more powerful. It was a traditional English longsword, 90 centimeters long, with a cross-shaped handle and no extra decorations. As it danced, the transparent blade emitted a faint blue light. This was a natural reaction after it merged with the magic in the air. Thea injected her own magic into the sword. The originally faint blue light instantly turned dark blue, and the blade produced an invisible vibration. If one listened carefully, they could even hear a very faint chee-chee sound. With a light flip of the wrist holding the sword, she slashed it from the bottom to the top. A deep blue light flashed, and the metal frame 10 meters away was directly cut in half. Thea looked at the cut. It was clean and smooth. It didn't look like it was cut by a sword. Instead, it looked like it was cut by water, wire, or other modern machinery. She aligned the 2 ends and carefully observed it under the sunlight. The cut area was very small, and the sword light was as thin as a piece of paper. It easily cut through the metal. She injected her own attributes into the sword. Overall, the sword was very inclusive. There were only slight differences in each attribute. For example, the light attribute was faster, and the dark attribute was better at hiding. Chapter 402. In addition to this kind of conventional magic power attack, Merlin's sword also came with 2 advanced spells. Every day, he would cast Hailstorm and Greater Invisibility. Sia also knew these 2 spells, but using the sword to cast them did not consume her own magic power. In this real world, magic ignored both friend and foe. Hailstorm was not practical, but Greater Invisibility was a good spell for home travel. This sword also had a very heaven-defying attribute, which was that it contained a trace of the law of luck. It would subtly change the wearer's luck. Thea tried for a long time, but did not see how effective it was. However, she still decided to wear it with the spirit of believing that it was real. In modern society, it was impossible to carry a 1-meter-long sword every day. Fortunately, her ancestor was a wizard god and not a sword saint. He considered this problem for future generations. The Merlin bloodline could turn this sword into an accessory. Thea chose a necklace. The cross-shaped sword shrunk and hung around her neck. From afar, it looked like a cross. Coordinating with a few alien city managers, Felicia did not need much effort. 7 cities were on the verge of collapse, and 3 of them were not even as civilized as the people on Earth. They were only at the level of the Renaissance. Felicia brought thousands of people into the city in atomized form, and all kinds of black technology were used, which scared the hell out of the people. There were 2 other cities that were similar to the civilization on Earth. However, they only had a few thousand people and did not dare to attack an entire planet. The remaining 2 cities that were more advanced than Earth had developed their own pseudo-artificial intelligence. However, they were now controlled by Brainiac. Before Thea and the others entered the city, they had just cut the artificial intelligence into pieces. Now, they trembled when they saw a tablet and had high blood pressure when they saw a laptop. Thea unexpectedly gained a lot of fear energy from them. It was obvious that these people were frightened by Old Boo. It was very easy for Fiora to blend in. She just had to rewrite the memories of a few people. They all agreed that Fiora, who had wandered to their planet, led them to destroy the artificial intelligence. They all elected Fiora as their representative and successfully helped Thea to get a seat in the committee. One of the government seats was confirmed to be held by Senator Joan Finch of Kentucky. This middle-aged woman was Moira's political ally, the rotating chairman of the Anti-Superman Committee. Generally speaking, she was quite friendly with Thea. The military representative was Thea's old acquaintance, General Ryan. Of the 3 alien seats, Thea had 1, the government had 1, the military had 1, and the Heaven's Eye Society had yet to be decided. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that Amanda's appointment was suppressed and Steve Trevor was appointed instead, perhaps due to consideration of the balance between the various parties. The government was mainly in charge of funding, the Heaven's Eye Society was in charge of high-tech weapons, the military was in charge of conventional weapons, and Thea was in charge of personnel. She did not stand on ceremony and directly promoted her bodyguard, John Diggle, to the position of military supervisor. Laura Michaels definitely hoped that her husband would be promoted. What kind of future did he have as a bodyguard? Even though she was Amanda's hardcore supporter, this didn't stop her from using her connections in the Heavenly Eye Society to convince Steve Trevor and obtain the approval of the Heavenly Eye Society. The military considered that Diggle was from the Kandahar Special Forces, and the government considered the black man's skin color. Many parties were very satisfied with this choice. The black man was like a slacker in the original space-time Green Arrow team. In fact, his military qualities were good, and he was a standard soldier. Being a superhero couldn't bring out his strengths. Now that he was in high spirits, he led by example and trained the 2,000 soldiers recruited in advance in an orderly manner. It would take time to twist this force into a rope. However, Thea herself and the people she had promoted were in the open. In the dark, there were mercenaries controlled by Fiora and Death Knell. They could control this committee and even go one step further and develop it into a World Security Council like Marvel. As the future situation became more and more difficult, this wouldn't be difficult. Thea, who thought that she would spend the weekend in the district, received a phone call and rushed back to Star City by plane. She was back for the wedding. It was funny to say that it wasn't a young person's wedding. It was the wedding of Felicity's mother and Laurel's father. Thea wasn't too surprised when she heard the news at first, because she remembered that the 2 of them were a little interesting in the show, but it didn't develop into anything else. But in this space-time, because Felicity and Laurel had met in advance, their parents had also met in advance. One's husband was in prison, and the other's wife was divorced. The 2 middle-aged people unexpectedly hit it off, and they actually came up with a marriage plan. She rushed back to the Quinn family's old house. As the mayor of Star City, Moira had to be there to congratulate Detective Lance. As Felicity and Laurel's friend, Thea had to be there. Oliver had now reconnected with Shadow, and even Thea saw that he was living in Shadow's apartment. Of course, Oliver's excuse was that he was taking care of old Yao's daughter. Shadow was a Star City police officer, and as a friend of a police officer, Oliver had to be there. Although the family of three had different reasons, their destination was the same. They were going to the church together. There weren't many people at the church entrance, but Thea really knew a lot of people. At a glance, she saw a tall man in a well-ironed suit who exuded a melancholy aura. He was Bruce Wayne. "Why are you here?" Thea asked in a low voice. Detective Lance invited a lot of police officers, and I'm considered one now. Plus, I know Laurel and Felicity too. Batman said arrogantly, and only lowered his voice at the last sentence. Thea took a closer look. It was true. Detective Lance was chatting with Gordon Sr. Beside them was a tall black man with a buzz cut who would speak from time to time. Judging by his rank, he was also a detective. "Who's that black man over there?" Thea didn't recognize him, so she turned to ask Batman. "Joe West, a serious and responsible detective in Central City," Batman said seriously. Thea understood. "Isn't that Barry Allen's father-in-law?" Detective Lance has quite a wide circle of friends. Thea left Batman the back of her head and walked to the side because she saw Felicity and Barbara. "Hey, how do you feel now that you have a stepfather and a sister?" Thea patted Felicity's shoulder jokingly. Felicity's face was hard to tell whether she was happy or sad. Her mouth was half open, and her eyes were not as bright as before. It was obvious that this sudden incident had caught her off guard. She wouldn't object, but she wasn't prepared to agree with both hands. More importantly, she knew Detective Lance and Laurel before, and now that they were suddenly family, the IT heroine didn't know how to react. Thea watched the scene with a smile. Felicity didn't know that Sarah Lance was still alive. When they fought Nanderbart, they didn't find any trace of Sarah Lance. She must have been trained by Talia's sister, Nissa. Felicity was a few months younger than Laurel and 2 years older than Sarah Lance. When the three of them got together, it would be even more lively. Chapter 4:03. While the three women were chatting and laughing, Sia and Barbara were mainly teasing Felicity. Not long after, Laurel arrived at the scene. Beside her was Thea's other brother, Tommy Merlin. The two of them had trained well in the bloody Gotham. As criminals, the two of them had a stronger presence than Shadow and Star City. As the leader of the Raptor Squad, Barbara naturally had to greet them. However, she stopped after taking 2 steps because she saw Oliver holding Shadow's hand and blocking the two of them. Laurel, Tommy. Oliver didn't know how to feel when he saw his best friend and his former love holding hands. However, he couldn't pretend that he didn't know them. He went up and greeted the two of them affectionately. Oliver, Laurel and Tommy had similar thoughts. They didn't know how to face him. Although the recent news was covered by Thea saving the metropolis, there was still news of Oliver's return from the island. The two of them naturally saw the news, which was why they didn't return to Star City. Longing, guilt, old feelings, friendship, and love were all mixed together. Even they couldn't understand what was going on, let alone outsiders. "I heard that your brother is in a relationship with Laurel's sister. How promiscuous." Barbara, who was watching the scene from afar, said to Thea with some dissatisfaction. "That's not even close." Thea thought to herself. Felicity from the original Space-Time and Helena from the Raptor Squad, who didn't come today, were all in a relationship with Oliver. These women all knew that he loved Laurel, but they all forgave him. What kind of F*** king charm was this? Barbara said it was fine, but she didn't expect Thea to scold Oliver with her. Seeing that the atmosphere was too awkward, she quickly pulled Thea and Felicity over to join the fun. With the addition of the three of them, the atmosphere became much livelier. These 7 people were more or less related to each other. Laurel was also uncomfortable with the idea of reorganizing the family, but she had always been generous and didn't reject Felicity. Felicity was a homebody in private, but she had been the vice president of the Quinn Group for several years, so she had no problem dealing with the situation. With a few jokes, there was a harmonious atmosphere between sisters. "Thea, did you see Sarah when you went to Purgatory Island?" Oliver pulled Thea out of the crowd and asked softly. Thea's high IQ allowed her to recall what had happened back then in a tenth of a second. She had rescued Sarah and then boarded the Wave Rider. The future Sarah had thrown her to Nessa. In other words, Oliver did not see Sarah on Purgatory Island. He probably did not know that Sarah was still alive. When it came to time travel, the Wave Rider, and a lot of other things, Thea thought about it and told the truth. I did see Sarah, but I ran into a lot of trouble later and got separated from her. If I'm not mistaken, she should still be alive. Can you use those spells to find her? No, I can only find you because of the blood connection. It's hard to find Sarah in a sea of people. I don't learn divination spells. Thea directly rejected Oliver's suggestion. It was not a bad thing for Sarah to have some training. She had stolen her sister's boyfriend when she was young. Thea had only helped her when she had met her sister. She had objected to it when Oliver wanted her to go out of her way to find Sarah. Hi, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Are you looking for someone? I'm a crime scene investigator. Maybe I can help you. Before the siblings finished their words, a very magnetic voice interrupted them. A young man with a sunny face and a tall figure smiled and extended his hand to the two siblings. Barry Allen, Central City Police Station Criminal Investigation Division investigator. The brother and sister shook hands with him and introduced themselves to each other. They could be considered to have met each other. Oliver felt that the young man made him feel very comfortable and liked him a lot. Thea didn't know what to say. Was Joe West unhappy that Star City had been peaceful and stable for the past few years, and that Lance's salary had been raised a lot? Even Barry Allen, who had nothing to do with him, had been brought in to take advantage of him. In fact, Barry Allen was quite troubled. Joe West was kind enough to bring him out to meet his colleagues in the police system. Although they were not in the same city, they were connected, and there was no telling when he would need the help of the police department in the same city. At this time, Barry Allen, who was not the Flash yet, went to the crime scene to meet several senior police officers, especially Old Gordon, who was a big shot in the police field. When he found that he had nothing to do, he happened to see Thea and the other young people chatting, so he wanted to join in the fun. Thea didn't want to get too involved in the matter of the extreme speed, so she said a few words to him and left the conversation to Oliver, who was naturally compatible with him. After a while, Tommy, who felt that he was surrounded by women, also joined in the conversation. The 8 of them, 5 girls and 3 guys, started chatting. Ollie, is that your sister? The hero who saved Metropolis? After chatting for a while, Oliver and Barry Allen became very familiar with each other. Barry saw Thea, who was surrounded by the girls. Even though she tried to hide it, her temperament and demeanor still suppressed everyone. She was like the moon in the night sky, calm, reserved, and not to be ignored. Oliver took a sip of wine, his heart full of pride for his sister. Yeah, I heard that Metropolis has started to cast a bronze statue of her. Are there really aliens? I heard that they suddenly disappeared because of aliens. The entire city of Metropolis had disappeared for a week. It was impossible to hide it. The American government wasn't that generous, so it was impossible for them to say that they did it. Aliens was their answer to the outside world. Barry had been investigating the cause of his mother's death all these years. That strange red lightning often appeared in his dreams, and he painstakingly searched for the answer, trying to find the truth behind the night of his mother's death. Being an excellent crime scene investigator couldn't help him find the truth, and at that time, Metropolis had suddenly disappeared from the world. During that week, Barry secretly rushed to the old site of Metropolis, which was tightly sealed, just to find the secret behind it. Aliens, just right, could explain his doubts for more than 10 years, but he only had one question left. Why? Why did they choose him, and not someone else? Oliver pondered for a while in the face of Barry's question. He knew some things about aliens. Thea was in charge of coordinating all the alien matters, and this matter wasn't hidden from her family. There were more than 100,000 aliens, and they wouldn't be confined to a small area forever. After dinner, Thea told her family about the aliens. She picked and chose some of the things she knew about them. At first, Oliver was quite devastated, but Superman could still accept it. After all, there was only one of them. Now that there were more than 100,000 of them, his worldview was indeed greatly impacted. Chapter 404. Barry, I heard from Thea that there are indeed a lot of aliens. They are intelligent beings like us, and they are even survivors like the citizens of the Metropolis. Oliver told him some of the things he knew. He didn't know Barry's intention, so he didn't mention the specific number. The two had just met, so they didn't have much to talk about. Oliver had some reservations, and Barry wouldn't tell him what was on his mind. The two quickly moved on to other topics. Barry's imagination is not small. He can actually associate his mother's matter with aliens. Sia, who has been eavesdropping on their conversation, thought for a moment and threw this matter to the back of her mind. The one who should be worried is reverse lightning. It has nothing to do with me. The wedding was very warm. Although there weren't many guests, the atmosphere was very warm. Inspector Lance probably wouldn't have thought that an ordinary person like him, who had fought for the police all his life, would have brought half of the Earth's male and female superheroes to his wedding. At this time, Inspector Lance was in high spirits. He only felt that life was better than this. After the wedding, Oliver and Tommy walked together. The two friends had too much to talk about. Thea saw this scene and remembered something. She pulled Laurel, who was about to leave. Under Laurel's puzzled gaze, Thea handed her a silver-white suitcase. You know my ability, right? This is for Tommy. I didn't know how to give it to him. You can give it to him. Seeing Laurel's eyes change from puzzlement to surprise, Thea felt that she must have misunderstood. You think too much. Actually, Tommy is my half-brother. This thing was too difficult to explain. Thea felt that she would rather fight with Brainiac for 800 rounds than talk about such an embarrassing thing. It was all old Ma's fault. She vaguely glossed over the elder's matter and explained the injection to Laurel. If Tommy asks, don't say that I gave it to you. You know that the father and son's relationship is terrible. Now that things have just gotten better, if Tommy knows that his father has such a thing, the result will be very unpredictable. Laurel's not-so-smart brain thought about the relationships between them. She just wanted to say that the rich were messy. From another perspective, regardless of whether she chose Oliver or Tommy, Thea would still be her relative. Feeling a little dizzy, Thea took the suitcase and felt relieved. Like Oliver, Tommy could inject himself or give it to Laurel. It was his own choice. They were both adults, so Thea wouldn't interfere. After the wedding, the girls went shopping together. When they returned to Thea's secret base, they found that Oliver and Tommy were also there. The two of them said that they were there to learn from each other, but in fact, only they knew the meaning behind it. The girls were all in a good mood after spending a lot of money. Thanks to Star City's good public security, the increase in population naturally led to a flourishing business. Star City was already one of the few safe and stable cities. Who will win? Felicity, the only one who didn't know martial arts, bought the most things. After putting her things away, she saw the lively fight and whispered to Thea. To be honest, this was the first time that Thea saw Tommy fight seriously. With just a few glances, she knew that Tommy wasn't Oliver's opponent. After all, there was no internal force in this era, so there was no need to accumulate experience. There were only a few fighting skills. After learning them, how to use them completely depended on the individual. Death Knell's Kali martial arts were learned from the Philippines, but Thea was sure that the person who created this martial art couldn't beat Death Knell. This was the human factor. Oliver's fighting talent was extremely high. Later on, when Ninja Master gave up on Batman and wanted Green Arrow to be his successor, Oliver's personal value could be seen. Without all kinds of technological equipment, his fighting ability was only a little bit worse than Batman's. Green Arrow, as an ordinary person, was able to become the 8th most powerful person in the Justice League. It wasn't just because he was popular. His strength had been tested by history. Tommy's talent wasn't just a little bit worse than Oliver's. Even though it could be seen that Tommy had trained hard, and he had been through Blade Mountain Fire Sea Guild for more than a year in Gotham, his innate talent determined that if he didn't have any great opportunities, he would only be a second-tier hero. The most fatal thing was that Thea could see that Oliver had injected God's blood. His physical fitness alone was enough to crush Tommy. Theoretically, Oliver should be able to finish the fight in 20 moves, but of course he couldn't treat his good brother like that. It was similar to how Thea fought him a few days ago. He slowed down a little, and the two of them seemed to have practiced quite well. Tommy turned around in the air, drew an arrow, aimed, and fired. His movements were very smooth and beautiful. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. Oliver didn't take it head-on. Instead, He took a step to the left. What he didn't expect was that Tommy didn't care about his balance and shot another arrow in the air. This time, Oliver didn't have time to dodge. He could only grab the arrow with his right hand. He was still lacking experience. Thea could see that the arrow's strength and angle were perfect. Oliver was a little careless. He couldn't take it head-on. His eyes lit up with a seemingly formless yellow light. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first and directly hit the arrow. Amidst the slight vibrations, the arrow disappeared into nothingness, as if it had never existed. The consequence of Tommy's arrow was that he fell straight to the ground. Oliver reached out and grabbed nothing. The two of them looked at the door at the same time. Only then did they realize that a bunch of women were watching the show. The two men were a little embarrassed. Oliver pulled Tommy up and said to Thea, "Your base isn't bad." Yes, this was originally your base. Of course, you think it's good." Thea looked at him speechlessly. "Oliver, what are your plans in the future?" Thea still wanted to ask his real thoughts. After all, Star City had changed a lot. There were definitely criminals, but there weren't many of them. Oliver, who had been home for a few days, also thought about this problem. His original plan was to eliminate the bad guys in his little notebook. Killing to stop killing was his belief at the moment. However, under Sia's butterfly wings, Star City had changed too quickly in the past few years. Malcolm, the big boss, had disappeared, leaving behind only a few small fries. Some had changed professions, and some had gone to other cities. It could be said that not even a third of the people in his little account book were left. Moira was in control of the city. Although her influence in the dark wasn't as strong as Malcolm's, she could still deliver messages. On the surface, Detective Lance was cracking down on criminals. In private, Shadow and Felicity were helping. Star City's public security might not be the best in the country, but it was definitely one of the best. Shadow had also warned Oliver not to kill people several times. This made the Green Arrow a little confused. He had nothing to do. Especially on Gotham's side, Barbara had returned to Batman's team, and Laurel and Tommy had returned to Star City. The four heroes, 2 men and 2 women, were staring at each other. It wasn't easy to find someone to cause trouble. Chapter 405. It was as if God had heard them. In less than a week, Shadow, who was working at the police station, brought them some good news. Finally, a baddie who wasn't afraid of death showed up in Star City. They cheered. No matter what he was here for, they would beat the shit out of him first. He's called Brickwall. Our limited information suggests that he's been secretly gathering the underground forces of Star City. The police tried to take him down once, but he seems to have an invulnerable superpower. In the end, he managed to fight his way out. Shadow gave a brief introduction. Thea had made it clear that her current area of protection was the metropolis. Star City would be left to the 4 of them. Shadow, Laurel, and Tommy chose Oliver to be the leader of this small team. Oliver didn't know if he wanted to look more compatible with Shadow or if he really liked color, but he still gave himself the codename Green Arrow. Thea, who had mastered a lot of advanced technology, naturally wouldn't let Oliver fight monsters in a green cloak with panda eyes like he did in the first season of Green Arrow. His high-density Kevlar suit was as good as Bat's suit, and he painted it all green at his request. His bow was a 150-pound American split hunting bow. He didn't want the high-tech skateboard arrowheads like Shadow's. He saw that Tommy had an arrowhead made by imitating Batman's hook gun, so he made a few of them himself to use on the road. The 4 heroes didn't let Thea join them. They rushed to their target location valiantly. Half an hour later, Thea, "Come take a look at Tommy. He seems to be poisoned." Oliver hugged his friend and ran into the base, panting. Thea, who was developing a new armor with the body of the cheetah god, rushed out to check. "He's poisoned, but you seem to have been shot too." Thea checked Tommy. His lips were purple and his face was pale. The wound under his ribs was bleeding black. It was obviously a gunshot wound. Oliver was shot in the shoulder too. He probably reacted quickly and leaned to the side, so the bullet grazed his shoulder. He just needed to bandage it. "Why did Tommy and I get shot at the same time, but I'm fine?" Oliver asked in confusion. "What do you think I injected you with?" "It's just some poison on the bullets." Thea said without turning her head. Tommy must not have been injected with God's blood. Otherwise, he would not be in such a miserable state. Thea gently drew a line in the air with her finger, sending several mysterious runes into Tommy's body. After a while, she cast a spell and took out a light green water ball the size of a fingernail from Tommy's body. She threw it far away. Plant poison? Thea took out a bottle of solvent from her space ring. It was an antidote made by poison ivy that could cure almost all kinds of plant toxins. Now that Tommy's toxins have been removed, it would be a waste to give him such a big bottle. Thea gave him 2 drops. Seeing that his breathing had stabilized, she put him down and let him rest. Eros? Can someone tell me what happened? After treating Tommy, Shadow and Laurel, who had taken a big detour to bring up the rear, rushed back. They all looked a little pale. Oliver and Laurel were both older than Thea, so they were a little embarrassed. Shadow whispered what had happened to them. In fact, their experience was nothing to write home about. It took them 25 minutes to rush back and forth, and less than 3 minutes to fight a real battle. They were beaten back by their opponents and driven back to their hometown. Brickwall, is that strong? Thea was in disbelief. Brickwall in the TV series was a clown. He was so cocky every day, asking everyone to shoot him as a test of his endurance. Thea did not think that the new Green Arrow team, which was several times stronger than the original Spacetime series, could be defeated by such a simple-minded guy. We didn't fight Brickwall, but he did use his body to block my arrows. It's said that he's invulnerable. However, we were mainly defeated by a sniper. His marksmanship was extremely accurate. At least, I've never seen anyone with such good marksmanship. As the team leader, Oliver had to express his opinion. Oliver described the sniper's appearance again. Thea knew immediately. His marksmanship was very good. He had a high-tech infrared scope in his right eye. He was wearing a special bulletproof vest and had a silencer on his arm. Wasn't this guy Death Shooter? Why was he in Star City? And why was he with Brickwall? Amanda must be really busy. It was a miracle that she did not try to catch him. Oliver did not ask for her opinion. He continued, I know the woman who made the deal with Brickwall. Her code name is White Porcelain, but people who know her call her Canaway. She is the leader of the Triad. Sia's brain spun several times before she remembered who this person was. It was not her fault for having a bad memory. This person was really a minor character, and he was the kind of person who did not commit any major crimes but had committed a lot of minor crimes. She turned on the city surveillance and pulled up the video of their battle. Looking at the white-haired Asian woman, Thea pursed her lips. Her skills looked mediocre. However, Brickwall, White Porcelain, and Death Shooter's team composition was very reasonable. Brickwall took the damage from the front, White Porcelain with 2 short knives in her hands, and Death Shooter, who was a powerful long-range attacker. Compared to their team composition, Green Arrow's team was much weaker. 3 of them were archers, and there was also Laurel, who was just a bystander. It was not a loss for them to be defeated by the opponent. Moreover, Green Arrow's role in this team was not reflected. He lacked cooperation with the others. Obviously, they were stronger overall, but they were still defeated. The problem of cooperation was what Green Arrow's team lacked the most. Do you need my help? Thea felt that they probably did not need it, but she still asked. Oliver did not let her down. He immediately waved his hand. No need. We can solve it. What a joke. Green Arrow felt that if he was reduced to the point where he had to rely on his sister, he would not be a hero. He should just go back to Purgatory Island and fish with Yao Fei. Thea nodded silently. She did not participate too much in this matter. She watched as the others pulled Tommy, who had just woken up, to the side to practice. She continued to work on her armor. In her eyes, the brick wall was just a paper wall that could be kicked down with a single kick. Judging from his genes, this person should be a little mutated. However, his strong body also came with some side effects. There was something wrong with his brain. Green Arrow could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. There was really no need for her to worry. Her good days did not last long. Trouble came to her the next day. Miss, you may not know me, but Boss Merlin asked me to ask you for help. A middle-aged man with a somewhat valiant temperament said respectfully to her. I know you. I went to your bar to drink. Something happened to Malcolm? Thea narrowed her eyes and stared at the middle-aged man. Chapter 406. The middle-aged man was Malcolm's henchman. He was the owner of the bar Thea went to when she was drunk. He had left Star City with Malcolm a few years ago, and they had never met again. Although she did not know the man's name, Thea knew who he was. "Yeah, you really have good eyesight." The middle-aged man reached out and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He usually had the courage to fight with more than 10 people alone, but now he was completely defeated by Sia's scrutinizing gaze. He couldn't explain why, but it was fear. "What the hell is going on?" Malcolm asked as he wandered around the world in confusion. To be honest, Thea was a little worried about him. This world was too complicated. He was almost invincible in Star City, but he was not safe in the outside world. The middle-aged man did not dare to delay and told her everything he knew. "Get to the point. Do you understand the point?" Sia suppressed her impatience and listened to the middle-aged man talk for 5 minutes about what Malcolm had been through. He talked about how they had cut off the gangsters' fingers to get information and how they had been chased all over the city by the local gangs. The middle-aged man rambled on for a long time, but did not get to the point. "Point? We did not find anything important. Our boss did not contact me once every 7 days, as we agreed. That's why I came to find you." The middle-aged man got to the point, and Thea breathed a sigh of relief. Malcolm's henchman was loyal, but his ability was not. "You know about my relationship with your boss, right?" "Yes, you are father and daughter. That makes things easier. Do you know who Malcolm was in contact with in the end?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment. "I think he was looking for the leader of a brotherhood." Thea was speechless. There were many brotherhood groups in America, such as the Defias Brotherhood in the game and the Mutant Brotherhood in Marvel Next Door. The big ones could turn the world upside down, and the small ones were just a group of otakus. The Haitian Brotherhood. It's in a small bar in New York. The middle-aged man finally gave Thea a specific target. "The Haitian Brotherhood? Is that where Midnight Daddy lives?" Thea asked in confusion. "Young Mrs. Wise. That's right, this is the place." The middle-aged man flattered. Father Midnight was a famous voodoo sorcerer in the dark world. He was both friend and foe to Constantine. He was not a good person, but he was not a bad person either. He was more like an information broker in the magic world. Thea had also spent a lot of effort to investigate the current mages, such as the infamous Constantine, Zatanna, the Grand Mages and Grand Alchemists of the Cold Flame Church, and naturally, this included Father Midnight. She had investigated them one by one. It had to be said that this was the end of the magic era. The glory of magic was far away, and technological products were everywhere. The amount of magic in the natural environment was extremely low, and magic had been reduced to an awkward state similar to martial arts. You don't need to accumulate, or rather, you can't accumulate at all. As long as you know the incantation, it's fine. Your spells aren't that powerful, and mine aren't that powerful either. There were powerful spells in the books, but not many people had the magic power to cast them. The most obvious example was Constantine. He drank, gambled, and smoked marijuana every day. He had never seriously meditated, but his spells were comparable to those of the Grand Mages of the Cold Flame Church. He was smart and quick-witted, but the other side was not much stronger than him. Thea had once peeped at Mr. E of the Cold Flame Church from a very long distance. This Grand Mage, who never revealed his real name to prevent divination curses, was 1,000 times more diligent than Constantine. He didn't eat in the morning. He changed his clothes and practiced tantric yoga. At noon, he practiced a kind of astral vision from the ancient Indian Sakti sect. At night, he even practiced the Taoist 3 flowers at one's acupoint and 5 chi circulation. He practiced everything that was related to meditation. When Thea saw this scene, she burst out laughing. If it was in ancient times, practicing like this would definitely be suicidal. The speed of death was even faster than cutting one's throat with a knife. But in modern society, magic power was too scarce. Other than practicing until he became blind, the old man didn't have any great achievements. In the end, this diligent man was defeated by Constantine, who didn't practice magic. His soul was sealed in the sword, and he became a fake old man. From this point, it was not unreasonable to know that magic practitioners were rare in today's society. Every one of them practiced until they were exhausted. It was no exaggeration to say that in another 100 years, magic would completely enter the storybooks, and become the existence of children's ravings. This was also the reason why Thea targeted Shah Zahn and Black Adam instead of these people. There were too many impurities in their magic power. Instead of absorbing their magic power and spending a lot of effort to convert it, it would be better to spend a few days in the sun and grow faster. As for the Midnight Daddy that the middle-aged man mentioned, Thea didn't care too much about him. Cold Flame and the others were still thinking about reviving the glory of ancient magic, but this guy was leading a group of street thugs to mark out a territory in the slums of New York to collect protection fees. Even if he had some hidden strength, it was limited. Under the middle-aged man's strange gaze, Thea's gaze left Star City and went straight to New York to search for this Midnight Daddy. After a little effort, Thea finally found this information dealer. At this time, Midnight Daddy was bare-chested, wearing a black trench coat full of bits and pieces, holding a cookery knife in his hand. His dark face was saying something to his subordinates. There was a bit of magic reaction. It was him. Thea set up a soundproof enchantment in her office, opened a blue portal, grabbed Midnight Daddy's collar, and pulled him from New York to Star City under the horrified gaze of his subordinates. Now that Thea's magic power had greatly increased, compared to the day when she rescued the former Minister of National Defense, her skills were also much more delicate. She no longer had the feeling of wanting to die after just one teleportation. Midnight Daddy's face suddenly changed. Although his face was extremely ugly, he still struggled to get up and waved his cookery knife fiercely, guarding against the enemy's attack. Unfortunately, he waved for a long time, but the two people in the room didn't show any reaction. Old Ma's loyal subordinates were scared silly. How did this person jump out? His view of the world was shattered into pieces. Thea, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. She just wanted to ask a question, but this person was a bit overreacting. His knife was dancing so fiercely that water couldn't be spilled. She was going to wait for him to calm down first. At the same time, Thea couldn't help but complain. This guy was actually a black person. She had been in contact with too many black people. Midnight Daddy's wrists were sore from dancing, but the enemy didn't attack. Only then did he divert his attention to look around. The window was brightly lit. This was obviously a spacious office, and looking at the buildings outside the window, the floors were not low. In the room, there was a middle-aged man with a demented appearance and a cool office beauty. Midnight Daddy's head was a bit dizzy. This environment was not in line with his world at all. Did he forget to take his medicine in the morning? Why did he come here?